Good afternoon, everyone. We want to thank you for being here and joining us today. At this time, I'm going to call the meeting to order. And first item is the adoption of the agenda. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Okay. Do we have Mr. Calhoun and Ms. Waters online? Would you like to voice vote?
I just got into board docs.
Okay. Ms. Bailey,
Can't get in the board.
do you want to voice vote?
Oh, yeah.
Ms. Waters, Mr. Calhoun, would you prefer to voice vote? Oh,
I board docs.
Thanks.
Ms. Waters? Okay, it's not present to vote.
Oh,
And the motion passes. The next item on the agenda is 1C, the election of the committee of the whole chair. I'm going to open it up to nominations, and with that, I'm going to nominate Mr. Ed Kelly. Are there any other nominations?
Yes,
Ms. Roberson?
I would like to nominate Dr. Carol Temple for her 42 years of educational leadership experience and her ability to work with all of us and to participate in shared leadership.
Are there any other nominations? We'll take Mr. Kelly first since that nomination was made first. And the motion passes. And with that, I will hand the gavel over to Mr. Kelly.
All right, item 1D, the appointment of the Strategic Education Committee Liaison. I nominate Dr. Carol Temple. The appointment is to be made by the Committee of the Whole Chair, and I move to appoint Ms. Bailey to the Strategic Education Committee Liaison. Pardon me? It's Strategic Education Committee Liaison. Mr. Calhoun, are you planning to voice vote, sir? I voted in board docs. The motion passes. Congrats, Ms. Bailey. Item 1E, appointment of the policy liaison. I move to appoint Leah Watley. Motion carries. Congrats, Ms. Watley.
Mr. Chairman, I have a question. I would like to, while we're on the subject of policy liaison, move that that by a board vote, permitted to create a policy committee with a charter.
That would be something that we would need to do with the chairman of the board.
Yes,
during our board
I
meeting.
don't think this is the proper,
Now it's not.
it's not that now, yeah, I think we have to go through.
I agree with the idea.
Process,
Okay,
but
Sure.
I think, yeah, I don't
The-
think this is the proper.
The board chair would need to create an ad hoc committee and
then at the
move
proper
to it.
time, I'd like to put that in motion. Thank you.
All right, on to item 2, strategic education. Ms. Bailey?
Good afternoon. I'm putting forward the D2 OPCP services to increase student academic performance by working collaboratively with schools, families, and communities through educational, cultural, social, emotional, physical, and mental health support services. This report will provide update from the D2 OPCP to share progress and activities thus far since its inception. Ms. Huggins?
Thank you, Ms. Bailey. We're excited to have principals here from District 20 who are going to share with you some of the work that they've done in the D20 partnership with the ESSER funds. The goal of the program was to utilize wraparound services in addition to academic skills to enhance students' performance. And so I'm proud to introduce the ladies that are seated at the table behind me to share with you the work that they and a community of folks have done around improving outcomes for students. I want to thank board members who've been in touch with us in advance with some questions. It was able to inform our presentation, which has adjusted somewhat from what you received in board docs. So I'm going to turn it over now to Mrs. Janice Malone, the proud principal at Sanders Clyde Elementary School. You see here Mrs. Cheryl Swinton, Mrs. Stephanie Span, Ms. Amber Stain, and Ms. Wanda Sheets. And they will introduce some special presenters that they have too. Mrs. Malone, thank you. Yes, Mrs. Malone, would that work okay for you to go up to for you all to present there at the?
Well, we'll try. We had a collaborative effort on some things, but we'll make it work. We'll monitor and adjust.
And we could, I don't know how far these stretch.
We have a handheld mic, Mrs. Malone, which is even better. Because these won't stretch that far, or you're welcome to come up here and have my seat. Yeah. We're going to plan for the microphone. Here it comes.
Okay. Well, I'll go ahead. You want me to go ahead and get started?
Yeah, if you want.
Okay. All right. Good afternoon, board members. Again, we're here as a collective group to share with you our vision, things that we've done with D20 PCP. Title I schools in District 20 and other schools like ours have had to face many historical challenges. We've had many highs and lows, and we continue to face those highs and lows challenges. The highs being high poverty, high crime surroundings or environments, and high teacher turnover. The lows are low parental involvement, low teacher retention, and low student achievement. So we continue to struggle with those areas. And instead of operating in silos, we thought it would be best, since we serve a lot of our families' children attend elementary, middle, and high school. We wanted to come together and think of ways, some strategies that were innovative, out of the box, do some things differently to address the needs of our families in order to better support their children, our students. And so with that said, because of the ESSER funds, we thought that it would be best to come and really dig in deep, go deep about some things that we could do. And we were just very thankful that Ms. Huggins believed in our vision and reached out to us, and we knew we needed someone who could be boots on the ground and help us with this. And so we thank Dr. DeLagarde for helping us to form our vision, to actualize what we wanted to do here. And so just to be brief, we wanted to stay in line with the 3 pillars as well, making sure that we were addressing those areas that were still important: rigorous grade level instruction, high quality teacher leaders, and wraparound services for our families. And so with that, we met on a regular basis, an extensive amount of time, and we knew that we couldn't do it all. So we were just thankful to have her support. So here's our startup activities. Some of the things that we do, we wanted to give you a timeline of the actual work that went into pulling all of this together. Now we know it's not perfect. Some things we've learned a lot of lessons along the way, but we started basically in April, just really trying to submit our proposal and our budget, and really coming up with our principal collaboration. What do we want to see that would benefit all of our schools and our nearby community? And so there are some of the events that you see. We held a community expo because we wanted to bring community partners along this journey with us. How can they support us? How can they support our families? And so some of the things that we've done, of course, the Van Gogh experience for our children, they really enjoyed that. And then we looked at how can we support our parents, because we know if we have stronger families, stronger parent community, then they will also be able to help our children. And so we established our adult ed program, the adult and community education program, our initiation. We started with our dad's program as well, just trying to lay the groundwork of some of the community services, resources, and wraparound services that you'll see there. In addition, we wanted to offer education to our parents with our GED program. So we started just to plan that this year. So a lot of things that you will see really started to kick off late December and moving into January. So that's the startup, some of the startup activities, and I'm going to have Ms. Spann to share even more.
And as we continue in our timeline, next slide, please. You'll see that this is when a lot of our actual work with our students and our families and the full implementation of our programming really started taking place and taking action. During this time frame from March 2023 to now, what we have done is implement, we have refined, we have studied the work, and we have resubmitted and realigned budgets to fit the vision. You'll hear more specifically about each of these events as we continue our presentation. But what we are really wanting to go over is that it was in March, we definitely began doing our tutoring services, our family coaches fully onboarded. And with our family coaches, that also included evening services and support work with them. So we're not just sending out people into the community and with no action plan, with no expectations. So even our family coaches definitely have some support and some guidance in how they do this work. And we also do the enrichment pieces. We understand that we are teaching the whole child. So this work is not just meant to move numbers, but it's meant to impact families. As we move to the next slide, you'll see that this is our work that is yet to be done. This is from January 2024, lasting through October 24. What we're looking to do is to continue to implement this work. We're continuing to look at the data to refine the work and to execute and to make plans for transition as the ESSER funds do sunset, but the work must continue because we know that there is still work to be done. So we are taking the lessons, we are looking at our data, but we are looking again to uplift our families.
Next slide, please. The feeder system of D20 PCP recognizes that rigorous grade level instruction translates into high expectations for both teaching and learning. And because of this, we understand that we must create conditions to set our scholars up for success by providing them with the tools that are necessary to meet the academic challenges that will ultimately level the playing field. And so the way that we approach this is to provide, as you see listed here, tutoring programs, summer camps, academic and recreational. We identified as principals students performing below expected standards and who were near the top of the middle performing level, and as a result offered one-to-one tutoring. We also looked at small group tutoring. And from a high school perspective, where I can be a testament to how the progress moved, we can say that our tutoring programs impacted our students tremendously, even to the point of not only those students who were scoring below, but we used at Burke High School tutoring to assist our AP Prop and Stat students. Last year was our first year offering it. We did not provide tutoring until March. And of course, you all know that AP exams are in May. And so we did not see the gains that we were expected, but we do know that our students were completely supported and felt really good about the exposure that they received by participating in an AP challenging course. In addition, other programs that we use, and you all can move the slides. We utilize the Clemson Reading Program, and as you can see, several of our schools availed themselves to this type of targeted tutoring. We also noticed that there was success in other programs such as Executive Coaching Enterprise and University Instructors. If you will move the slide, please. We ascribe to the fact and the research that we have read that tutoring best supports students when it is provided during school. And so much of the gains that we saw and much of the tutoring that I listed prior indicate that our students benefited mostly when the tutoring was done at school. This was particularly significant at our schools. As you know, there are lots of barriers that would prevent them from staying after school, such as transportation as well as money. And as I said in the outset, that we wanted to level the playing field. We know that there are some parents who can afford private tutoring. However, we made an effort through our ESSER funds to have our students accessible and gain access rather to tutoring based on the funds that we utilized. We also understand that early grade tutoring is important. And when students have small groups and one-to-one tutors that are professionally trained, that it works best. We understand too that in order to continue this success, since it started later in the process of our implementation, we will need funds to continue tutoring so that we can show the gains that we are so excited about and anticipate receiving as a result of this tutoring.
Next slide, please. The D20 PCP thought about and kind of did some research on what are successful companies doing to retain and attract employees. And one thing we came up with after talking to staff members is to implement a daycare so that we could attract and retain some of our staff. With that, we saw that Google, Apple, Best Buy all provide daycare either on-site or contracting with companies in order to provide this service, this fringe benefit to their staffs. The onset of us starting this whole thing, the first thing we did was to participate with DHEC so that we can ensure that we would be licensed. So we are a licensed facility with the daycare. Right now, we're currently serving 18 employees between the 5 schools. The startup costs for the daycare equipment that was certified by DHEC was $45,000. And right now, our personnel budget is approximately $400,000 with 5 childcare assistants and 1 site manager, so that we would be in ratio as mandated by DHEC. But who could better speak to the benefits of our daycare but a parent who has 2 children currently enrolled in the daycare? So I'm going to hand over the mic to her so that she can give her testimony on how this has benefited her.
I am Sarah Herring, a special education teacher at Sanders Clyde Elementary School. I am here today to speak about D20 PCP Child Care Learning Center. When my youngest daughter was born, we were told that she would have to get surgery on her skull. Shortly after being sent to the neurosurgeon, we found out that she was born with metatopic craniosytosis, and in fact wanted to need surgery sooner than later to help my daughter for her future. As the time to return to school was approaching, my husband and I were nervous about our daughter going to any daycare after the intense head surgery. But when my husband, my oldest daughter, and I went to the open house for the daycare, we were reassured by the teachers and other faculty members that they can absolutely handle Malin's accommodations with the helmet and are now being fragile due to the surgery. This program is cost effective to teachers and as well to medical expenses from the surgery. That reassurance has helped me to be able to continue my career as a teacher at Charleston County School District, knowing that she is safe and having a peace of mind. I would like to thank Ms. Malone and those at D20 PCP Child Care Learning Center for allowing my 2 daughters to attend the school.
Another layer of Pillar 2 is staff development. And one of the exciting things we were able to do is bring our elementary schools together to have a leadership summit. Teachers from the 3 elementary schools represented and came together for about 3 months designing and working on what this leadership summit would look like. They came up with just an opportunity to talk with one another, to share similar concerns, and just to visit with one another about problem-solving strategies. So they had about an hour of time just to visit and share with some guiding questions to help their conversations. And while we were planning the Teacher Leadership Summit, we also wanted some opportunities for some special professional development. So departments around the district helped support with this. We offered breakout sessions where teachers were able to choose an area where they felt they could use some extra support and have some professional development. And some of the feedback from this, as you can see, I'll highlight a few of those, just for teachers to have that opportunity to visit another school and somebody with a light job to share with one another ideas. And being able to connect outside of your building and troubleshoot obstacles that we all share within the schools, and networking with others. And another highlight was, we'll shout out de-escalation strategies that we were able to have a large group of teachers to be able to participate in. We hope in the future to have more opportunities for teachers to visit with each other.
A part of our staff development also included hearing from Mr. Brandon Fleming. He is an educator in Atlanta, Georgia, and he shared his story that resonates with our community, one of being a student who faced significant barriers and challenges, and sharing his story, but also overcoming and what he's doing to give back to his community through such things as public speaking program, through a Harvard initiative. Is something that inspired us, is something that we could take away to our each individual communities. You see the feedback, I think it's on the previous slide. There you go. From those who attended this session with Mr. Brandon Fleming. There was an opportunity to engage with him and ask questions. So oftentimes when we do larger settings, that we get a lot of information without the chance to engage. So we definitely made time to provide that opportunity. It was one, again, where each of us at our school communities could take it and expound upon it and apply it to our individual school settings. The feedback was overwhelmingly positive regarding the content and the messaging and the relevancy of what Mr. Fleming shared with our school communities. And that data is shared with you here.
And as we continue with our wraparound services, we knew that we needed to support our families. A lot of us have families, we're single households, young moms with multiple children, and overwhelming circumstances. And so we thought of a unique idea of how to support our families outside of the school setting, not to bear on our staff members. And so family coaches was something that I thought would be really, really unique and very beneficial to our families. So family coaches are those in the community, mostly retired individuals, or those whose children have matriculated through the system, those who have a wealth of knowledge and know how to access resources. And that these family coaches would walk alongside families. They would be an extended family member, that those families know that they had someone that they can call on to help access resources in the community or attend parent conferences that can sometimes be intimidating, especially IEP meetings, what have you. These family coaches would help them to establish schedules at home, strategies that would help with attendance, just to be able to prepare and to talk to them about some financial strategies too, how to set budgets. And so this person these people have been a great asset to our families. And because of that, they really have helped to address our absenteeism challenge that all of us have at our school. And just to be that person that they know that they have access to the schools. Family coaches are present in our buildings almost on a daily basis. And the children, I can't tell you the beaming faces when they see this extended family member come in the building. Another initiative is the Dads and Win initiative. DADS stand for Dedicated and Diligent Service. And these are men, fathers of children at the school, male volunteers. Some of them are pastors. Some of them are business owners. Some are professors at colleges that come to our school, to be a male presence first thing in the morning, where they're opening car doors, they're cheering the children on, they're speaking to the parents, they're encouraging the parents to make sure their kids get to school. They're walking the halls, they're talking to children, teachers, and staff. And I do have a couple of dads here. If you're a dad and you're a part of this building, this initiative, would you stand? Mr. Days? Do we have family coaches here as well? We have family coaches. If you're a family coach, would you please stand? We couldn't do this work without you. Mr. Days, one of our dads. Mr. Days is at the school every single morning. He beats me there in the morning.
I would like to say hello and greetings, ladies and gentlemen. And I am Michael Days. I am a dad at Sanders Clyde School. And the thing that brought me into being a dad was my son, Javon. He was a car rider. Javon is in first grade, even in kindergarten, just dropping him off, seeing how dads meet and greet. I'm a construction worker, retired contractor. And the thing about building, I came in contact and was impressed by the dad group. The first meeting I came to, they impressed me so much that I had to take a look at myself. Called Mr. Malone was playing the song of Michael Jackson, Man in the Mirror. So I had to, what can I do to enhance this, to help the kids? So one of the things that I learned about being a dad was meeting and greeting. Okay, one of the things that the kids do not get in the morning is that love. Sometimes they be in the car, be so frustrated, but when they see a kind dad who will tell them good morning, and not only that, hola, and not only hola, we come and greet them as they want to be greeted. And then that changed their whole attitudes in the morning. You know, they get a joy that sometimes they don't come with the shoe tie. We tied the shoe as being the dad, you know, and we show them that love. You see, so it changed their whole personality when they come out the car from the moms and dad. You know, and that's a beautiful thing to see a change in a child from crying to smiling, you know, to grinning and talking. You know, the happiest thing that we can do as being part of dad member is keep it going forward. You see, and I myself, as being, you know, retired, 45 minutes, I thought about it. You know, 45 minutes, sure, I can do that. I can come in the morning and be just as happy as my son. Oh, he'd be more excited than me. Anytime we see a child come running, we give them, hey, give them that. And they love it. They love the high five. They love the hugs. They love getting their two shoe tied. They love being towed. When they come out toward me, Mr. Michael toward me. We told them at least to the curbs. And I mean, it's good to meet and greet. You know, so I say, as Michael Days, along with having fun with leadership, with Principal Malone and her staff, wonderful. You know, I said, you know, congratulations. And I said, thank you for having me to do the opportunity to meet and greet.
Thank you. Ms. Bellamy from one of our family coaches.
Good evening. My name is Donna Bellamy, and I am a family coach with the D20 PCP program. Thank you for letting me have this opportunity to let you know what a family coach does. Our main objective is to assist the students with meeting their academic goals, improve student attendance, decrease the number of tardies, and build higher test scores. We do this by building a healthy relationship with the students, the parents, the siblings, guardians, and also any other member that's in the household. Our family coach team are teachers, principals, parent advocate, and community agencies, along with the parents and the guardians that are vital to the student progressing in their goals. I am currently working with a student who can be very challenging. However, since working with this student, I have noticed a change in his willingness to communicate openly, to stay focused more in his classes. His grades are improving, and his persona, which always was an anger look, is smiling more. So we are so thankful for D20 PC program. We may not be the piece that makes the student complete, but we are the piece that makes a difference in the family and the student lives. Thank you for your time.
Yeah. Nothing like authentic testimonies. Another initiative is When Women Involved Now. And so this is the other side of that, and getting our moms, our female positive presence in the schools. And so we're working to establish this group at this semester now that we have dads up and running. And of course, you can see a lot of the community collaborations. We've connected with so many partners, such as Boeing and First Tee, and giving our children the opportunity to access non-traditional sports because they don't have the opportunity to do that often. And so we've offered free GED classes. We've held an entrepreneurship class for our parents. And so we want to encourage our parents to know that they too can continue to pursue their hopes and their dreams. Our partnership with the mental health and the local churches and other collaborations have just really yielded great results for us. And so we're very, very happy about that. You want to say something else?
some of our other initiatives. If you all would please move the slides to the other major initiatives, please. Where are we? Okay. Okay, I think that you probably mentioned a lot of them, but I do want to mention some of our other major activities and initiatives. In addition to some of the non-traditional sports activities that Ms. Malone mentioned, our students have been engaged in Lyceum activities such as the Van Gogh presentation that they were exposed to, and we mentioned that earlier. Some of our elementary students saw the Little Mermaid. In addition, we have tried to expand their cultural experiences to ensure that students also have the opportunity for exposure and cultural enrichment. These activities have played a great role in transforming who our students are and impacting not only their academics, but also their social emotional learning. At Burke, we have been engaged in the Heritage School of Knowledge, whereby many of our students have been involved with a partnership with the Charleston Preservation Society, as well as some of the other areas that help them through our animation classes. They are looking at many of the cultural experiences and contributions of individuals here in Charleston doing research and actually collaborating with other animation presenters in California and the like. We invite you to continue to look through our brochure and look at some of the other activities that our students and our schools are involved in. Thank you.
And so with that, we thank you for listening and taking time to hear us out. The lifeline of the D20 PCP, of course, is the daycare. I can't tell you the difference the daycare is making, and we've received so many phone calls from other districts about our district's daycare, our D20 PCP daycare. Another lifeline has been the tutoring. A lot of our parents cannot afford tutoring, the one-on-one, the quality organizations that have been able to provide tutoring for our children during the day and during the summer as well. Another lifeline, of course, is the community connection through our family coaches and our dads and our WIN program. And so the wraparound services have really yielded great results. And we're just so thankful that we had this opportunity through the ESSER, with the ESSER funds to make an impact in our families, at our school, and of course in our community. So we want to thank Anita Huggins for accepting and just going alongside us with this. We want to thank Michelle Simmons also for supporting our efforts. It's been a district-wide effort and really trying to try something different, to do something more for our families. So we just thank you on behalf of my colleagues here. And we want to thank again, Dr. Delagar, because we could not do this extensive work. This is hours and hours and hours of thought and meeting and details and calling and connecting and all of that. Because if we'd had to do that, even though we had the vision, we would have never actualized this grant. It was just too much to be able to do this and continue to do the work that we've had to do at our school on a daily basis. So thank you for listening.
Thank you, Ms. Malone. Maggie, would you pull up slide 16? These ladies are very humble in that they didn't share a lot of the results that have come along with some of the great work that they've done. And although this program is in its infancy, you can see a summary of some of those things there. And in the packet, the white packet that you have, you can see more student data results that are linked to the work this group is doing. One more back, Maggie, if you don't mind. It says summary on the top. You'll see here that right there, 3 of 5 schools are seeing improvements in attendance. 40% of students are at fewer referrals. We have significant improvements with 10 of the 11 students with referrals during the first semester at Burke. 50% 7% of targeted students have reduced suspensions. And while attendance isn't quite seeing the expected improvements, both referrals and suspensions were decreased. So we're seeing not only gains in student achievement, which again, it's early. You can see some of those things in the packet that this great team put together along with Dr. Delagard and Dr. Janet Rose Bill and Mrs. Buffy Roberts. But we are seeing so many things that we know contribute to student achievement improved over the great work of this team. Last week, we met in student data reviews and the District 20 feeder pattern. These 5 ladies, along with many of their colleagues, were present. And as we look at the sustainable things beyond the grant, we noted that several things were making a marked difference, and we're doing impact reports on those. High dosage tutoring, for example, through Mathnasium was something that all of the principals shared. The daycare, from whom you heard from a teacher earlier, we've talked with Mr. Broy about looking at that, whether that is a budget priority in the new year. Family coaches or family advocates are something we're hearing consistently from principals across our system, from Mount Pleasant, Nolendal, out to Edisto. And these wraparound services with programs such as DADS and WIN are key, we think, to the improved student progress, attendance, and achievement. So I really want to give a round of applause for these 5 ladies, Dr. Delagard, and the work that collaboratively they've done to make a difference for kids. So ladies, thank you. We certainly are open to any questions that you might have about this work.
And let's start with Mr. Kelly.
Thank you, Mrs. Bailey.
Thank you, Ms. Bailey. When did the program actually start? I've heard that it's in its infancy, but I don't think I heard caught us. Or just like a month or a year.
Yeah, we really didn't get it off. I mean, we were meeting, but it wasn't until March that we started in April with the planning and going through budgets and procurement and what we could do and what we couldn't do. And so we actually really started doing some various activities around the end part of the school year and November, December, 2022. Yeah.
Okay.
So Mr. Kelly, 2022 is when they really had a chance, but you'll hear later from Mrs. Carlin, Mr. Cobb, Mr. Hamer, due to some challenges with procurement and some of the budgeting with this. Certainly some efforts have been delayed, but they don't have quite a good year under their belts yet, but have certainly made some progress.
It's impressive. And that was actually where I was going with that, is the growth seen in what seems like 10, maybe 9-10 months of actual true function is pretty incredible. So congratulations to you all. A couple of quick notes on the presentation on slide 8. That was the one about the Clemson reading program. The last bullet it wasn't talked about, but am I reading that correctly, that your perception is that there was not a lot of value that came out of that reading program, or am I misreading this bullet? And value, I mean, positive output.
Well, I think one of the issues that we experienced with Clemson, we did it during the summer. And in the summer, we don't have actual control of attendance. So
Sure.
the participation was not like we wanted it to be, since parents go on vacation. So I think the inconsistency with our attendance with Clemson presented the data that wasn't as favorable as we would like it to be.
So potentially would be open to doing it again during the school year.
Possibly. It seems like Clemson's structure may not be the best fit for during the school year, unless it's a one-on-one with the parents, more so guiding it. And I don't know, it's a possible thought with our family coaches helping to guide our parents and to assist them with the necessities, because the number one thing, of course, you would need is a computer and the internet. So to ensure that all of our families have that. So that's why we did it as a school model.
And when you compare, when we talk about high dosage tutoring during the day versus after school tutoring or away from school structures, this allowed us to see some of the differences between Mathnasium and the Clemson reading program. The more things that we can eliminate the barriers as far as technology and time. And also Clemson did online tutoring as opposed to mathnasium where it's a person face to face. So it allowed us to learn some of those lessons. Our students do much better when there's a person in the room giving that instruction versus over the computer. But the program itself definitely is valuable, and it does provide gains if the structure is there, especially outside of the school setting in the way that they're currently set up.
Outstanding. Thank you for the explanation. It's very helpful to understand. On the dad's program, is that I've seen some videos online, similar type deals. Is this a national organization that y'all are part of?
No, it's not. It's an initiative that was started by my husband in 1996, something like that. It was funded by MUSC and was in Tri-County school districts in Berkeley, Charleston, and Dorchester County with men at the various schools. They targeted third grade boys of color. And they paired them up with mentors that followed them basically from third grade through, some continued with them lifelong relationships, but they wanted to reduce suspension rate and increase student achievement. But it was done by a grant that was funded by the School of Psychiatry at MUSC.
I see. Okay. But the reason I ask is I've seen, and I didn't catch the gentleman's name, but sir, your presentation highlighted my day. Seriously, thank you for sharing. But I've seen similar reports, and to echo what was said tonight is phenomenal results. And so I would love to see something similar take root in Charleston County at large and expand to other districts or other schools rather. So thank you for that. The last question I have is on slide 17 under lessons learned. Not trusting my own notes here. Yeah. So it was the fourth bullet down, talked about parents that were hesitant. There was some resistance. And then you say that the solution was to build trust. Can you talk to us a little bit about how you built that trust?
Yeah.
And did you have any success in it?
We did. It was a new initiative, of course. Family coaches and, families were reluctant because, okay, who is this outside agency? What are they coming in? Is it DSS? Is this a gotcha? And we're saying it's not a gotcha, it's a I got you. We got you. We're here to support you. And so I know at my school and some of my colleagues as well, we had informal parent support meetings to talk about sharing my experience as a parent and what it would mean to have the support. And especially when the parents start talking about, a lot of them were displaced families. They're here with no support, no other family members, not knowing what to do, feeling overwhelmed and a little scared. And so just letting them know that we want to give you help. And outside of school, someone that you can trust, you can call them on the weekends, they're your extended family. So just having those conversations over time and then meeting the family coaches in person really built the trust that were needed. And some of them now are, they communicate without us. And so that's a good thing.
That's outstanding. And something I hadn't thought of from a DSS standpoint, I'm certain that we still have an obligation to report if a family coach
Absolutely
sees something, right?
Yes, that's one of the expectations.
Yeah.
We do orientation with our family coaches and really set the expectations of what they should or should not do.
Terrific. Well, thank you. Wonderful work, ladies. Y'all are doing terrific work.
Mr. Kelly, if I may, thank you for your question and these ladies' excellent responses. The one question you asked about the Clemson Reading Program, I think you heard of Mrs. Spann and the board, Mrs. Spann and Mrs. Sheets' response. They really are determined and dedicated to seeing what's worked and how it's worked best. Whereas the Clemson program might not necessarily have been the best fit for them. Some other things like mathnasium, I think, have yielded greater results. And so, of course, at the sunset of ESSER, we're not going to be able to maintain all these things. But if we can pinpoint with effective practitioners like these and those seated behind them, what has worked and worked best in our communities, that's where we're going to get the most bang for our buck. And in regards to those dads, last week they had a fabulous Motown extravaganza to celebrate the holidays at Burke High School. And they were all there, of course. And the first man I saw, they had a different vest on, was actually Mr. Malone's husband. Time I walked in, and they really are making a difference. You should have seen the number of kids and students around them. So thank you for those thoughtful questions. And again, thank you to these ladies and those dads.
Ms. McKinney.
I just want to thank you for the details. It certainly helps us know what worked so that we can support that and what you might want to eliminate. So you found that out. And just ask that you prioritize and send to us what budget item you would want to be considered when the ESSER funds go away.
Is Ms. Waters on? No? Okay, well, I'm gonna take my turn right quick. I just want to say thank you so much for building community, quality community where children trust and they're enjoying coming to school, because we have so many single parents out here, and just to see a father figure to show up and greet and make them feel welcome. I think it was Mr. Dees. Thank you so much for your sacrifice of time and all of the fathers and mothers that come out to help you guys with this initiative. Thank you so much, because it is so important to build community, especially when you have families, new families coming into the community that don't trust, and you build that trust. That's phenomenal. So thank you very much for that. And I was going to ask if the parent advocates were a part of it, and I think somebody answered that they were. And my last one was bilingual. You have bilingual family coaches as well as English-speaking coaches? Yeah. Yes. Okay. Well, thank you.
Yes, ma'am. They do, and we see bilingual coaches across the district, and we do believe that that more support for MLL students will be a budget priority in the new year. So thank you for that question. We're seeing the need for them intensify across the system.
Okay, thank you. And again, Ms. Malone, don't stop making it personal, because when parents see that you care and that they can trust you, that's an open door right there. So thank you for helping our kids to grow and excel. Thank you. Mr.
Thank you for coming in and sharing all this wonderful information. In looking at the startup date, and I see that we're a year into it, I would assume that everything is now planned and implemented. It's just a matter of acting on it.
Well, at this point, yes, sir.
The reason I bring that up is being part of the budget process for the last year and having to digest a lot of these numbers. There was a significant amount of money that was spent up, I'm assuming most of it in trying to implement, plan, and start this. And I'm very concerned in going forward that amount is just, it's no longer needed. Therefore, when I look at it, sustainability, I cross it off immediately in my head once you tell me everything is implemented and started.
Well, I can definitely speak for the daycare, the startup costs, that we will not need that again, because that was to furnish the 2 classrooms. Now, of course, if we were to add a classroom, because going by the mandates and making sure we are in compliance with DHEC, for example, if we have infants, we can only have 10 in the room, regardless of how large our room is with 2 employees. So once we cross over to the 11th child, then that means we have to hire someone else. But as far as the equipment and the materials, that was a one-time fix.
Yeah, and also the management of the program, like I said, the supervision, the management of the program needs to continue too, because with all of those moving parts with family coaches, if we were to do that, and the tutoring and the community resources at the same time, it would be very difficult for us to manage it directly if we had to do it all to the extent that it needs to be done effectively. So initially, when we first started, of course, we had a director and a manager as well, just for startup, that they could do the day-to-day boots on the ground, going to the various organizations and community, tapping into those resources. So it was a lot of work. So it may not have to continue to the extent that it did And we've worked out a lot of things with budgeting, what could we do as far as hiring, the red tape. And of course, family coaches is a revolving because sometimes you have to make sure that you have people who are committed to the family coach, and families change as we have the transient population as well, those families. So that being able to keep to manage it is the big piece that we still would need in place as well.
And this is going to go to this wonderful impact study that the acting superintendent presented to us. And obviously, we're going to be looking at that very closely as we go into budget. And I highly recommend that all that you're looking at and talking about right now is directed toward that. As to the daycare center, do we have this in a model format, something that we can look at for other schools? Is it like a beta test? Is this like a beta test, Ms. Huggins?
This is an initial for Charleston County. I have some other districts actually has reached out to me about what we did. Certain things about the daycare, for example, having a director. We did not put in a director because that calls for an additional cost. So I somewhat serve as the director plus principal of the school, but we hired a site manager. So we have pieces, that we have kind of formulated. I've worked with Ms. Foxworth on some components like the curriculum. So we're using Charleston County's creative curriculum that would not incur another cost. But we do have some outlines of what we have done with that daycare and just researching what other companies have done.
And this may be directed to Ms. Huggins as to what's the difference between the daycare and the learning service centers that we're creating.
So we have another pilot setting, or really not pilot, over in West Ashley, but it is centered around early education. And we do have employees' children that have first opportunity there. Mr. Broad, you want to speak very briefly to that?
Well, I'll just add that one of the integral aspects that we've learned in the little bit of time we've worked on these pilots is that it's better suited in most circumstances to be at an elementary school where you've got that environment setting already. Creating a setting at other schools is extremely challenging when you're talking about early education, having to look at a playground, having to look at defined areas of bathrooms, means of egress. It's extremely challenging at many schools, but we're looking at where we could roll this out at elementary schools that could support multiple schools like is occurring in D20.
And we'll be looking at that, Mr. Grabowski, as part of the budget process as we prioritize between MLL support, increased support for special education students, expansion of early Head Start and the early childhood, what takes priority. But we know from working with the Teacher Compensation Task Force and feedback that we get from teachers that particularly teachers who are just starting their families, that daycare is a key consideration when they're thinking about their new employer and what they can do, right? So we appreciate the work that's gone into that. It took quite a committed effort from Dr. Dilligard, these 5 ladies, to get that up and running. So we'll be looking at both models and thinking about how that ranks as we enter the budget season with Mrs. Carlin. Thank you for those questions.
Yes, Mr. Oh, no, I had 2 more questions. Regarding the wraparound services, ladies, how much of these wraparound services can be replaced in the near future with volunteers or community members that aren't getting paid?
Are you referring to family coaches and dads? Well, dads aren't.
I think all services, tutoring services, are we using teachers or are we bringing in outside vendors?
Both, actually.
Excellent.
Yeah.
And that's what I'm trying to see. I'm trying to see how much of this, because it goes back to parental involvement. This is all based upon increasing parental involvement. So if you follow that philosophy, that means it appears to me that a lot of these services at some point can be replaced by volunteers?
There is a difference. D20 is very different from some of the other districts. And so because we are actually here because we do not have that kind of service. We don't have volunteers. We have parents who work predominantly and who aren't as engaged, not necessarily because they are not interested in their children's academic progress, but because they are working multiple jobs to meet the needs of their families. And so this is a part of the leveling of the playing field, is that we have to provide these services outside. And of course, for any and all of us, a little income helps to attract those individuals, and it's really not a whole lot. And while I'm speaking, I also want to reinforce what Mrs. Malone said about our consultative as well as our managerial services. We cannot do this work, just the 5 of us. We need those services to help bring this together. And as you know, we are a representative of elementary, middle, and high school. Those needs are different. And so we do need someone to help us to put all of this together. So we appreciate that question. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Watley?
I really just, excuse me, just wanted to say thank you for bringing the presentation to us and letting us know. I'm maybe interested in coming and seeing what you all are doing, but I look forward to your next presentation and the update with continued growth and success. And just let me know how I can help.
Mr. Calhoun?
Yes, I have a few questions. Most of them have been answered already, so I'll just get to the ones that you really haven't touched on. First, what was the total budget through the ESSER funding and also through the other funded sources? That may have to go to Ms. Carline.
I'm sorry, I'm unable to answer that question this evening.
All right. Do we have if not Ms. Carlin, do we have a roundabout number that we're looking at as far as how much we spent through ESSER?
Yes, unfortunately, the reports I have with me are not by feeder pattern, unfortunately.
Thank you. And also with the family coaches, I know we advertised for 30 positions. How many did we actually hire?
24.
24. And I know y'all touched on this. So I wanted to get an understanding. So the daycare center is not actually up under Ms. Foxworth's department. So moving forward, will we looking to try to put that up under that type of plan, the early learning center plan for D20?
Of course, that would be a CCSD human resource issue, I would think. I would love for it to be under CCSD. But right now we are somewhat of a standalone, but we're definitely under DHEC. We have regular visits. We had to be licensed. So we're following all of the protocols that Head Start follows.
Okay.
And we are full to capacity. My colleagues just reminded me.
Right. So, Mr. Barrow, what would be the process of getting that up under Ms. Foxworth's department and then, getting it expanded?
So Mr. Callahan, we'd have to look at sustainability efforts with Kim Foxworth directly. I don't know whether you heard earlier, we do have an opportunity over now in District 10 at West Ashley High School where we have early learning opportunities where our, employees' children are. So as we move forward into the new year, these are things we'll be examining as we think about what to sustain, where to sustain it, and how to sustain it.
Right. And lastly, for Ms. Roberts, how are you working with Dr. Rose to collect the impact data, particularly that's more qualitative as opposed to quantitative data?
So far, we have actually collaborated on getting the data together. So providing some of those raw data files and that sort of thing, and also talking through some of the measures that we currently have that may not have been in place previously. In the future, we'll continue to work collaboratively in looking at how we might design some program impact reports that are helpful to this board.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Ms. Dunbar?
Yes, thank you. First, let me say to D20 principals, job well done. You took the opportunity to be the first. This is a lot. This is a holistic approach to educating children. So thank you for stepping out and taking this opportunity. So we're going to learn from your initiative. So the questions that we are going to be asking is going to be so that we can make informed decisions on how we can help you to sustain your program. Having said that, my question is going to be based on expected outcomes, because we did not have the opportunity as a board to hear your presentation last year and when you stated your why for this initiative. If you could briefly, and this is just for me, so that when we enter the budget season and we look at what's necessary to sustain, I would like to know your whys. And so from that, what did you expect would change in your individual buildings based on this initiative? And did it happen? Short term, did it happen?
It's a good question. So my why, when I think about our students, and I've shared this analogy before, when I think about our students and the challenges that our students have, and so much is weighed on the school to fix or to solve. And I use the analogy of the student being the fish. And so many things are thrown at the fish, put on the fish, whether it's resource, whether it's referrals, whether it's after school tutoring, whatever it is, we're putting it on the fish, but then that fish returns to the lake. And the lake is that environment in which that fish comes to us from. And so we knew we needed to address the lake, because teachers can only do so much. We do so much, but when that fish goes back into the environment, we're starting all over again. So we can try to clean up the lake, you know, take away some of the pollutions or some of the debris, some of the things that challenges that would really help us. And so if we look at the families, the environment our children come, the home in which they grow, we realized we had to help a lot of the parents in the home so they can better help their children. And so that's why we talked about some of the wraparound services. Why not offer GED to our parents so our parents then can better help their children at school? Why not offer a chance for them to receive whether it's a trade or their dreams deferred? Can we address some of those again for them? Whether it's entrepreneurial school, could they take masonry? Can we offer welding, cosmetology? What can we do to help those families so that they can instill a sense of pride in themselves and giving back to their children? What can we do to agitate the community, that those who would want to pay it forward, can you walk alongside that family and just talk with them, help them, whether it's the church, whether it's the, you know, the neighborhood, what services that we can offer, and let them know that we're in this together. It's not us against them or them against the world, and they're not knowing that they have some kind of support. But we knew we could not do it ourselves and sustain that. And so if we strengthen the family, then we knew our children had a better chance of succeeding. So that was my why.
In addition, from a high school perspective, I think we all know that we want our students to graduate and meet the challenges of a South Carolina or the profile of a high school graduate. And to do that, not only do we want them to earn the Carnegie units that will allow them to graduate, but we want them to have the skills when they leave high school to be productive citizens. And so at Burke, for example, we knew that we needed to shore some gaps academically. We understand that our students do not necessarily have the resources or even the access to tutoring and to the cultural experiences that we were able to provide through this initiative. So that is another reason why we did what we did and are so excited about the gains that we've met.
Also, although I can't speak verbatim for a parent, one of the things we do sometimes unintentionally is we overwhelm parents with information. Our families have children, elementary, middle, and high, and they're getting information from all sources. If we attack this issue from trying to mentor every individual as opposed to sending one mentor to the family, that one mentor then becomes the central location for the information that we're sharing that's really aligned. So they're not having to decipher and pull apart, especially if they're working multiple jobs and don't have the time to do that. So we have seen some success in the spring when the elementary school families come to us and we know they have a family coach. That's an immediate contact that we can link onto, and the same for sending middle to high. So that's been an important piece, and I'm sure our actual parents could speak more, but that's one of the things we did want to key in on, is not just helping individual students, but again, that ecosystem. If we help the family, we're helping the whole line.
So I agree with everything these ladies have said, but I would say community, building our community, seeing our 5 schools come together, and at the Motown extravaganza last Thursday evening, we are growing this community, and you cannot do this work without a strong community. And I had a parent stop me and at car duty the other morning, she said, Dr. Sines, that's how the Burke community is supposed to be. We are coming together again. And so to see that evolve just over the short time we've been doing this work, the teamwork we have between us, to see the teamwork we have between our teachers, our school leaders, and more importantly, our families, we are growing that community.
And I guess finally, the why, we're looking at our lake, but without highly qualified teachers to help clean up the lake, then it can't be done. So the daycare was an initiative to support our teachers, because they also need support. So that would have been the why. That's why I went out, did the research, did what was necessary so that we could get licensed. And right now it's proving to be very supportive for our teachers. In fact, we already have our teachers registering their students, even the unborn. That's given me some Munis errors for next school year that are working with the D20 schools. So it is definitely a fringe benefit for our teachers and to attract teachers who want to be in D20 to serve our students.
Mrs. Roberson, if you don't mind, I think your question is fantastic. When we think from a staff perspective of ROI and supporting this, I think it goes back to something that Mrs. Malone said, Mrs. Swinton said a few minutes ago. I wrote it somewhere. We supported this because it helps level the playing field for all kids. When she said we have to pay folks because otherwise we don't have people coming to the schoolhouse, you know that. That's, you experience some of that in the constituents you serve. So our efforts are to build that ecosystem of support that Dr. Sines referenced, that can wrap around and provide exactly what we need. I know you didn't ask staff, but I just thought I would contribute that.
Thank you. We are looking to, we're actually in our D23, we are using some of your initiatives with the family coaches. And so we are excited about that, and we hope to do something similar in D9. Let me just ask my final question. If Ms. Carlin can't answer, because this is very important, we are very close to the budget season. If Ms. Carlin doesn't have the program cost, Mr. Kennedy, do you know the program costs? Because this is something that we need to know.
I don't know that number off my head. I would say, in the neighborhood of $6 million, but that's just, within like 9 months since I looked at any numbers on this one.
Okay, and I would just say, as a trustee, if we know that we are coming to these meetings, I would just ask that we have this information so that we can make informed decisions. Thank you.
Ms. Temple.
Good afternoon, everyone. Before I was on the school board, I knew about the efforts that the D20 people were trying to make in their schools. And the thing that really impressed me was the fact that they were going to work together as a team, that they would be a feeder system that cared about all of their students. And the brainstorming that went on in terms of what might make a difference was impressive. And I think today your proposal shows that you followed through on what you knew in your hearts and in your minds would make a difference. The tutoring, the daycare, you've established a model here that we can use across the district to retain our teachers and staff. So I think is commendable for the work that you've done. The family coaches was a piece that really intrigued me, and obviously it means a lot to the families. I think when you say that, one coach reaches the elementary, middle school, high school students are within a family, because families are units and you as a feeder system are a unit. And so you are making just tremendous the innovation that you're doing. I know because of the funding timeline, you got a late start. So we're looking forward to what you see happens as you work over the next semester. So be looking at that, the lessons that you're learning, and knowing that, what is working the best that we need to sustain. So thank you for the work that you did. It's obvious from your presentation that you have put your hearts into it, and I thank you for that. Thank you.
Okay, no other questions?
I actually
one
do
more.
have one. As you were talking about all the things that was encompassed in your vision, it came to mind. Have you sought out the potential for private funding and grants?
Yes, that's the direction we want to go.
Okay. Is there any way that we can assist you in that process?
I'm sure we'll be coming back. We'll be coming back to you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And what we'll do, Mrs. Bailey and trustees, is we'll provide in Friday's board brief, we'll work with Mrs. Carlin to outline the monies allocated to the D20 PCP for you. So we'll make sure that you have that readily available. Thank you for the
Okay, with that being said, we're gonna move.
And it's really, Ms. Huggins, this impact study, we're not going to get one that's just going to say D20. We're going to be looking at each individual school and how these programs are broken down.
That is a great question, and we'll detail that more thoroughly for you in the board meeting, but you're spot on in that, Mr. Grabowski. What we'll work with Mrs. Malone, Ms. Swinton, Ms. Fan, Dr. Sines, and Mrs. Sheets on is the programs that they believe, which was the question we asked last week. Which programs do you believe are that you'd like to see sustained because of the impact that they're having on student achievement, on increased student attendance, on increased well-being among students? So it'll be broken down with their team and Dr. Dillagard on what they can, which programs, which positions to which they attribute the most success in regards to student achievement. And those things will be coming forward in the next week to teams to review. So it won't be D20 PCP because these 5 ladies have already said, all of these monies are not sustainable, but we will pick out the most impactful programs that we believe could maybe be rolled out as a system, or, like Mrs. Roberson said, particular to certain feeder patterns in the district.
because this really piggybacks onto Mr. Calhoun's question on, how the data is presented. And, I see it, there's an attempt, but I'd like to see it for every school and every program.
Absolutely. And these ladies again called out some of those things last week when we met: high dosage tutoring, daycare opportunities, the family coaches, the opportunity for dads when to continue to work, the collaboration with other community partners, which wouldn't of course cost us anything as a district, right? But certainly they've already started thinking about this because they were so thoughtful and could rattle it off just last week when we talked. But thank you for that question, Mr. Gabrowski.
And let me just say, thank you. We are talking programs, but you mentioned a very important piece, staff.
Yes, ma'am.
That's
Yes,
a part of
ma'am.
it as well.
We can't
Yes.
separate as we think about ESSER, positions from programs. What positions are having a positive impact? Lisa Allison seated behind these ladies will tell you that consistently in all of our feeder pattern conversations, one thing that has been reiterated over and over is the need for social workers, mental health counselors and support, just bilingual secretaries. Again, we can't separate programs from positions as we think about sustainability and how to improve outcomes for people.
Any other questions? Okay, with that being said, we're gonna move on to item 2B, alternative programs in CCSD.
Thank you, Mrs. Bailey. I want to I think it was actually Mrs. Roberson who asked a question on one of the school tours about alternative programs and how we best serve children in the district. After the winter holiday break, Dr. Joe Williams and Dr. Sherry Epplesheimer are actually going to lead a task force to look at how we're currently serving kids through our alternative programs and maybe how we need to change that to better support children as times evolve. But in the interim, we've prepared one slide per alternative program to give you an overview of what we're doing now. And I want to thank the principals because this might be one of the busiest weeks of the year. These 5 ladies for being here. So certainly leave, ladies, we are welcome to stay, but certainly leave if you need to be back with your school families. But Mr. Michael DeYoung from Turning Point, Mrs. Quinn Middleton, Mr. Corey Shaw, and Dr. Nakeen Vineyard are here from our alternative programs to give you a quick overview of how we currently do things. Again, recognizing that through our school data reviews already, we've identified that we may need to change things a little bit to better serve kids. So I want to thank them for being here one of the busiest times of the year and turn it over to them. Mr. DeYoung, are you first? You are not. Lucky you. Who is first? I'll go first. Ms. Middleton, you are always good. So Ms. Quinn is at Daniel Jenkins right there. Quinn, you want to start? Okay.
Good afternoon. My name is Quintella Middleton and I am the principal of Daniel Jenkins Academy. Currently, we have on this slide, we have about 100 students. Since this slide, we've gained 7 more students. So, and before second semester, we may have 20 more students. But we are a full service alternative program. We serve up to about 150 students at a time, both in general education and special ed classes. In lieu of expulsion, students are referred to the constituent board and then a decision is made. And some of those students are referred to Daniel Jenkins Academy. Once they transition to DJA, they work on a point and level system to level up and level back to their home school. While they are at Daniel Jenkins Academy, we have wraparound services. We have 2 assistant principals. We have a guidance director, guidance counselor. We have a mental health support. We have clinical psychologists, a school psychologist. We have about 4 TAs. We have 2 student concern specialists. We have a behavioral interventionist, restoration specialist. We have a nurse. So we have all of those wraparound services to help support our students. A large majority of our students, they come for behavioral issues, but once we get to work with them, we find that lots of our students have trauma And that could be some of the causes of them acting out at their home schools. One thing we pride ourselves on is building relationships with our students at Daniel Jenkins Academy. We have to do that in order to move on with the academics and the SEL piece, to work with our students on skills that they take back to them when they are restored to their home school, to help them be successful, to help them stay on track to graduate high school and to move on to college. A few initiatives that we've started that I am very, very proud of. We started college tours. We did one last semester and we did one this semester, and we have 2 planned for next semester, just so our kids could get the experience of what it is to, what a college away from home looks like. They come back and they are just, they fall in love with the experience, because I want them to understand that Daniel Jenkins Academy is not the end all be all. They've done something, they come here, we work with them, and then they are restored back to their home school. Something else that we started, we have our school store now that is ran by our students. They are doing an awesome job with the entrepreneurship class. We have the advertising class. So those classes work together with that school store. Also, we've implemented lunch and learn with our students, where we have had district personnel come in and they speak to our students about how they got to where they are, so to speak, and experience in banking, finance. We use the clusters just so our kids can get that exposure to outside world. Once a student comes in, we do student staffing. And that's where we have the student information. We have all our teachers, support staff together so that everyone knows exactly what's going on with this particular student. And we offer advice to, if a student may have a breakdown, or if we think a student may need mental support, we're all on the same page to be able to help that particular student. We have our MTSS meetings where we look at sometimes our high flyers. What could we do to support these kids to decrease the referral? What could we do to decrease OSS, out school suspension or in school suspensions? We have IPS, where it's individual problem solving, when we just look at the student as a whole. We look at outside influences, in-school influences to figure out what's the best avenue to support this particular student. We have our truancy rate has decreased from last year to this year. Going back to the 3-year trend, we were at about 32% 3 years ago. Last year, we got that down to about 27%. And this year we are about 19.5% with truancy. And that's because we're having like student of the week, students who come every day. And it's just a bag of candy that they get at the end of the day, but the big hoopla that we make about it, to see the smiles on their face, if that's going to get them to come in the building, then that's what we do. We have a parent advocate that has been funded through ESSA that has been fantastic with getting our parents involved, because when students sometimes get to the high school and they have, let's just say, challenges, a lot of parents, they're kind of tired, but we're here to stand in that gap to help that student, parent help that student to be successful at Daniel Jenkins Academy. I can go on and on and on, but I'm going to pass the mic. Who wants to go next?
Good afternoon as well. I'm Dr. Nakeem Binyard. I'm the interim principal at Septima P. Clark Academy. And so our program is an academic acceleration program. We are an alternative choice to the traditional high school. The students that come to Clark, they come through an application base, which is through like the choice program. We service all high schools in Charleston County School District, and we also support middle schools as well. With us being small, our building capacity is about 130 to 140. So I want to put that into context. So within that building capacity, we also share a space with Turning Point Academy as well. And so 30 to 40 of those slots are allocated to Turning Point Academy, leaving us with about 100 slots in which we have to support our students that are interested in coming to Clark Academy. Currently, our enrollment at this time, our enrollment is secular. So what that means is that we have students that meet their 24 credits and also are college and career ready 3 times in the calendar year. So we have winter graduates, we have spring graduates, and we also have summer graduates. So our numbers fluctuate throughout the calendar year. In the spring, January 24th, which is when we will start second semester, our enrollment will increase. We'll go from 38 students to roughly around 80 to 88 students. We will be bringing on our 8.5. We refer to them as overage middle school students. And so we partner with my fellow principals at the middle and high school as well throughout the year. And then by the time we get to, I would say, March or April, we'll be right at that 100 student threshold, closing out 23-24 school year. Some of the primary focuses for us at Clark is to go beyond that high school diploma, right? Those students planning for the future. So college and career readiness and exposure is pinnacle to that mission and working with our ESSER fund dollars. So in the spring, our students will have the opportunity to take up to 6 credit hours through our Trident Tech partnership that we have, which is through the dual enrollment program. We also will be able to support our students with our teachers internally. So historically, our students would attend Trident Tech, get accepted, but transportation was the barrier. And so they were not able to sustain being in the program because the parents were not able to take them to the local college. And so to eliminate that barrier, we have partnered with the Trident Tech, and our internal teachers that have a master's plus 30 have been awarded and vetted so that they can teach those college level courses. So our teachers have the opportunity to do that for us for a second semester. In addition to our teachers, our phenomenal teachers, we have those SEL as well, wraparound services. So we have a social worker, school counselor, focus facilitator, student concern specialists at our school as well. And so those are those SEL wraparound services as well that we support our students that are 9 through 12. And our 8.5 students that come on in the spring, and then they return to us in the fall. We have about a 97% return rate of our students. So when they come to Clark, they stay with us for 2 to 3 years until they have met those graduation requirements, and then they attend their home high school for those graduation functions. Thank you so much.
That's okay. I'll go ahead. All right, I'll go ahead and go. I was thinking I was about to go last but here. Good afternoon. So first and foremost, I would like to say my name is Corey Shaw, and I am the proud principal of Liberty Hill Academy. And the reason why I say I am the proud principal, honestly speaking, in the elementary school, I was told I was never going to graduate school. So I am here living my dream, and I'm on mission. And that mission is we get the top tier, try not to repeat what a lot of my counterparts have said, especially Daniel Jenkins. So we are a partner school with Daniel Jenkins, where Daniel Jenkins is 9 through 12. Liberty Hill is K through 8, actually. We can receive kindergartners at Liberty Hill. And being that we are the K through 8 alternative program, we have 2 jobs to do. Number one, in order to get to Liberty Hill, it's in lieu of expulsion, or the IEP team place you at Liberty Hill. So in saying that, many of our students are coming with those academic gaps, but they're also coming in with those social emotional gaps and also other mental health issues. Almost a year last year, almost a year come Friday would make a year. I just want to share a brief story. We had a situation where a parent was coming in to receive gifts to pick up her child early. In the middle of that, that parent received a call that she possibly would not be taking that child home. So during that visit, one of our state agencies came to our school with that parent there, and that child did not go home with that parent. One group of my staff had to work with that state agency and really getting that child together before Christmas. And another group of my staff had to work with that parent because that parent talked about not wanting to pretty much live anymore. I say that to say this, everything in all of the wraparound services that we're talking about is very intentional. When you think about the alternative programs, I really look at it like this. The traditional schools, and I call it our home schools, are like going to your normal physician. When you come to us, that's that physician referring you to a specialist. We need those specialists to peel back every layer. Every child matters. I repeat, every child matters. And once we're peeling back those layers, what Ms. Middleton talked about is very true. Most of those children have experienced some intense trauma. So where fighting and anger really is a result possibly of PTSD. The number one diagnosis in our school of our kids that we serve is ADHD. The second diagnosis is PTSD. We currently have, and those numbers have changed, that was including Wynwood Farm because we also serve Wynwood Farm as well. But we currently right now have 71 students that are placed at Liberty Hill. When I actually did these numbers, that was including Wynwood Farm, so we've increased. And we also have some new students coming in. And at Wynwood Farm, we have 20 students placed there. And if those who don't know what Wynwood Farm is, it is a residential home for boys. So when I say that we literally serve the most at-risk children in the district, we really do. And all of the services from the clinical counselors to the social workers to our support staff to everybody, you have to want to be there. Because of every kid is so intense because there's a lot that come along with it. And most of their families are in trauma too. As a matter of fact, and we've all discussed this, and I discussed it with Dr. Williams, I promise I'm gonna be quiet in a moment. What we talked about, I get about 2 calls a week from parents that want their children to come to Liberty Hill now because they're hearing about the things they're doing. I have to tell them no, because the only way you can come to Liberty Hill if your board places IEP. Y'all can imagine what's the response from the parents. Well, I'm about to lose my job. And I refer them back to their TS team and things to do. But when I say that, when our parents and our families come through our door, our whole job is to actually serve that whole family. We cannot restore a kid without restoring that family, because more than likely, they don't trust our educational system anymore due to the hardships that they went through to get to us. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Michael DeYoung. I'm the interim principal at Turning Point. The Turning Point is a little different than Liberty Hill and Daniel Jenkins and Clark Academy, is where we maintain the students in their current school's classes. So they come to us at Turning Point for their 30 days as a middle school student or 45 days as a high school student. We supply support. We provide as much academic guidance and direction as possible. Our teachers are our actual teachers. We're all certified in different academic areas. Myself is science. If we need additional support on the academic side of things. We reach out to the homeschools. We get ongoing support. The principals in our homeschools have been wonderful as far as what they've done so far this year, and their support, and also the teacher support. Teachers providing their own planning times at their homeschools in Zoom sessions or in group Zoom sessions. Not only one school, but also you have multiple schools all participating in the same support group. So we provide that ongoing academic support while the student is with us. In addition to tutoring, as you could call it, of the students that we have at Turning Point, we also require them to complete an ELA program called Achieve 3000, where they have to, high schoolers have to complete 18 units. Middle schoolers have to complete 12 units. They also have to participate in ALEX, which is a math program through the district. We also focus on one of our other our big focuses as far as the district, and that's the college and career readiness. One thing that we started this year for the first time is the microbursts, the soft skills that so many of our corporations, not only in the state of South Carolina, but across the United States, require our students to have. And it's something that we are assisting the high schools. Those numbers do not stay with us. So if a student, our high school students, and again, this is only high school, our high school student starts microbursts and they complete 5 of the 10 units, they go back to their home school and they're not much further ahead. To date, though, we've had 3 different students complete the entire microburst as of Monday of this week. So we're not only supplying that academic end of it, we're also making sure that our students are getting back to their home schools steps ahead of when they first showed up at Turning Point. We also do Edgenuity at Turning Point, which is an online academics for some of our students. We also have specialized instruction for any of our IEP students at both of our facilities. We have 2 facilities. One is at Clark Academy with Dr. Binyard, and also the other is at Wando, where we have 10 total staff members, 5 of which are teachers, 3 of which are student concern specialists, and then we have a guidance director and a career specialist. Our SEL supports, social emotional learning. We have mental health supports through our prevention intervention facilitator. We use ADAPT on a lot of our students. Many of our students come to us for tobacco, for vaping. So those supports, those addiction supports, those interventions that the district provides. And also we have district clinical counselors that we use. We use Rethink Ed. Each of our students goes through a bi-weekly Rethink Ed, our social emotional learning for all middle school and high school. Restorative practices. All of our staff, by the end of January, we have 1 left. End of January, we'll be completely trained in restorative practices. We right now do it on a daily basis with our staff, and a tri-weekly basis with our students. To help everyone out as far as any issues that may be happening in the classrooms, or just general, how are you doing sessions to make sure everyone is on the same task and focused on the same goal. We also use multi-tiered support for each of our students that we meet with as a group. Our staff, again, is small, so we meet weekly to discuss each student, not only on the supports for behavior, but also the supports for academics to find out what's happening. It's an interesting challenge to work with the students that we have, but also to have each student have a different set of teachers and also a different set of schools. So it's an ongoing challenge, to juggle as many students as we have throughout the school year, and also with the teachers to make sure that we are providing the student as best as we can while they're away from their home school. The biggest thing that I've seen this year since I've been at Turning Point is that one-on-one that we provide that student. And that's so, I mean, the D20 talked about it, and it's something that students, young and old, our 6th graders, our 12th graders, it does not matter. That one-on-one interaction provides so much to those students. And we've had, so far this year, we've had 3 students not want to go back to their home school, but also wanted to stay in that small setting, and have gone over to Clark Academy to maintain that small setting. It's just something that's, it's been eye-opening for me, coming from one of our district schools, large district school, going into this small setting. It's a huge focus that we need to really look at as a district, but it's so welcoming and so providing as far as a principal or a teacher or a parent to see that in our students. Current enrollment, kind of going back on that. So far this year, we've restored 23 students. We started with 23, we started with 24, we've restored 23. Our current enrollment is 27. By the end of the school year for Turning Point itself, we'll probably go through about 150 students. So we'll probably end with 25 to 35 students. And then those students will carry over onto the next school year. So it's about 150 based on our predictions from last year and this year's numbers.
So again, the purpose of that, thanks to each of you for providing such a thorough overview. The purpose of that was just to give you an overview of the current state of our 4 alternative programs, with the knowledge that, again, Dr. Williams and Dr. Epplesheimer are going to work with these 4 principals and a small group of principals from across the system to see how we might, if we need to adjust how we offer services to students, and how we might do that as we plan for the coming year. So we're happy, Mrs. Bailey, to answer any questions anyone might have.
Okay, we'll start with Ms. Temple.
Well, since I've been on the board, I've had a chance to visit all of these programs, and I'm glad that we as a district have opportunities for kids who are being expelled, or for kids who need a shorter timeout, so to speak, to address some of the trauma and the behaviors that they have. I just, I did have one question. At Liberty Hill, how long do the students stay there?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. So if they work our level system, pretty much it's a semester now. So what we did was, and one of the good things of being in the middle school community now, talking to a lot of the principals, a lot of the questions were, and we have a rubric I could actually share with all of you, was how do we know kids are ready to restore? So now they have this rubric where they learn self-management and so on and so on as a checklist. And we actually have a large group of students now getting ready to restore come second semester. Yes, ma'am.
So it's similar to what you're doing, what is being done at Jenkins, where the students are building their points, so to speak. So that's good. When I was listening to Turning Points, sometimes when I'm listening to something, my mind goes to thinking of something else. And then I heard something about Wando. So I know the Turning Point program because I visited it on James Island. Are there other locations for Turning Point programs?
Yes, ma'am. We have the Wanda location.
Okay.
It's a much smaller facility. We can service up to 12 students at a time.
Okay. That's what I heard. So Wando, so it's just Wando, James Island. James Island is adequate to serve Johns Island, West Ashley?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
We provide transportation at the Septima Clark location. That's one reason why we have some Mount Pleasant students that come to us simply because of the transportation. But Wando is a drop off pickup by the parent or family member.
Okay, and we don't have one in North Charleston. I'm
No,
just
ma'am.
thinking
Not
of
at this time.
the
No, ma'am.
regions. Okay, all right, thank you. I'm looking forward to the study that our staff will be doing.
Mr. Ahmad.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. And thank you for your leadership in offering our students a second chance. I'm going to take a page out of Ms. Huggins' playbook and put Dr. Binyard on the spot. Would you please share with my colleagues? I had an opportunity this morning to accompany Dr. Binyard and her wonderful students at September Clark to the International African American Museum. So Dr. Binyard, would you share?
Yes, so through a partnership with our EverFi platform and under Jerome Davis's leadership and his team, Ms. Barbara Harefield was our point of contact that supported us with a SEL day. And so we were at the African American Museum. That was the host location, and it was all about resiliency and self-care and self-management. And so we had two professional retired NFL players that was there to just have an open and honest conversation with our students about their transition from high school through transitioning to NFL, but they talked about their self-care and what are some challenges that they face, and letting our students know that it's okay. And gave them some wonderful tools and resources. Our students had phenomenal questions. And so following that, we had an opportunity to take a tour and spend time and have lunch together. And so it was not only for self-care and resilience, but it was also career-based and just a wonderful opportunity for us to collaborate and work together and partner today. So it was an amazing morning for us. So thank you for asking.
Yeah, and thank you. I don't see her in here, Ms. Harefield, but a wonderful job in collaborating and putting this whole thing together. It was a very good experience. I too, like Dr. Temple, have visited Clark Academy, Turning Point, and Ms. DeYoung, I believe we visited with you over in the detention center. If you could share with my colleagues your the service that you provide when our students are in the detention center.
So one of our other services that we have through Turning Point is we have staff members at the JDC. The Juvenile Detention Center itself is made up of 7 staff members. We have 2 of our staff members that actually are career spouse specialist and our guidance director. She floats through all 3 locations. The Juvenile Detention Center serves not only Charleston County, but the Tri-County areas. With the students. It's made up of predominantly Charleston County students. So far this year, they've serviced close to 180 students in and out. So each morning, you have to realize each morning when a student shows up, they're brought in and through an intake. They're serviced that day. They could arrive that morning, they get breakfast, they go straight into a classroom. The classroom is the detention center itself is one big rectangle. The school itself is in the middle of that rectangle. So the student will come into that classroom, spend an entire school day, just like they would at their normal school. Our staff each morning will find out who the student is, contact the school directly, find out what classes that they're in, and provide as much academic support to that student as possible.
Thank you. And thank you all again. I hope to be able to visit Liberty Hill Academy and Daniel Jenkins soon. The constituent boards, they do a wonderful job in making decisions, but sometimes the appeal decisions come to us. And this, knowing the details about the services you provide in your program helps us as a board make the best decision for our students. So thank you again for your leadership.
Mr. Calhoun.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Roberson. You actually asked my question about the DJJ as well as TPA placements or whatnot. But I did have a few other questions. particularly looking at the TPA. And can you talk a little bit more about the changes that have been made from this year that's upcoming, that we are in right now, as opposed to some of the other years that we've seen?
Yes, sir. So one of the biggest things that I've seen this year, or that we've done this year, specifically is on attendance. Last year, it was students would come, they'd spend their 45 days and leave. One thing that I found was that attendance, you had a lot of unexcused absences mixed into it, which didn't affect anybody. I mean, it affected the student because they didn't have to come to Turning Point. They could just come in and make up those 45 days and leave and go back to their school. But with the process that we have in place right now, is that student has to maintain that 45 days. They have to fulfill those 45 days as a high school student, 30 days as a middle school student. So every unexcused absence that student has gets added on to the end. That does twofold. One, it makes the student show up for school, but two, it puts a precedence. It puts it back on the student. It puts it back on the parent, and them understanding that's their responsibility, that it's their academics, it's their attendance, it's their responsibility to show up to school. Another thing is that soft skills, the microburst that I had mentioned earlier. It's something that it wasn't there last year, and we didn't think that we'd be able to, because we're so focused on the academic part. We didn't think that we would be able to finish any of these students. But as the high school student, as the high school student completes his or her studies for each day, if they have that additional time, we have, at any one time at each of our locations, we will have one of our people that is trained in microbursts, an instructor, be able to be there and to provide that additional support. The Alex, the math support, and also the Achieve. Alex just kind of got put into the process, but Achieve has been there since the beginning of the school year, since middle of September. That's another part that the student must complete prior to them being restored to their home school. It's a great way for them to increase their knowledge, both in the ELA and comprehension and reading and writing, and also in the math part.
Thank you. And I have a couple other questions regarding TPA. But with the can you talk a little bit more about the restoration process, be it like with the restoration meeting meeting with the schools per student, as well as with how we're ensuring that our students are going in at the same level or even higher than they are, like you just talked about with microbursts or whatnot, as they were before coming into TPA? Because that was one of the that we had prior, is that our students were going to TPA and then coming back into the schools at a lower rate than they were when they actually went in.
It's kind of a twofold. So it started off with intake. We had a student in this morning, and it's something that when I talk to the students and the parents regarding their intake, there's no reason why that student should not leave Turning Point with the support that they get with anything less than what they arrived with. In many instances, depending on the student, if you're coming in with a C, there's no reason why you should not be leaving for that quarter with an A. Not only the support that we're giving them, but also the support that we're providing to the homeschool. The biggest thing that we found, Ms. McLaughlin, the assistant principal that's been there, is that our students were coming in with, I don't want to call them false grades, but when you have a grade that has a dash next to it, that does not add anything to the actual overall grade. So a list of things that we've presented to the homeschools is that when that student first arrives, those grades have to give us, it has to be of a numerical grade. So a student could have a 90, a whole bunch of dashes, and come to us with a 90. But then when that homeschool puts the zeros in, that 90 just went down to a 30. Then we restore them back at a 60. It looks like we didn't do our job. It's something that it's been working. It really has. I'm about to enter into the first discussion with a student whose grades are slightly less than when she arrived for this quarter. But we have, based on what her information is and what the teacher's information is, those grades have been submitted. We just have not seen them yet. So I had a discussion today with a West Ashley administrator discussing the process prior to that restoration meeting with that student. But again, when those students get to us, it's pretty much, this is what you have. This is what you can get. We can do everything for you, but your grades need to be at a higher level than when you first arrive at Turning Point. There's no reason for them not to be, with the amount of support that we give each student.
Thank you. And I look forward to coming over there now with all the changes that have been made. Talk a little bit more. My final question, so we can move forward. Well, it's not even a question, it's a comment, but I just wanted to reiterate that Clark is not an option for the constituent board for placement. It is a alternative program to where the student and the family would have to apply to it. Where I do want to get to is that Clark does not have transportation provided, correct?
We do. We provide transportation. We are under that magnet umbrella. And so, yes, sir, we provide transportation for all students.
Okay,
And
perfect.
we allow this guy over here to join us on the bus. Any point. So it's a collaboration together. Yes, sir.
Cool. That's all I have. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Ms. Watton.
I'd like to start with Ms. Middleton. On the college tours, what grade level do you start those tours?
For the last 2 college tours, we started with grades 10th, 11th, and 12th. For the ones that are coming up this spring, we're going to include our 9th grade students as well.
That's where I was going with that.
Yes.
What qualifies a student or disqualifies a student from being able to participate in that?
We don't have anything that disqualifies them. But the great thing is we have parents volunteering to go with students now, and I think that is awesome. But we have not denied anyone participating.
I'm a firm believer in without a vision that people perish. So I think that's great. And then my next question is for, I hope I don't say this wrong, Dr. Beinard.
Yes, that's Ben Yard. You have a bin on your desk and a yard in the back. So Dr. Ben Yard, thank you for the question. What's your question?
It's more of just a comment. Perhaps I noticed in the description here that you're a cell phone free teaching and learning environment.
Yes, we are. So when I came on board as the interim principal, looking at the passing rate of grades for our students, I transitioned us with the partnership with parents. So I worked over the summer, meeting with all my parents, socializing that, having that conversation and getting that buy-in from our parents. So we have been a cell phone free teaching and learning environment. We implemented the Yonder pouches with the ESSER funds. And so we are a cell phone free teaching and learning environment.
And what impact have you seen since implementing that in 2022?
Yes. So our expectation is 80 or above. We're at a 93% rate across the board academically with our passing rate for our students. Also the social emotional piece. The cafeteria is noisy, which is fantastic. Students are talking, they're engaging. Of course, we have had a 75% reduction in our safety and security checks, being phenomenal since we've implemented that as well in terms of our safety and security and also with the relationship. So our panorama survey results increase anywhere between 12 to 17%. Since we implemented the cell phone free teaching and learning environment. So we have met those 80% and above thresholds across the board. We're very pleased to say that.
Yeah, you got ahead of me on that. That was going to be my next question is what was the overall climate in terms of the students getting along with one another and relationship building and improvement. Awesome. And then my last one is for Mr. Shaw. When you began to do your presentation, I realized that you and your lovely wife shared the table with me at the gala. And I think I dropped the ball on our getting together after that. So I would very much like to circle back around to that, making that connection and me getting on your schedule.
Yeah, awesome. Come on.
Thank you,
Any
sir.
day.
And that with that, I'm done.
Mr. Kowalski.
And I think this question's for all four of you. As we're coming out of COVID and based on the historical data that you've actually received over the last 2-3 years of operation, how comfortable are you with your occupancy rate and the requests you're now receiving? Because you are such an important, avenue for us when we are given an option of trying to steer a student from expulsion. And I just can't say how critical your services are, but how comfortable are you with what you have now and what you have seen? I mean, are we growing or are you seeing some let up or anything, or is it just you're completely overbooked?
You want me to start? Okay. So I'll start to try to tackle that question. So I think that's part of the conversation that Ms. Huggins is talking about that we're going to have with Dr. Coakley and Dr. Williams, is that we now see that where we had some issues before, a lot of those have intensified. And we're starting to manage or have to manage a lot of things within our programs that really is stretching us really thin. So for example, I'll just say this. So one of the bigger things that we're seeing with a lot of our kids across the board is that those years of isolation really did affect the socialization of children and how they interact with each other and how they interact with others. So we're having to do a lot on the social emotional side to close those gaps that may have already been there.
So for me at Septima P. Clark Academy, I would like to grow. I am I'm limited on how many students I can take. I can only take in 90 to 100 students. And so we have a wait list is where we are at this point, partnering with the middle school principals, partnering with the high school principals, developing those relationships, getting the word out about Clark. We actually go to the schools this year. That's been our big initiative and our push. We do the interviews and meet with the families on site to make it convenient. The school counselors and the administrative team schedule those for us and we partner. So I foresee us being stagnant in our ability to grow and be able to bring on more students just because we do have a shared space. Although I absolutely value all of our programs. I value TPA being there as well, but it does create a barrier for us to be able to grow moving forward in 24-25 because we only have a limited number of slots. So we can only accept 30 to 35 middle school students when that is where the growth is at. That's where we need to grow in that area. And so I just wanted to share that piece with everyone.
And for Daniel Jenkins Academy, last year, we worked with 212 students. Currently, like I said, we are at 99 now. We have 7 students waiting for orientation. Beginning semester 2, we are going to have 29 students ready to go back to their home school. So my population is transient. So it's almost like we get a few students in, they work the point and level system, we support them, restoring them at their home schools, and then we'll have more students coming in. So we have the ability to grow and stay in our building at the same time because of the transient population and students being restored.
So, excuse me, at Turning Point, we have 6 different rooms, 4 of which are classrooms, actually 5 different rooms, 4 of which are classrooms at the Clark location. And we have a trailer at Wando. When you first asked that question, I thought you were asking if we wanted new buildings. I was like, yeah. But so Turning Point will hit a maximum amount when we hit 12 students per classroom. So 48 at Turning Point Clark and 12 students at Turning Point Wando.
Thank you.
And Mr. Grabowski, if I might, you heard a lot of these folks talk about physical space and allocations. We're going to be looking not only at that, but more comprehensively at the programs being offered to ensure we're serving what Dr. Coakley's, what the data out of Dr. Coakley's office suggests that kids need. So we're going to be looking not only at physical constraints and resource allocation, but just as importantly, if not more importantly, how we service students.
Yeah, and the reason I asked is it's just that, you know, when we're asked to review or support constituent board, you know, decisions, I mean, you're it. And so it's a no-brainer. So I just, you know, as we prepare for the budget coming forward, you know, really it's going to be helpful for you to be very clear as to what your needs are and, you know, whether we really need to be growing or not. So, I mean, or what you're going to need to grow to take on. That's why I think it's looking at this data and trying to figure out how stressed out you are, because you're it. Anyway.
As I listened to you guys speaking, the resounding theme that I got was helping kids and parents see beyond what and where they are. If they can see it, they can achieve it. And if they know you care, then they'll dare to do it. And I appreciate everything that you guys do, because a lot of our children in North Charleston are in these alternative schools. And I graduated from North Charleston High School, and I lived in Charleston all my life. And the only time I got to leave Charleston, South Carolina is when I went into the Marine Corps. And I got to go to Kaneohe Bay, Hawaii. I got to go up and down the East and West Coast. And it opened up a different world to me. And just for some of these kids to be able to go on those college tours and to see it and to be able to touch it and hear it and to know that they can achieve it, that makes all of these programs above and beyond what a lot of families could ever hope and ask for. And I commend each and every one of you for what you do, and don't give up in doing good, because somebody's child is going to come back to you later on in life and say, I've been through Daniel Jenkins or September Clark or Liberty Hill Academy or wherever, and they're going to say thank you. They're going to say thank you for helping me. Thank you for helping my family. And the only other question that I had was, how does the constituent board determine where a child is placed? Is it due to location or the wraparound services? How do they determine that factor?
Thank you for that question. It's a great one, Mrs. Bailey. I'm going to ask Dr. Coakley, who's an expert in this, Dr. Coakley, will you come to the microphone if you don't mind? Thank you, Dr. Coakley.
Good afternoon. Thank you for that question. Our constituent boards received a list of options at the time of the hearing. So Liberty Hill Academy, Daniel Jenkins Academy, and Turner Point Academy would be options that are on a list for all of our middle school and high school scholars. For our elementary school scholars, you would have Liberty Hill Academy. Turner Point Academy would not be an option at the elementary level. So we are talking about our special education students, our IEP students. the option would be that in lieu of expulsion to return the student to the IEP team for placement consideration. Because the goal of that IEP team is to look at the academic needs, the accommodations, and then what led to the implementation of an IEP to determine which of the alternative schools or the homeschool would be most appropriate for that student. When we're talking about our 504 students, they are seen as Gen Ed students, but we want to make sure that their accommodations are being provided. And so those students can be assigned by the constituent boards. So when we look at maybe a constituent board didn't assign an alternative school. So this is what Ms. Huggins is referencing about looking at our alt schools, revamping, deciding what are the needs, strengths, and areas that we need to grow. You heard Mr. Shaw talk about students who are coming with high levels of behavioral concerns, but also some trauma and wraparound services. So when we look at how are we going to restructure the alt schools, we're talking about the children today and not 2017 when the alt schools were first restructured. We need to get a system in place where we're looking at level 2 or tier 2 students versus our tier 3 students. And so we want to make sure that when we place students in an alternative program, we're not actually making the trajectory of their lives worse. We want to talk about how do we provide that internal and external structure at a level 2, and then how do we provide some intensive care for those level 3 students who are going to need long-term life care supports even after a Daniel Jenkins Academy or a Liberty Hill Academy placement. And then also looking at what we've been talking about a lot across our boards, that vaping, that drug prevention intervention supports. So how can we structure an alternative setting where those students aren't necessarily penalized, but they're going to get some wraparound services and support and dealing with those coping mechanisms. So we don't have students saying, I'm using it because it helps me with school. We need to really work on trying to find some alternative methods because it's a nationwide issue. So those are the things that are coming down that pipeline. So when you talk, Mr. Grabowski, about what is needed, do we need bigger programs? Do we need bigger buildings? No, sir. We need a restructuring of our programs.
Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome.
I don't have any questions, Dr. Copley. Thank you. But for the 4 of you, I want to thank you for your time, for answering all our questions, opening our eyes tonight, and opening your hearts every day with those students and their families. So thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you all very much for your time. I have one question, and I'm certain it's been answered, but I'm just not able to pick it out. In the rest of the conversation, I'm not able to, in my mind, clearly differentiate between Daniel Jenkins and Turning Point in their function. Can someone give me a third grade answer to that one?
Dr. Coakley, if you don't mind.
And maybe second grade, late in the evening.
So, Mr. Kelly, you are absolutely correct. When we look at the current structures of our program, there's not really a big difference, right? And so those changes came when Turning Point Academy was first established. It was established for those level 2 incidents. And we're talking about students who could come work independently, still on a task that was assigned at their school. Somewhere along the line, and I'm using that term somewhere along the line, we started getting concerns or feedback from our constituent boards that they want to keep Turning Point Academy available for all students. And so that's when we started getting a mixture of level 2, level 3 behaviors, those off-campus criminal offenses. And so then Turning Point Academy started looking like a podge of Daniel Jenkins Academy, except you had those defined timelines, 30 days for our middle school students and 45 days for our high school students. So when we talk about that restructuring, we're talking about really defining why we would use a Turning Point Academy placement, which would be more ideal for your level 2 or your students who are dealing with the vaping, the drug possessions or drug paraphernalia, your small residue. When you look at your Daniel Jenkins Academy, we're looking at these high level offenses that are occurring within our building and all of those wraparound support services that you heard Ms. Middleton talk about. We are giving those services to our most intensive students. So you are correct that Turning Point Academy at this time really looks like an offset of a Daniel Jenkins Academy, with the differences of there's a defined 30, 45 days placement, which could be the same for Daniel Jenkins Academy if you have a student who shows up every day, meeting their point system, and they're actually exiting. So again, restructuring, defining which program serves which students, and making sure that that exit plan for the student will continue even with the restoration process.
Great question, Mr. Kelly.
I
What
have-
Dr. Coakley said, and your question is exactly why a look at these programs and how we're serving children is way overdue.
And I just want to thank Ms. Huggins because it's a statement that I've been making now for about 2 years. And I will say, you know, even Mr. Calhoun, he has heard me say it from the mountaintop. We need to restructure, 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 you know, our alternative programs. And while I don't oversee the alternative programs, I must say that Ms. Huggins, Dr. Eppheimer, and Dr. Williams have been very much so open on the feedback and the data that I've been providing around how do we restructure to make sure that we are really dealing with the needs today versus where we started in 2017.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I just have a clarifying question. So Dr. Coakley, are you saying that has the restructuring begun? Do we need to ask or direct or?
So no, ma'am, you don't need to direct us to do that. It's something that in the school data reviews, Dr. Coakley has been working alongside me as a colleague for some time. So I've been reviewing data, and in the school data reviews, this came up, eloquently spoken. Before we even heard before we even got to Mr. Shaw, we'd already asked Dr. Williams, Dr. Coakley, and Dr. Eppheimer to lead this task force. We're overusing task
So
force.
it's in
but
the process.
It is. We have our first
January.
meeting scheduled for January,
Okay.
I believe
January.
12th or somewhere around that beginning part of January that we are
This is
meeting
the
to
first that
discuss.
I've heard that there's a restructuring or need. for it,
Well,
so.
we've just identified it since the school data reviews and in conversation with Dr. Coakley in the last few weeks. And so internally, it's something we'll launch in January, and Dr. Coakley said they've already set the date.
Yes, we have. And just as an FYI, once we actually do the steering committees and really talk about, you know, what are we looking at? It has to come before you anyways for review. You will get feedback. You will be able to give us feedback on what we're planning and what we're discussing. We'll present data to show how many scholars actually are assigned at Liberty Hill Academy. And you're going to see that we have scholars from level 2 to level 3 incidents all combined into one area. It's the same for Daniel Jenkins Academy and Turning Point Academy. One thing I will address, I think is important, is to state that while we have parents who are requesting an alternative program, I cannot promise you that that's going to be an option for parents moving forward, because we also have to think about due rights process, right? We have to think about those students who are special education and if that's the best placement for a student. I have done research with our neighboring districts as well as districts outside, larger districts our size. And some of those changes that they're implementing from parents making a request for all program is proven because we are not really being compliant. When I say we, not CCSD, but those programs are not really compliant with the due process for students. So we're going to stick to a strategy that makes sense, and that's also going to ensure that we're following due process and compliance for our scholars.
Great. I look forward to what your presentation is.
Ms. Dunbar?
I believe my question was answered, but I'll just put it out there. I was going to ask how involved would the principals be in this process, but I believe Ms. Huggins said that you started this conversation because of information you got from the
Yes.
student data review. So because of that, they must have, I would just say, to make sure that they stay involved.
Absolutely. And we'll also have parents, constituent board members. We're going to operate it just like we did with our PDP steering committee, community, parents, students, as well as the administrators and our constituent board members to make sure that input is in place. Thank you. You're welcome.
Any other questions? Okay, having none, we're going to move on to 2C, new D3 early learning expansion. This is an action item. We're going to be making a motion to advance to the December 11th, 2023 board meeting for consideration to approve a 200 student addition at James Allen Elementary School and a 300 student addition at Stiles Point Elementary School to include an expansion of the multipurpose cafeteria and media center Mr. Broy.
Thank you, Ms. Bailey. Good afternoon, Board of Trustees. I'm proud to present this briefing today on behalf of a team that's been working this for some time now. Jasmine Shar, Executive Director of Capital Programs, Jennifer Swearingen, our elementary lead, as well as Kim Foxworth, the early ed lead. They and their teams have done a lot of work behind the scenes to put this together for you all today. So next two slides, quickly covering our board pillars and goals. The Phase 5 program certainly helps us create environments to provide rigorous grade level instruction, attract and retain outstanding teachers, and provide wraparound services. And that leads to our 3 goals on the next slide. Moving on to just a very quick overview of the sales tax referendum to put this in a frame of reference. This project, the D3 Early Education and Family Development Center, was part of the sales tax referendum in 2020. It was voted on by the last board as a Wave 2 project, Wave 2 of 3. The Wave 2 projects, the predominant amount of design is in 2023 and 2024. So we're right in the sweet spot to begin this project. This was the original scope of work. It was to build a new facility at the former James Allen Middle School campus that would bring in the early learners as well as kindergartners from Harborview, James Island, and Stiles Point. Completion in 2026. The budget established by the board with the sales tax program was $38.5 million. This is a snapshot of the early learning data for those 3 schools. You can see we're just over the 200 range with applications consistently over the last 4 years. The future early learning demand signal is expected to be 370. That includes early Head Start, PIC classes, and child development classes for those schools. So back in January, we held a community meeting at the former James Allen Middle School campus. We had 64 folks that was very well attended. The real takeaway from this meeting was that we had a very strong desire from each of the 3 schools, Harborview, Stiles Point, and James Island, to hang on to their kindergarten programs. They felt they were extremely integral to the school community themselves. The 2 options we gave to the public at this meeting were, number 1, to include all of the pre-K learners at these 3 schools, but we didn't have room for all of the kindergartners. And so in one option, we added Stiles Point, and another option, we added Stiles Point and Harborview. Unfortunately, the campus was not large enough to sustain and to provide space for all kindergartners and all pre-K from those 3 schools. So we went back to the drawing board based on that input and came up with 2 additional options through the spring and summer. One was to decrease the size of that early learning center and only capture the pre-K students from those 3 schools, creating a 370 student campus with the Family Development Center included. We looked at an option 2, and that was to return the money from the program, from the line item in the referendum, and dedicate it toward building improvements to provide an addition at James Allen Elementary School and an addition at Stiles Point. There is not sufficient space at Harborview to add a facility there. So the option would be to bring the 2 CD classes from Harborview into Stiles Point, providing them 2 additional rooms for capacity at their campus, and consolidating the early learners pre-K at James Allen Elementary and at Stiles Point. In this option, the James Island students, kindergarten students, would stay in their existing building. At Stiles Point, they would move the kindergarten into this new wing. Right now, they have 2 trailers and 4 classrooms at Stiles Point, which would be eliminated by that option. The next 3 slides just show images of that. This is the Early Learning Center, a single site at the former James Allen Middle School, 20 classrooms. The next 2 slides show the 2 additions, one at James Island and one at Stiles Point. Both would be adjacent to the existing facility. At James Island, it would be behind the building, and that was actually the first location that we were going to build the District 3 bus lot, which is now not being done there. And at Stiles Point, really kind of heading toward where the old school used to be on the other side of two grand oak trees there on that campus. So with those two options in hand, we went back to the community in September. This meeting wasn't as well attended. We had to postpone it once because of foul weather. So you can see we only had 36 people there. We did make that briefing public so that folks could look at it. The folks that were there were kind of split between the two options that we presented. However, I will say that there was a very low turnout from the teachers at the three schools, which had been at the first meeting. So what we did was we then went to each of the three schools to have a discussion individually with those faculty to walk through the options. So they were fully aware of what was available out there. This is a recap of that meeting. The only real takeaway from here was that the community was very appreciative of us coming forward with two new options to consider. In our discussions with the schools, one of the things that became very apparent was that at Stiles Point, we're very short in the cafeteria, multipurpose, and library, the media center. That school should have been designed with a 900 student capacity in mind. We have different levels in which we build our big box spaces. You can see the red numbers to the far right. That's where we fell short on those schools. As an example, their lunch service runs from 9:30 in the morning till 1 p.m. And I can personally attest to the fact that the lunchroom is crowded that entire time. And so they are very short with the number of students that they have. Right now, their enrollment is 816. So the new recommendation we're bringing forward to the board, which has the support of those three elementary schools, is to create a 200 student addition at James Allen Elementary School that would house the pre-K, which includes Head Start, the exceptional services students, and at Stiles Point, it would include the same with kindergartners, although they don't have Head Start, early Head Start there. We would essentially take the funds, if this concept is approved, come back to the board in January with a reallocation through finance. We fully believe that the cost of these two additions is below the existing budget, so we will not be asking the board for additional funds. We'll simply be looking for a reallocation of funds to these two building improvements. The recommendation benefits, we still provide an increased opportunity for early education on James Island, more than we would have had with the existing center option. We eliminate the mobiles at Stiles Point, and we do provide them adequate space for the rest of the facility, the rest of the students that are there at Stiles Point with the multipurpose dining and media center space. If y'all approve this, this is our timeline. As I mentioned, we'll come back to the board next month with a formal reallocation of funding, but the design and construction will stay on track. We had anticipated opening the Early Learning Center in the fall of 2026. We believe that we can get these two building additions done in that same timeframe. Subject to your questions, that completes the brief.
Okay. Mr. Kelly? Do you have any questions? Ms. Lee?
Mr. Barowie, just to be clear, your recommendation based on all the work that you've done is option 2?
Yes, ma'am.
And all of those emails that I've forwarded you from faculty, that's kind of in line with what they were asking as well?
Yes, ma'am.
That's it. Mr. Calhoun?
Yes, I would just like to hear from Ms. Foxworth to see what her recommendation would be and see if it's in line.
I definitely support the option. One thing Mr. Roy did not mention, between the January meeting and the summer meeting, the director of child development and I went out and had conversations, small group meetings with all of the teacher and staff, and they felt the same way. And so everything aligns with the area. We're still able to expand options on District 3 for young children. We're still able to maintain our Head Start, early Head Start presence. We are also able to add more preschool intervention special ed services on District 3. So overall, I 100% support this option while keeping families together at the school.
Thank you.
Ms. Dunbar?
Can we vote on this tonight? Did we not?
See if it is in the regular board meeting.
So
Let's move it forward.
Yeah, we're just moving it forward to the regular
Well,
board meeting.
what Ms. Dunbar is referencing is the, when we talked about Cal and this was what, 6 months ago, falling on the same day, we had determined that we would not add items that to the board agenda and then vote on it the same day. But this is already on the agenda. And so what I was mentioning to Mr. Grabowski is if this were to pass with unanimous, it would, by our bylaws, go to consent items for the board meeting.
And I think there was the exception when we discussed that. Both of these are time sensitive. And it's really not a final approval because it's until the funds are funded. But I think it's the next item that becomes very time sensitive with the enrollment.
So, but I recognize the objection. It seems so I haven't reviewed the board meeting agenda in detail. Is this item on it?
Yes. Yes.
So then that would, then in that case, then I would say that we're not adding an item to the board agenda for the same day.
How did it get on the board agenda before coming to the Cal?
I'm not sure.
I think that's the biggest the biggest takeaway from that it shouldn't have been on the board agenda without it actually coming through the Cal. But I understand it is a time sensitive because we're looking at coming back in January to do the funding vote for it. However, when we talked about that a few months ago, we did say that if we had something on the Cal, we should not be putting it over to board on this same exact day. So yeah, I agree with Ms. Dunbar. But then also if it goes over to consent, that's a different story. But I think it's all within the same.
So, Mr. Calhoun, I appreciate that. I think what Ms. Roberson, that to which she is referring was a discussion held on the dais several months ago when we were looking at the board agenda calendar. I could be incorrect, but I think during that conversation about the board agenda calendar, there was a conversation among board members about what action you might take on the same day when there are 3 instances, I do believe, where there's a Cal meeting and the board meeting on the same day. So there was a conversation among you about delaying any item that warranted action on the same day to a further meeting. Then in a subsequent meeting, you all decided to take action on a time-sensitive item that was presented in Cal, and then later in the Board of Trustees meeting. So you never took any official action to make a decision about whether you would defer items that were discussed at the Cal on the same day in which there was a board meeting, but there certainly was that discussion. In development of the board agenda for today, we had a discussion, Mr. Broey, with the board officers about the time-sensitive nature of this. Certainly, if the board chooses to defer this, it would be a situation in which we would need to hold a special called meeting to make a decision about District 3. And the very next item, thank you, Mrs. Simmons, regarding school choice.
Ms. Huggins, isn't that, sorry, I just lost my train of thought.
It's complex.
Yeah,
I
you
understand.
said something and then Ms. Simmons interjected, which is what caused me, back up to what you said just prior to.
So these 2 items, C and D, are time sensitive for different reasons. One has to do with the school choice timeline and that window which opens in January. That's item D, which is next. This is item C. And the reason, Mr. Broey, that it's time sensitive, I'll defer to you for a better explanation than I.
Oh, sorry, before you answer, I know what it was. That's why Mr. Baroe sent out the information early in the week.
That is
because so
correct.
that we could look at it all and deliberate and
that is correct.
Be prepared.
I don't think that's why he sent it out.
It is.
No,
It was
I
in the
believe
meeting.
it was.
Okay.
I believe he sent it out early because Mr. Grabowski now wants to get away from long presentations. And so he sent it so we can have it early. Let me just say, I don't have a problem with the project and I will vote for it, but we really need to not change things when we want it to change. We need to make a policy and we need to stick to it.
Yeah, I agree. And this, I'm in the exact same place. The reason we put that in place when we were talking about not sending something over from the COW to the board on the same exact day, because we also want the community input that we would usually have between a COW and a board. And a board meeting, be it a week or 2 weeks, we will always have that community input to be able to tell us, all right, this is what we want. It wasn't more so just that we were just sending something over and it's done incorrectly. It was more so that we can have that community input so they can tell us exactly what they want from all of our constituent districts. So, I mean, like Ms. Roberson said, I absolutely support this. It's just we need to really look at our policy about sending something over on the same exact day, less than what should be in 4 minutes, going over to the board.
That was indeed the conversation, Mr. Calhoun. Absolutely. If there was a policy that the board passed, however, we weren't aware of it on the staff side. We heard the conversation about items on the same day. So we just need to go back and if there was a motion that we missed, we do apologize.
We didn't pass the actual motion. We just agreed not to send something over from COW to board on the same day.
He may be referring to a policy that says before we take any action, we're to thoughtfully consider the action.
Absolutely. And whatever you all decide to do on this motion is that's the will of the board, and we certainly will follow. However, we will likely need to, Mr. Burrow, do you want to discuss this item specifically?
So the reallocation for this item comes back to audit and finance. Audit and finance is before the next COTW. I can't bring it to audit and finance if I don't have the final approval on the concept. So it's a chicken and egg thing. So if I don't get an approval for Christmas, either today or a special called meeting, then I can't bring the reallocation to audit and finance until the vote. So I lose another month. And so that end date of August 2026 takes us into the school year for completion of the project.
Ms. Bailey, may I make a comment? And to address the concern about the not hearing from the public and the constituents, I feel like on this particular item, we've had a lot of public input. So I think that makes it even more vital and relevant that we can discuss it and forward it to the board meeting.
Ms. Temple.
Yeah, this one really does affect my district. So I have a lot of thoughts about this and yours too. So, where I'm coming from is, I do like to be a stickler for the rules, and I do like to be sure that we have community input. I have to be honest, I haven't had anyone really oppose the option if they've had a chance to really look at it. So, so what I do want to say is that, as a young mom and teacher, when I came to James Island, this community was a childcare desert, and the teacher pay wasn't even enough to pay a neighbor to take care of my children. On my recent visit to Laurel Hill Primary in Mount Pleasant on Friday, I learned that there are still over 60 students on the 3-year-old waiting list. And to me, that number is significant, and it indicates, and this is why I'm bringing this up, because it's a broader issue here than just what we're experiencing on James Island, is that it indicates that our community has interest and expectations for having our schools provide early childhood programs. Our educational research is showing the importance of early childhood education. The district has done a very good job of reaching out to the community and to the schools with proposals. It seems like option 2 is the preferred model for the island. In the season of gratitude, and this is why I'm elaborating here, is I am grateful that the voters in Charleston County approved funding for early childhood across the district and specifically on James Island. So on behalf of the community served by James Island Elementary Schools, I say thank you.
Thank you for that, Dr. Gill.
Any other questions? Having none,
I will second your motion.
okay, we're gonna bring forth this motion as stated here. Okay, we make it.
We did.
Yeah. All right, as soon as it comes up, cast your vote. And the motion passes. Now we will move on to.
I have a question for the parliamentarian.
Go ahead.
The answer is yes.
Sorry?
Answer is yes. I know what you're asking.
Since it was unanimous with 8, 1 not present to vote, will that go ahead and send it to consent?
Yep.
Thank you.
Now we will move on to item 2D, school choice. And this is also an action item. The motion is to advance to the December 11, 2023 board meeting for consideration to remove the testing eligibility requirement for applicants to St. Andrews School of Math and Science, a constituent District 10 magnet.
Thank you, Ms. Bailey.
Go ahead.
So this request under the school choice umbrella is specific to, as Ms. Bailey alluded to, St. Andrews School of Math and Science particularly. The school is a constituent magnet school, which just means they have a specialized focus, i.e. math and science. They have an attendance zone, but also allow for choice applicants to fill any vacant seats, any availability they may have at the school. And so this is being brought forward today for the fact that they now stand as the only constituent magnet program with a testing and screening component as a condition to admission. And so the school team, along with our district administrators, we're bringing this forward because we do believe that testing layer to be a barrier for our families and our scholars. And so we're bringing this forward for board consideration because several years ago, a board of trustees granted this component of testing. They were indeed trying to mirror the program at Buste Academy as a partial magnet. Well, in 2019, all of our partial magnets were converted to constituent magnets, which simply means we should be serving all of our scholars in a particular demographic area, whereas our countywide magnet programs like Buste Academy and our academic program in North Charleston, they do have testing criteria. And so Principal Thomas has partnered with Robin Jones, our executive director, for school choice to really deliberate this. It probably should have been done a couple of years ago, but we have been in the throes of a pandemic recently. But nevertheless, Principal Thomas brought this as an item, wanting to eliminate testing and screening as a prerequisite to admission into the choice component of St. Andrews Math and Science. We did vet this with our SEC chair, Ms. Bailey, as well as the board officers on last week. We do not believe there to be any unintended consequences of removing this testing criteria at St. Andrews Math and Science, and it has been vetted by Principal Thomas with his school community and teachers. Any questions for me?
Yes, we'll start with Ms.
Thomas. And Robin Jones is here as well.
Okay, we'll start with Ms. Temple.
I don't have any questions.
Ms. Dunbar,
I don't have any questions.
Mr. Calhoun.
I absolutely support this, so we can start bringing some sort, some true equity to the district, particularly with St. Andrews. And I appreciate everything Mr. Thomas and Ms. Jones and the entire team have put forward to start this process that, as Ms. Simmons said, should have been done a few years ago.
Ms. Watley.
What was the purpose in implementing it, and what exactly changes by removing it?
So years ago, I want to say maybe 10 plus years ago, the school community sought out application to be partial magnets. I remember under the leadership of Dr. McGinley, schools were given the option to add on a layer of partial magnet status. And I would say that the school was trying to recover. We had lagging data and enrollment at the school at the time. And this math and science focus was intended to recover, rebound, increase enrollment, improve academics, and it's done that. And so we're at a place where the school is really thriving. It has been for the last several years. So the only thing removing this testing layer does is prevent scholars from gaining admittance. It's not a countywide magnet, so there shouldn't really be a testing layer present. Would you like to add anything, Mr. Thomas? No? You don't have to.
I agree. So I'm happy to answer any questions you may have, but yeah, we're just trying to provide as much access and opportunity to students as possible. There have been multiple iterations of the testing criteria, and as it stands now, if you're in the 49th percentile, which is well within the average range in math and in reading, you can't get in. I mean, if you have an inclination for math or science and you see yourself as a botanist or an astronaut in the future, like I want to make sure that you have that opportunity. Our community wants to make sure that you have the opportunity. We provide Project Lead the Way in the elementary setting. We have STEM-based opportunity in our STEM lab, which focuses on the engineer design process. Like we have just an outstanding community. It's super diverse student population. And so we welcome anyone that has the desire to join our team.
So the testing then, it makes it more difficult and challenging to enter into this magnet?
Yes, ma'am. So there are testing components for Meminger, Buste, and St. Andrews, and that's it. In terms of the elementary schools that are in the choice process. And so Meminger and Buste, they were all part of the mission critical initiative. We have nothing to do with that. So those have an advanced academic component. Ours, like was stated earlier, we are a neighborhood school that has an opening and seats available for students who are interested in joining because of our math and science focus.
So removing it, it opens it up countywide, or it removes the
No, ma'am,
challenge?
but one of the challenges that comes into place in terms of, one, we just want to make sure that anyone who is interested has the opportunity to do so. But the way it's designed, you have a lottery. And so everyone is eligible for the lottery. If you have students who pop up on the list and they don't meet a certain criteria, they're not eligible for admittance. Then eventually you'll run into students who are on the lottery list who do not have a testing score because they come from another state or they come from another a private school. And then that becomes problematic because you can't move anybody.
How many openings, do they have a problem with admission? How many openings or vacancies are currently there?
So on the wait list going into last year, we had 30 students still on the first grade wait list, 53 on the second grade, 46 on third, 19 in fourth grade, and 16 in fifth. So there are plenty of students who are interested in participating in the programs that we have. And so we want to make sure that we have that opportunity to provide them when we can.
So removing it would,
No, stay here.
sorry, go ahead.
I just wanted to make sure you understood. There are more than 500 applications, but we do with St. Andrews, so we don't test everybody, just like we would do at a countywide. Once all the applications are complete and we've closed the application process, we do a lottery just for St. Andrews to do the order to invite them to test. If he has 30 seats available, we may test 50 students to create a wait list. And when we exhaust the wait list, if it happens in the summer, that's where additional testing would be required, and the testing opportunity would be a little problematic. And Ms. Roberts can answer that, but there's a lot of other pieces that would have to happen to continue testing if you should exhaust the wait list.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Kabrowski.
I'm like with Mr. Calhoun. I fully agree that, you know, open access to without testing to magnet schools, you know, it's the way we do it. We should be doing it. But anyway, I fully support it.
I agree. Ms. McKinney?
I did, thank you for being here. I'm a firm believer in smaller government, meaning you are closer to the folks that this is impacting. Therefore, your decision, your opinion, educated opinion should be the most important one. So I support this as well. Thank you.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Any other questions? None? We're gonna
I'll second the motion as well.
put this motion forward. As soon as it comes up on your screen, please cast your votes.
Ms. Trudy, I just asked that you look at the actual way that it's written. I think that it's, if you look at the way it's actually written, I think it needs a little correction.
Used.
And the motion passes. And now.
Thank you, Ms. Bailey. Over to Audit and Finance, item 3A. Mr. Calhoun, over to you, sir.
Yes, for Audit and Finance, going over to the board, we have 2 action items that we have to look at. The first one would be, we have, pull it back up. The first, we have the 250K list that we have to review, as well as the procedural Head Start and early Head Start FY24 financial report. Moving over to information items, we have about 8 information items. 4 of the big ones will be the ESSER funds audit results that we have to look at, as well as the discussion of the 45 enrollment counts, the FCO, as well as the constituent board payment that will be moving towards an ad hoc. Other than that, we could just look wait for the board to move forward.
Okay, any questions for Mr. Calhoun? Terrific, thank you, sir. Item 4, consent items. That will be items 2C and 2D for consent. Moving to the board. 5A, quick amendment to the public section there. Obviously, this evening's meeting, December the 11th is happening, and then the years January 3, 8, and 22, the years should read 2024 rather than 23. With that, do I hear a motion to adjourn?
I move.
So moved.
What time are we reconvening?
Yeah, that's what I was just about to ask.
What I'd like to propose is a 30-minute recess for the board.
Yeah.
We're coming back at 6.
Do we have any?
All right. Ms. Dangerfield, could you send me the link for the 6 o'clock meeting? Or are we gonna use the same one? I couldn't hear. Could y'all put her on the mic?
Same link.
All right.
Calhoun, we're Mr. Calhoun, we're going to basically reconvene at 5.
It's 5:30 now.
It's
So if you're gonna do 30 minutes, it's.
Which clock's right? So it's 6 o'clock. Yeah, Mr. Calhoun, we're going to reconvene at 6 o'clock. You're correct.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. Before we begin tonight's agenda, we would like to observe a moment of silence in memory of 3 individuals we lost. Harry Slim Townsend, Izzy Sherman, and Aurora Pinnell. Gary was a member of CCSD's ground shop team, and Izzy was a 6th grade student at Camp Road Middle School. Aurora was a 4th grader who attended Harborview Elementary School. We extend our deepest condolences to their families and friends during this difficult time. I would also like to take a moment to reflect on the safety of our students as we go into this holiday season, as we celebrate the various family joining together and just being happy with everybody. So with that being said, I would like to call to order tonight's December 11th, 2023 Board of Trustees regular meeting. I promise not to slam that too much tonight. First item on the agenda is the adoption of the agenda and approval of the consent. I would like to make a motion to amend the agenda for today's Board of Trustees meeting as follows. I'd like to move item 8A to proceed item 7A. And the second move is I would like to move item 6A to proceed item 3 so that the recipients can go home.
I'm sorry, say that again.
Item 6A to proceed item 3 before we go into executive session. Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion?
I do believe we should keep item 8A exactly where it is so we can hear the public comment before we actually vote on that.
The second item you want to do?
I want to move the special recognition to before executive session so that we can move on. Or the individuals that are here for the special recognition.
So I would ask for a friendly amendment to split those two.
I'm not in favor of it. Mr. Calhoun, on consulting with parliamentarian, I agree. So we'll split the motions to agenda. So the first item that I move, it would be to move item 8A to proceed 7A. Is there any discussion?
Yes.
Ms. Robertson?
Okay, so you are asking to move the public's comments to after 8A?
That is correct.
Okay, would you state why? There's a lot of people that have signed up to speak on behalf of Michelle Simmons, the Chief Academic Officer.
I would like to say, according to policy BE, that the discussion of personnel matters and names is prohibited, especially on confidential matters.
There's a lot of people signed up to speak on behalf of the appointment of the Chief Academic Officer. So it would only be fair to them to hear them before we vote on anything about the Chief Academic Officer position.
And we need to, if we need to clarify, if we look at policy.
We're referring to position, not a name.
We can just name the position. We can just name the position, not the name.
And BE specifically states that no speaker may use the public comment session for personal or derogatory comments of any individual to discuss personnel matters or discuss matters otherwise private or confidential. I am taking the position that this is a personnel matter and therefore should not be discussed.
Keith, I have
Yes, Ms. Waters.
yes, I would think that this is because they're not discussing a confidential matter, such as a contract. I believe what is confidential about discussing the chief academic officer piece would either be contract discussions, or if there was some sort of issue or matter. But I think the public voicing their opinion and support for a matter is wholly different than actually discussing the details of the matter. And so I would think that even in mentioning a name and saying I support this individual, that wouldn't necessarily be the same thing as the details of it.
But if you read if you read the motion as written, we are giving the superintendent the ability to negotiate a contract. So,
and I agree.
We have not, the superintendent has not presented yet, a position to the board. So I do not think personnel matters in this matter should be discussed.
And at this point, I feel as if they can name anybody within the district. They can name a principal, they can name somebody who's down, who's even a facilities person, to say, I believe this person should be chosen as chief academic officer. Saying that that person's name does not make them out of order. They're just mentioning a name. Now, going to the other point, what is the purpose of moving 8A above the discussion of the public comment? What would be the point of that?
Well, the point of it is that the public comment positions may not be relevant depending on how the action within executive session comes out.
But we want the public comments to be able to talk about how we actually vote, or at least guide us to where we want to vote on each action item. So that's what I'm not getting from you right now. Why are we moving 8A above the public comment when we know there are definitely going to be public comments on 8A? That really makes no sense. Because if that's the case, if somebody's coming to speak on the D3 project, we might as well move that up with the chief academic officer report.
Yeah. Well, I think the policy is very well written. I mean, it's very clear.
What other matters are we going to move up? So
very clear as to that it's a personnel matter and it should not be discussed.
Mr. Kabrowski, this is so interesting because you were in the agenda setting meeting and you set this agenda. And so now that the public comments has come out, you want to change this. I don't believe that this is a good way to start off, because you set this agenda and now you want to change it, that we have public comments in our hands.
I also agree. You had the opportunity to set this agenda. We need to stay with this agenda.
Now, knowing that we are going to be outvoted, but just for the record, you set this agenda.
Mr. Grabowski, can I ask a question?
Sure. Ms. Waters, the board recognizes.
Yes, I'd like to ask a question of the attorney around the interpretation of this policy, because again, I just keep going back to, the intention of that is to make sure that there are not private details of a matter coming to be exposed, but a person's support for someone in a role is totally different than the contract negotiations themselves. I'm quite certain that no one in public comments is going to come and request a dollar amount or any terms of a contract, but simply express their support, which the public comments are made for, so that people can express their support or dismay and we can actually hear them. So I'd love to hear the general counsel weigh in on this matter.
So I've read this to the board as a whole. I've read this 2E, the relevant paragraph in 2E. several times to try to figure out exactly what was in mind when this policy was written. It is written very broadly, actually. It says no speaker may use public comment session for personal or derogatory comment of any individual, comma, to discuss personnel matters, which is very broad. If you read this sort of the way it's written, a speaker could not discuss a quote personnel matter, however you all decide to define a personnel matter. But then it goes on to say in the third line, speakers are to discuss issues, not individuals. So it seems to me, taking all of this as a whole, that a speaker could discuss a position and give some remark about a position, perhaps, and even that's a generous, I think, interpretation, the way it's written, but could not discuss, could not make reference to, or could not at all refer to any individual. No, sir.
Right.
Or qualifications of any individual. That it would have to be, if you allow it, it would have to be a sort of broad-based discussion of a position. Now, even that, I think, is a generous interpretation because the policy is written very broadly. It says personnel matters. If you read that in the way that it's actually written, then any personnel matter whatsoever would not be proper for discussion
Right.
in this speaker period.
So, Mr. Chair, I would like to say to that.
Mr. Calhoun,
I have a question.
hold on, Mr. Calhoun. The chair recognizes Mr. Calhoun.
All right, so with that, we don't know what anybody is going to say in public comment because we have not had public comment yet. We don't know what they're going to say. We know what their topic is. We have no idea what anybody is going to say. So why are we even trying? So I guess that gets back to my main question. Are we looking to move 8A above the public comment? We don't know what they're going to say.
That if you read what people registered for, they specifically used a person's name on a matter that is currently in contractual potential negotiations. When it gets announced, Mr. Calhoun, to the board, it's going to get announced as candidate A. We're not going to be using names.
Okay,
I haven't had a chance yet.
Get to the whole thing. We don't.
Then
know
it becomes the superintendent's job at that point, once we give the superintendent the power to proceed forth with the contract. It gives the power to the superintendent to negotiate it. And then if the person accepts the contract, then the district announces the name of the person. We still have a pool of people.
I understand what you're saying, but do you understand what I'm saying? That we don't know what they're going to say. So why are we preemptively putting 8A above 7A? That makes no sense.
Because I think
that's the case, I want to move everything from audit and finance that we're making an action on above 7A. Any action that we have under up under audit and finance, I want that moved up as well.
And you can file the motion accordingly.
And I will file that motion. I'll make a motion that we move each action item up under audit and finance above 7A.
Okay, so I haven't had a chance to speak.
I have a motion on the floor.
We're getting into an argument here.
Yes.
I have a motion on the floor.
He's got a motion on the floor.
There's already a motion on the floor and his wasn't seconded.
Multiple motions on the floor.
So do I not get to weigh in on the motion that is being discussed?
When there's a motion on the floor and he files a motion,
It becomes secondary.
I'll second.
Ms. Waters seconded.
So first motion.
What are you scared of, Chief?
Yeah. So the first motion that we will deal with is, and then we'll have discussion.
You were already discussing it. You've had like 3 or 4 different trustees weigh in.
Yeah. The board recognizes Mrs. Wiley.
Thank you. So my question is, the agenda, when the agenda was sent out for this position, there was no name. And we do have an overwhelming amount of people who specify a name and the position that this name is potentially a candidate of. My question is to Ms. Huggins, how did the name get out into the community to make this controversial?
Really, I don't, I'm not,
Order, please, 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 please,
I'm not.
please, before I have to start identifying people.
I'm not confident whether the public comments are necessarily related to the appointment or not. So I'm not sure, Mrs. Watley. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. And I, since it's a personnel matter, I can't speak further to it publicly.
Mr. Chair, may I be recognized?
Ms. Waters?
So given that there is supposedly no understanding based on the wording of the agenda, who the name might be, whether or not constituents are putting a particular name could be entirely different from the discussion we're going to have. So again, I would say, why are we preemptively stopping them from making comments? Because we, based on what Ms. Huggins just shared, don't actually know who the name is. And so the idea that this matter is now being discussed publicly, how would the public know that? They're simply expressing their support for a candidate. We can consider that or not, but it doesn't mean that they're actually discussing a contractual matter or the person that we might be getting ready to talk about. And I want to just reiterate that Mr. Johnson said several times that the interpretation that you are making is very generous because the policy is very broad. And so we're choosing to prevent people from speaking when A, we don't know what they'll speak on, B, there's no clarity around who the candidate might be, and then C, the policy could be interpreted in a multitude of ways. And I just think that as a board that is responsive to the people, we should always come down in favor of hearing from people when there's an opportunity, not silencing them.
What we'd like to do is vote on moving 6A up in front of action item 3. Is there a second? Second. Any discussion? Then let's vote on that one.
Isn't there already a motion on the floor and seconded? There was already a motion on the floor that had been seconded. Yeah.
Yeah, this one, we split it. We split it too.
Heath,
Yeah, we split it.
Mr. Chairman, and I'm sorry to correct the parliamentarian, but you can't accept an additional motion that was seconded after a primary motion was made and seconded. Your motion for item 8 to go up to 7 was never seconded, as far as I'm aware, because you just asked for a second. Therefore, the one we should be considering first is moving audit and finance in front of public comments that Mr. Calhoun made and Ms. Waters seconded.
Actually, Miss McKinney seconded his motion.
No, that was when the
That
two
was
were together.
before the split.
Gotcha.
So the split was never seconded. So in reality, we should be voting on moving audit and finance first.
Okay.
This what he's saying, this was second. We split this. Right, this wasn't second. Garen made a motion.
Sure.
The second was with it.
According to the parliamentarians, since we split them, they stay together. Then we could just vote.
Second, so.
They're both second, so we can vote on 6A.
Let's just move on.
Let's get one done. We're voting on the motion to amend the agenda to move item 6A in front of 3.
6A did what? To
6A is the special recognition. He's a secondary motion.
Ms. McKinney.
No, you go talk about the position. We're voting on 6A. Just can't. That's correct. Now.
Ms. Trudy. Never mind. It reads different up here than it did on the screen. Yes, the at the top, the adoption of agenda and approval of consent agenda. Is that correct? Okay.
Ms. Waters,
Yes.
are you voting?
That was her vote.
Ms. Waters, can you cast a vote?
I did. I just did it on Board Docs.
Thank you.
Ms. Trudy, I just wanted to point out that consent agenda is 12A.
Right. Okay. So now, and the motion passes. Next item up will be the motion to amend the agenda to move item 7 to after 8. Is there a section? We've already. Sorry. Is there any discussion?
You said move
More
item
discussion.
number 8.
Seven up to
8A. I want to move item 8A to precede item 7A.
All of it.
No, 8A. Just 8A. You have to do 8A.
So, well, my discussion would be, I don't believe this is necessary.
Yeah, they proceed. What are we 7 on that room? this needs to be corrected. It's moving item 7A and all of it to precede item 8.
Already.
8A. Right.
I think you're flipping it. You're trying to, you. Miss Trudy, I think what he's trying to do is flip items 8 and 7.
That don't make any sense.
7.
That would make us put 8A, 8B, and 8C above
That's better.
7.
That's better. We're moving item 7 to precede item 8, all of it.
What? No, say that again. Did you hear what you just said? You said you want it like this. That's what you just said. You want items 8 to precede 7.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, you said.
8 to precede 7.
Yeah.
Hi. That was a lot.
Just leave the agenda as it is and we'll move on. This is waste of time.
Just vote on it.
Miss Trudy, I think it should be more specific, not just 8A, but all of the section under 8 to proceed. Yes, ma'am.
We have a motion and no discussion. We have a motion and we haven't had discussion.
No. Well, discussion.
We already voted.
We've already had discussion.
Hmm?
We already had this.
No, we didn't have discussion.
Is there any more discussion? Any more discussion?
I don't think you're supposed to once voting begins.
Hmm?
Once voting begins, you can't. Thank you, ma'am.
The chair called for discussion, but never actually went through the discussion.
Mr. Calhoun's motion is to move
Audit and finance.
audit and finance.
That's not my motion. My motion was to move the action items from audit and finance.
Miss Trudy, are you still waiting?
Yeah,
Mhm.
she's
Still waiting
we haven't
for?
had discussion yet. I'm not voting until we have discussion. I think Dr. Temple has something to discuss.
Trying to get your attention. Miss Trudy is trying to get your attention.
Exactly. I know I have not voted yet. I'm waiting for Dr. Temple to be able to have her chance of discussion.
And I asked if there was any more discussion. And I looked at Dr. Templeton. Would you like to be recognized for further discussion?
Yes, I would.
Please.
All right, I just want to say that we have wasted a lot of time here, Mr. Grabowski. I know you have wanted to be the chair and to put things in order. You have an opportunity to present the agenda and work on the agenda. You had an opportunity, if you wanted to make this move, to do it with 24 hours of notice. I think it is disingenuous, and I don't think it's speaking very well right now for your leadership.
Any further discussions?
Backbone, have some backbone. You're the leader.
Hearing no further discussion, will you please put it up to vote? Motion passes.
It failed.
And the motion fails. On to
my motion, which was to move 11A, 11D and E above the public comment. However, I recant my motion.
Mr. Calhoun, you're withdrawing the motion?
I am withdrawing my motion. Okay, I'm sorry. I apologize about that. Yes, I am withdrawing my motion. However, I did want to say that I wanted to correct a issue with the agenda with 11F. That should be listed as a information item, not an action item.
Yeah, that Ms. Trudy. Thank you, Mr. Calhoun. This is the motion to approve the amended as the agenda as amended. Do I have a second?
We already voted on consent. We did.
I removed that motion. Let's move on to item 2A, the appointment of the SEC liaison.
Already
Mr.
voted
Kelly,
on
do you
that
want to handle that?
We have not adopted the agenda. We need to adopt the agenda that we just amended, as well as approve consent items, and then we can move on. And I will second your motion.
Thank you. You got that, Ms. Trudy? Right. Absolutely correct. Approval of consent.
Yes, ma'am. Yep.
And the motion passes. Moving on to item 2A, the appointment of the SEC liaison. Mr. Kelly, would you like to end?
Yep, as approved by the committee of the whole, I make a motion that we approve Ms. Bailey as the SEC liaison.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Is there any discussion? Mr. Calhoun, Ms. Waters, any discussion? Hearing none, I'd like to call it to vote.
Ms. Bailey. Item 2B.
And the motion passes. On item 2B.
As approved by the committee of the whole, I make a motion to appoint Ms. Watley to the position of policy liaison.
The second, any
Discussion?
discussion?
Yes.
Ms. Robertson?
I think that it is extremely unfair that we have a board of 9 members, and for starting our second term, 5 members are holding all of the leadership positions. This is not how you govern effectively, and shared leadership would be essential for this board moving forward.
And,
Ms. Temple?
and I would also like to reiterate the same thing. We have 9 board members here who are elected by the public and want to serve and want to lead. I think it is totally unfair that we have one board member having 2 positions. Nothing against the board member, but I don't think that that's fair.
That's not fair.
Mr. Calhoun? Ms. Waters? Mr. Kelly?
Yeah, I'd just like to point out that the math is quite inaccurate. Mr. Calhoun is Chair of Audit and Finance, as well as Ms. Roberson is the liaison to the School Board Association. So that's certainly not 5.
Those are not officers' positions. You all have held all the officers' positions last year and again this year.
I am nobody's token.
Ms. McKinley?
Yes, so what we are voting on now are not officer positions, they're liaison positions.
Ms. McKinney, I don't need you to clarify.
Wow.
Ms. Robertson? Ms. Bailey? Any further discussion? Hearing none, we'll put it to vote.
I would just like to bring back up that I would like to create a committee.
Motion passes. On to item. Say it's just 6A. Item 6A, which is special recognition. Ms. Daniel.
Thank you, Mr. Grabowski. At this time, I'd like to call to the podium Mr. John Cobb, Executive Director of the Department of Federal Programs, to introduce our honorees who'll be recognized for their family engagement programs.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Mr. Bogowski, Board Trustees, and Acting Superintendent, Ms. Huggins. I am the Executive Director of Federal Programs, and I'm with great pleasure. I want to acknowledge the work of some hardworking staff members from CCSD around family engagement. The month of November is celebrated as a Parent Engagement Month to recognize the contributions of parents and families across the nation and to encourage schools to raise awareness of the important role that parents play in a child's education. November 16th is National Parent Engagement Day. The following schools and our Title I Office of Parent and Family Engagement have received national recognition for their family engagement programs, and activities are published in the Promise Partnership Practices magazine. Ladson Elementary School earned a second partnership school award from the National Network of Partnership Schools. These award-winning programs and others, including A.C. Cochran Elementary School, North Charleston Elementary School, Pinehurst Elementary School, and St. James Santee Elementary Middle Schools, have activities published in the 2023 edition of Promising Partnership Practices. This evening, I present to you from A.C. Cochran Elementary School, Pamela Bryan. Would you raise your hand, please? Principal Jonathan Weidman. Shakur Elementary School, Parent Advocate Tammy Dunmeyer. Raise your hand, please. and her principal, Miss Monica Smalls. C.E. Williams Middle School North Campus, Clifford Brown, parent at liaison. Raise your hand, please, Mr. Liaison. Thank you. And Monte Porter is the principal. All these schools are first-time recipient of the awards. Ladson Elementary School, the only school featured in 2 promising partnership additions in the same year, 2023. Vanessa Smith is the parent advocate. And Janet Brown on the end is her principal. This is for their 3rd consecutive year. Morningside Middle School, Takira Bogan, parent advocate. It's George White is the principal. North Charleston Elementary School, Tara Johnson and Alethea Cobbs. Parent advocates, Melissa Brubaker, principal. This is their 4th consecutive year of being recognized. And we have Pinehurst Elementary School, Tia Morales. I know I said her name wrong. Morera. Tia, where's Tia? Raise your hand, Tia. Tia Morera. And principal, Mr. Paul Pelagi, first time, St. James. You have St. James Santee Elementary Middle School, Ms. Rosetta Swinton, parent liaison. And her principal, Ms. LaCama Brown Macmillan, first time. Finally, Mr. Gabrowski, we are a first-time district recipient of this award. The Charleston County School District Title I Office of Parenting and Family Engagement, led by our very own Ms. Rosa Fillmore. Please come out. Ms. Fillmore is the Title I Parenting Family Engagement Coordinator. She's a national speaker. She's also going to be representing the district and the state at the national convention in February. And thank you very much for all the work that you're doing, Ms. Fillmore. And then next we have Ms. Solange Brewer, who's the Director of Federal Programs. She keeps us all together. Thank you for all the work you're doing. And as a district, we are first-time recipient. We thank you for your attention, and I think I need to come up there and take a picture with everybody.
If our trustees would join them for a quick photo, Mr. Grabowski, Mr. Kelly, Mrs. Roberson, Dr. Temple, if y'all come on around, and Ms. McKinney. Thank you.
Squeeze in a little bit. There we go. We can get a couple people down here. Good. Yeah. All right, here we go. All me. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Moving on to item 3A, I'd like to make a motion to convene into executive session to consider items covered by attorney-client privilege. Is there a second?
So move.
Any discussion? Hearing none, please bring it to vote. And the motion passes. We are at recess.
No, executive session.
Second, the executive session. Mr. Calhoun, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Ms. Waters?
Yes, I'm here.
Thank you. I'd like to render a motion to reconvene an open session to conduct the regular business.
So move.
Second.
Please bring it to vote. And the motion passes. We're back into regular session. Item 5B, approval of the November 13th, 2023 board meeting minutes. A motion to approve the November 13th, 2023 board meeting minutes as written. Is there a second?
So move.
Any public discussion? Any discussion?
Yes, I do.
Ms. Temple?
I just want to say that this is a recommendation with the minutes and the next process is the next time we appoint Health Advisory Committee members, I think we need to have verification of their clergy and medical certifications.
Any other discussion? Hearing none, we'll bring it to vote. Ms. Waters? Ms. Waters, can you catch?
Yay. Yay, sorry.
Thank you. And the motion passes. On to item 5C, a moment of silence to be led. If I ask Mr. Kelly, if he'd please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Amen. Moving on to item 7A, public comment. As chairman of the board, I want to provide some important clarification regarding our public policy comments, specifically in relation to the upcoming meeting and going forward. Our established policy BE clearly outlines that the public comment session should not be used to discuss personal matters or other issues deemed private or confidential. As we strive to maintain a fair and respectful environment during our meeting, I want to draw your attention to the fact that the agenda for the upcoming meeting includes personnel matters. In accordance with policy BE, as the chairman or my designee, I am authorized to terminate the speaking time of any individual who disturbs this policy. It's imperative that we adhere to this policy to ensure a constructive and respectful public comment session. Further, as set forth in in our last meeting, each speaker must state their name and the issue that they wish to discuss. They will be given an allotted amount of time. Today, we have 30 speakers, so that'll be 1 minute. When the time is up, they will be advised and given, if necessary, an additional 15 seconds to wrap up your position. At the end of that point, your microphone will be turned off. And if you continue to speak and disrupt these proceedings, you'll be asked to leave. Further, in the ongoing commitment to transparency and accessibility, we've implemented an electronic sign-up system for public comments. And then we will be addressing that as to how we will be going forward with further notice to the board, to the public. I will call up 3 names, and if you would please come up, state your name and issue. The first name is the Reverend Nelson Rivers, Audrey Lane, and Danielle Lopez.
I'm taking Reverend Rivers, if that's okay. He's on a flight. He yield to me.
Nope, I'm sorry. You must pass on.
I'm on the list.
No, you're not. The Reverend
Yes, I am.
Rivers.
Number 12.
Then you will be called up at number 12, please.
Thank you so very much.
You're welcome.
I mean, he's gone. He's not here. We're wasting such
Please
wonderful
move on,
time.
please. Please.
I was very patient. We were very patient with you all. I mean, we got to lead by example, and we got to bring unity. I mean, that's not right. He's gone. He yielded to me. I don't see the problem, but I will wait.
Thank you.
Because I'm a good leader.
Miss Audrey Lane, please.
Good evening, board. Acting Superintendent Huggins. It is very simple. I'm a parent. I'm a parent of 2 boys in this district. I've been with you for 15 years or more. I have a senior that is graduating. I am ready for all students in Charleston County to have an opportunity to learn, to thrive. And I believe that there is someone in this district who can do that, who has proven that, who has a track record for moving students, who has been at multiple schools, who is qualified, who is a native Charlestonian, who is born and raised in downtown Charleston, who can do the job. And I expect tonight that that will happen. We are ready as parents to see something different in this district, and I am asking you to do that. Good evening.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Danielle Lopez, and I am a parent, community organizer, and a former early childhood educator. Since I've started attending these meetings, I have learned several things, including a lot about the ESSER funding and the reading goals across Charleston County schools. I understand that ESSER funding is limited, and I understand that achieving these goals is hard, tedious work. I also understand that it takes strong, experienced, and successful leaders and educators to achieve these goals. In the reports that the superintendent will share with us later today, we'll hear that one of the big goals is getting all 5th grade students reading at their grade level by 2027. And everyone behind me, regardless of how they feel about a few books in the library, and certainly all of you trustees should want to also see this goal accomplished. And guess what? You have an ace in your pocket, so use it.
Thank you. Andy Knotts, the Reverend Rebecca Hines, Ronald Malcolm.
Good evening. I'm Addie Rose Knotts, a senior at Wando High School. I'm a varsity track athlete, AP and engineering student, and member of Homecoming Court, and the president of Wando's Conservative Club. I'm here representing the unheard voices that are scared to speak their opinions due to fear of repercussions or attacks they may face. Every voice deserves to be heard, but many are not. Conservative Club is an outlet for people to express their views among like-minded individuals. In past years, students with specifically differing views shut down our social media accounts, tore down club posters, and harshly ridiculed anyone affiliated with the club. My voice and those similar to mine have been silenced, and many fear judgment if they do speak about their views. As a member of the largest school in the state, I have been allowed to continue this club, yet I am confused as to why the school environment feels like an unsafe place to express our views. I've spoken with many students across the county and have found this issue transcends my high school and is pervasive across the entire district. I see a disproportionate representation of ideas and opinions being expressed and amplified on campuses and at these meetings. This was ever more evident to me at the last school board meeting. We need equal representation of all views and opinions if rightful change and growth are to be made. We need spaces that respect decorum and allow all sides to be heard. If this happens, we will see everyone has a lot more in common than they realize. As the elected leaders of CCSD, we depend on you to ensure equality and are waiting to have our voices supported. All of us.
Good evening. My name is Reverend Rebecca Hines. I'm the minister of the Unitarian Church here in downtown Charleston. And I am here as a minister, as a woman of faith, but most importantly, I'm here as a mom. I'm the proud mother of a student in the school district, and I am deeply concerned. With all of the shenanigans going on, including the debacle that resulted in a highly qualified, talented Black man being forced out of the superintendent position, the blatant hatred circus that resulted in the removal of qualified, dedicated public servants on the Health Advisory Council, including a rabbi, which in this international public political climate right now is in such poor taste, I can barely comprehend it. It is hard to have faith, but I do. For many religious people around the world, this is the season of miracles and hope. This is the season of God doing something brand new in the darkest of seasons. The majority on this board has shown us nothing but ignorance, racism, and hatred, but I still have hope. I still believe God can soften your hearts and make you love your neighbors, even the ones who are different than you, even the ones who don't have the same religion as you, because God is bigger than all of that which divides us. And today you have a chance to do something different. Don't let us down. Do the right thing. Hire Michelle Simmons.
Hi, I'm Ron Malcolm. I'm going to speak about the CAO position. As I understand it, there was an external board that reviewed the candidates and determined there was someone who was absolutely the most qualified candidate for the CAO position. I want to look at some objective metrics and evaluate the results of the current leadership. The 2023 SC Ready results for CCSD markedly exceeded 2019 pre-pandemic results, also far outpaced statewide results. There were improvements in every demographic group: white, Black, Hispanic, and other. I don't know why there's been a reluctance to go ahead and fill the CAO position. So I'm asking you to reflect on this. Think about all those students: Black, white, Hispanic, those living in poverty, those living in abundance, all of whom are absolutely flourishing under the current leadership. Do we want them to reach their full potential? This should be an obvious choice. You've got a gem in your hand. Don't let politics and agenda get in the way. Don't waste the opportunity to offer this person the permanent CAO position. Give that person the job. Thank you.
Thank you. Wandra Hamilton, Joy Brown, Priscilla Shumway.
Good evening. I'm Dondra Hamilton. The candidate for the CAO position is someone that I've known for nearly 40 years. This person and I attended grade school and graduated high school together. It brings me great joy to see how she has put her career above all. She grew up in downtown Charleston, graduated from Charleston County Public Schools, went away to college and made the choice to come back to Charleston to be a beacon in our community. That speaks volumes for the character. Not only that, she has been consistent in moving students academically throughout this district. I'm asking you guys to make a wise decision and offer that person who is most qualified to take the seat. that she has been working in at this current time. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Joy Brown. First, I want to speak to a student that we heard before I go on with my prepared statement. We heard a student that talked about not being heard, and I'm grateful that you all let her be heard, even though it goes against policy BE as something that was not on the agenda. So I think, you know, I wish that we would moving forward, we would not pick and choose when we allow a policy to dictate what we do. But, you know, moving on. Also, it's 8:40 before we started public comments for a meeting that started at 5:15. There have been so many distractions taking up the air for months in CCSD. We don't have a permanent superintendent. We are behind the 8 ball on the budget, especially with the sunsetting of ESSER, and we need to select a new ELA curriculum for the 24-25 school year. Time is ticking. So we need to move forward. We have an excellent, exceptional leader who has been interim chief academic officer for the past year. Our students need that experience. 24 years before EL, she's been in this district doing this work way before EL came. So please do the right thing for our students. Thank you.
Good evening, I'm Priscilla Shumway. I'd like to quote some recent research on what happens when teens actually read quote unquote disturbing books. In a recent study of 8th graders, the students were able to choose what books they read rather than being assigned. The books that they found most interesting were those that did not shy away from the different ways of being a human in a diverse society. Many of those books are those books that are now currently being discussed being banned. Quote from the research, the students, most of whom had priorly received very little or no reading, were absolutely ecstatic about what they read. Reading engaged the narratives about characters with complicated lives. It helped the students to seek multiple viewpoints, become morally stronger and happier. Central to these changes were the conversations about these books that they had with peers, teachers, or family members. Their parents reported welcomed opportunities for conversations about the characters in the books, which helped them to discuss drugs, sex, relationships, and depression. So please, let the librarians, the educators, and the researchers do their job. Let students read books.
Okay. Ms. Huggins, before we get any further into the discussion on books, can you please remind the public that right now there's no action on behalf of the district in banning books?
Mr. Grabowski,
Mom's want to do it.
I just spoke to Mrs. Simmons, and neither she nor I is aware of any school that's banning books. But if there are constituents who are concerned about that, they certainly can contact Ms. Simmons and me.
Thank you. Tara Woods, James Gergen, and Reverend Cynthia Smalls. And if you could please state your name for the record before you speak.
I'm James Gergen. Keep pornography out of schools. I raised 3 daughters. I'm good with that. But I don't trust Moms for Liberty to define pornography. One of the many award-winning books they seek to ban is The Bluest Eye by Toni Morrison. Pornography is defined in relation to sexual stimulation and titillation, and there's nothing stimulating or titillating in this book. The book is about race, growing up Black and poor, and includes the rape of a young Black girl. The book was published in 1970, and at that time, most literature presented rape in sexual terms and from the male perspective. The book helped society pivot to treat rape as violence, recognize the trauma on the victim, and stop victim blaming. The young girl in the book is destroyed by the rape and by the reaction of her mother and society. 1 in 4 women will experience rape or attempted rape. The author powerfully communicates that rape is not about sex, but about violence and trauma, and rape victims need support. Toni Morrison won both a Pulitzer Prize and a Nobel Prize in Literature. She's not a pornographer. She's a gifted writer with important messages. Our professional librarians know this. I'm glad my daughters had the right to access this book in high school, and we should ensure future generations do too. Thank you.
Good evening again. I'm Reverend Cynthia Elaine Smalls. I'm here tonight to ask you guys to have a heart of mercy, compassion, trust, integrity. And I can go on, but let me say this. I'm here to advocate for the CAO position, for the best candidate, someone that has proven herself over and over and over again. Her professional career does not look any different than our present superintendent that y'all so hasten to rush without any kind of consideration. But still, the candidates that's sitting there, time after time, meeting after meeting, being humiliated and embarrassed by a few of you, and still come here with grace, dignity, and respect and do the job, looking out for our children. That's what I call a leader. That's what I call somebody that had the children's back. And y'all should feel bad. That can be your sister, your daughter, your wife. Do the right thing. Fight in your heart. Don't worry about black, white, green, pink, or whatever. Just do the right thing. The person that can do the job, that has been doing the job. Thank you.
Nancy Grow, Quinetta White, Suzanne Hardy.
I'm Nancy Grow. Michelle Simmons has the support of the principals, the teachers, and the staff, plus more than 2,000 people who signed the petition. Why would you not hire her?
So Nancy Grove has yielded the rest of her time to me. She was very nervous about coming up here to speak. And I just wanted to take a moment just to back her up.
I'm sorry, who are you?
Oh, Sydney Van Bullock, I'm sorry. And
But
just,
you're not on the list.
I understand. She, okay.
Ma'am, please.
Well,
Let's
I
just
just
move
want
on.
to say that this board is continuously silencing the public, and it's just
not
really
silencing the public.
disappointing.
You can put your name on the list. Thank you. Ms. Hardy.
Good evening. I'm Quinetta White. I thought it paramount to share with you a few points about our learning services leadership. Under the current learning service leadership, I have grown tremendously as a leader of leaders. Coaching principles requires specific skills. It is not innate. Honing in on and enhancing coaching methods must be intentional. Learning services leadership provides the space, opportunities for this growth. The outcome is what's most important: student growth. I am confident that with the current learning service leadership, CCSD teachers and leaders will continue to make a profound impact on our students, which will in turn reap a long-lasting positive influence on their lives for many years to come. Thank you for your time.
Suzanne Hardy.
The current CAO delivered improvements in achievement scores while the state of South Carolina scores went down. She was recommended for CAO by the district's hiring committee. She has the community's support. Look at all of us who are here and have waited for hours. She had there were petitions signed by thousands, letters from the College of Charleston School of Education, constituent board members, 38 teachers of the year, and more. She has the support of principals of all the schools. She is highly qualified and broadly respected. So why is her hire even in question? For this community who's experienced the many fiascos and unprofessional behaviors from this board, there is no legitimate reason. Simply put, this woman is Black, as were Drs. Gallion and Kennedy. Your track record is crystal clear on Black leaders at CCSD. You have the opportunity to do right, to change the narrative of racism, to put the education of our kids, what's best for teachers, parents, and the community above your personal agendas. Hire Michelle Simmons now.
Aelia Wilson, Tasha Joyner, Lee Walker.
Good evening. I'm Kalila Wilson, Assistant Principal at Daniel Jenkins Academy, 22-year educator, 18 here in CCSD, and a 1997 graduate of Wando High School. All that information is relevant to my why for being an educator and advocating for the permanent appointment of the current interim CAO. The BOT assembled before us has caused great harm, not unlike previous boards. However, this board can be the board that acknowledges wrongdoing and seeks truth, racial healing, and transformation. Please Google TRHT for more information. As an educator, I encourage my students to learn by doing. Sometimes that means that we fail, which is okay. In which case, I encourage not only my students, but all whom I lead and myself to fail forward. John Wooden said, "Failure is not fatal, but failure to change might be." As elected leaders of CCSD, it is your obligation to not only learn from your failures, but seek change from this. In this case, acknowledgement that you have done wrong, that in fact it is race-related, and move forward with concrete action for transformation. Please confirm Michelle Simmons.
Once again, I'm going to remind the public. No speaker may use this public comment session for personal or derogatory comments of any individual, discuss personnel matters, or to discuss matters otherwise private or confidential. Speakers are to discuss the issues, not individuals. Issues addressed should reflect the business that is before the board or is relevant to the district. The chairman or their designee is authorized to terminate any speaker's time who does not observe this policy. Anyway, please proceed. Please proceed. Start running the time.
Good evening. My name is Tasha Joyner. I am a 20+ year educator with CCSD, and I am a part of Learning Services. Learning Services tagline is lead well, serve well. This has been done in various experiences, learning opportunities, and it has been directly modeled by doing and actions. We often say, when the adults are well, the children are well. And so in Learning Services, we have monthly leadership learning service meetings where recently we have been talking about Unleash Leadership. That is talking about the energy management system that includes our physical, our mental, and social mental health. And so what I ask is that you will continue to let the person that is leading learning service, lead well so we can serve well.
Galen Manning, Charles Brown, Lakia Thomas.
Good evening. I'm Jalen Manning, and I am a student part of the Charleston Area Justice Manning New Education Steering Committee. We're over 40 diverse groups and 1,000 people trying to make positive change in our area. We worked on housing, healthcare, police reform, and all. First of all, we fully support the hiring of highly qualified chief academic officer, someone whose outstanding work and tireless commitment and dedication is overdue in district leadership. KDRM has partnered with CCSD to reduce suspicions, especially for students of color, by implementing restorative practices. This is working. We are seeing fewer suspensions and stronger relationships. We honor our partnership with CCSD through the process, but in the community meetings, people voice concerns about inequality, lack of accountability, lack of transparency, lack of diversity, and inclusion. And research this will keep these asking students, parents, teachers, and neighbors for input. Our goal is to use what worked for restorative practices to find community-led solutions. KDRM remains dedicated to advocating and making meaningful change around racial and social justice by speaking truth and understanding each other's perspective. Progress is possible even when difficult. Together we can get there. Thank you.
Charles Brown. This is about Chief Academic Officer, Public Support, a review. This board has received letters signed by all 16 high school principals, all 14 middle school principals, 41 elementary school principals, 46 Stono Park teachers, staff, and parents, 46 North Charleston elementary teachers and staff, and 38 past Teachers of the Years group, for a total of 71 principals and 241 teachers and staff. In addition, a petition was signed by 2,299 people, and that's not all. There were also letters sent by DC 10 constituent board and mayors and mayoral candidates and the College of Charleston School of Education members. That's quite a show of support, don't you think?
Good evening. My name is Lakia, and in my current role, I advocate for and support our most vulnerable students within CCSD, our scholars with disabilities. CCSD pursuit of excellence demands a leader who can consistently convey our message, align district's actions with best practice, and strategically drive initiative. This necessitates a chief academic officer who comprehends the influential power of their role and is steadfast in navigating the chosen course. The interim chief academic officer has not only showcased a remarkable dedication to CCSD's students, educators, and leaders, but has also demonstrated exceptional leadership qualities. In the face of opposition and skepticism from some members of this board, this individual persevered. This individual continued to lead with grace, courage, and unwavering dedication to service. As Maya Angelou eloquently stated, I stand in front of you as one, but I come as 10,000, advocating for and in full support of the appointment of Ms. Michelle Simmons as Chief Academic Officer.
David Ray. That's a real name. Frank Hardy. Elvin Spites.
Good evening. I'm David Ray, the father of a CCSD graduate. As Charleston County citizens, my wife and I rely in countless ways every day on the success of our schools and empowering every single student to acquire the knowledge and the life skills to live meaningful lives, meaningful for themselves and meaningful for people like you and me, who they are in community with. We will never all have the exact same perspectives, but we will always be bound together in community. You as leaders must embrace that those differences exist and inquire, listen, and find a positive way forward. We've squandered a lot in the past few months. We drove away a man we had only just invited to lead our schools. Charleston County can't afford to drive away accomplished educators. We have an extremely accomplished one. From here, highly regarded for 20 years, produces results rigorously vetted by many people. I'm convinced that you will be rewarded by God in heaven and the people of Charleston County if you authorize Michelle Simmons to be our Chief Academic Officer.
I'm Frank Hardy. What qualities are needed for a Chief Academic Officer? Well, someone who knows how to improve the outcomes of the system and how to do it in ways that get the best from everybody. Someone who, when praised about her outcomes, gives credit to her team. She knows her job, and it's to lead and enable. Someone who is a good delegator and a conscientious manager. Someone who energizes her team so together they build confidence, trust, and fulfillment in the entire academic community. Today is a difficult day for CCSD and the people in this room. We have been rocked by many scandalous missteps by this board and its majority faction. Today, the board has the opportunity to start recovering from this and moving forward with the appointment of the current acting academic officer for chief. Thank you.
Kendra Luce, Renee Forsberg, and Heather Miramar.
Hi, my name is Kendra Luce. I'm here to talk to you about parents' rights. Y'all caregivers who look like me are not lacking any rights. I have access to my children's teachers, staff, and administrators, all of whom are experts in their fields. Parents' rights isn't about rights. It's about bullying Black and LGBTQIA+ students. It's about silencing teachers and shuttering health services. It's about everyone else funding their decision to move to private schools. And it demands that local school boards address each individual complaint. BCSD just spent $6,000 reviewing books based on one person's complaint. CCSD just spent more than $500,000 listening to one white woman's complaint, ignoring principals, teachers, students, and caregivers. Stop letting one person's opinions trample the rights of all the rest of us. Use our limited resources to feed kids lunches, fund health services, and pay our teachers a living wage. Finally, I look forward to your upcoming vote in favor of Michelle Simmons.
My name is Heather Merman. I have one child now in the public schools here. One has graduated. I was also going to talk about parents' rights because there's been a lot of complaining about books in libraries and SEL curriculum and a more diverse curriculum where all students are represented and can see themselves. But more important than that, I think after the past few board meetings, I instead would like to remind you all that as trustees elected to these very important positions of power, you are required to represent all families in your district, not just those who vote, worship, and think like you do. All parents should have the right to get a comprehensive, evidence-based, and inclusive education for their children that prepares them for the future in a diverse world. And so today, I ask you to listen to the majority in this room and who have written you and signed petitions, and hire the candidate for CAO who has proven to be the best, trust our educators, and read Robert's Rules of Order, for God's
Very much, Ms. Lee. Move on, please. James Dallas, Reverend Thomas Dixon, Karen Horton.
Good evening. I'm James Dallas, principal at E.B. Ellington Elementary School, and I am here in support of a talented and highly qualified individual to become the next chief academic officer for Charleston County School District. As an elementary school principal and instructional leader, it is essential that I work alongside a CAO that I trust, that knows and understands curriculum, and more importantly, someone who's walked in my shoes. There are many among us who have characterized themselves as transformational leader, but in many instances, these transformational leaders or so-called leaders have produced nothing of substance. That is not the case with our current interim CAO, who played a vital role in the historical successes on our spring SE Ready assessments. CCSD students improved reading scores at record levels in all grades and among all student groups. Every grade tested from 3rd through 8th, and every demographic group of students saw gains last year and throughout the tenure of this wonderful and talented leader. While a lot of this can be attributed to good teaching in the classroom or strong leadership at the building level, the fact is that the unprecedented, undeniable growth that we saw occurred under the leadership of one of the most talented and transformational leaders that I know, and that is our interim chief academic officer. Thank you.
Pastor Thomas Dixon here. Let's get something straight, okay? This is
Name,
public.
please, Reverend. I apologize.
What do you say?
Senior moment.
What'd you say?
Go ahead.
I'm sorry, what'd you say? I really didn't understand you.
I did not hear your name, but that's fine. They said you said it.
Pastor Thomas Dixon. Okay, don't start my time yet now. All right. Senior moment. That's your senior moment, not mine. At 71 years old.
Absolutely.
Right? Thank you. I appreciate
Start his time when he starts speaking.
All righty. All righty. Let's get something straight. This is public comments. This is chief academic officer. That's CCSD school business. White racism in Charleston County School District has prevented our scholars of color from success. And whether or not I say a name, you know exactly who I'm talking about. In 2015, a fully qualified Black woman was intentionally passed over for the superintendent position. That woman went on to succeed in Lexington County Public Schools, Birmingham County Public Schools as superintendent of Atlanta Public Schools, successful. And now here we are. Well, while that same person that was selected for that position went on to let our schools remain in the lower part of a state that's the lowest state in the nation for education. Now we have a chance to get it right. You have a chance to get it right. You have a chance to select an African-American woman who is overly qualified for this position, has been in the school district for 24 years, and is fully capable of leading this district and our scholars as far as they can get with a future that they can embrace and be successful. It's on you. Your job now. Do it.
We just got one more person, then I've got to go to the secondary list. Yeah. Yeah. Karen Horton. I see we've reached the 30-minute mark and that we've obtained all of our guaranteed speakers. With that, I would like to move on.
You have 5 people, 5 people on the other list come up. Yeah. You have 5 no shows. Your parliamentarian's shaking her head yes. Come on.
No.
Yeah.
I understand.
Senior.
Yes. Yes.
Set up if you drop that paper, you have to forget.
Did I put the summary? Yeah, working. Thank you. The summary of the online written submissions are as follows. There were 2 for board member conduct decisions, 1 for SEL, 3 for banned book librarians and book content, 19 to hire the COA. CAO, thank you. 1 public comments decorum. School, 1 for the school district and board failure. 1 for restorative practices. And 1 for Thanksgiving. Thank you. With that, we're going to move on to item 8A, possible actions of executive session items. First one up before the question before the board is a recommended action, a motion to authorize the acting superintendent of schools to negotiate an employment contract for chief academic officer with a negotiable salary and with an immediate start date. Is there a second?
Second.
I'd like to make a motion to amend the motion. And the amendment is as follows. The acting superintendent is authorized to negotiate an employment contract with candidate A for a chief academic officer to include the specific restrictions. The contract term shall be for 1.5 years. The contract shall have a 3-year renewable provision. The salary for the position will be set at the currently posted rate. Do I have a second?
Point of order. There's a
Ms.
motion on
Robertson.
the floor. Are we not going to vote on the first motion before he amends the motion? We discussed this.
No, this is an amendment to the motion.
He can amend the motion, however, we need a second so we can discuss.
That's correct.
I second. And this is the same procedure that happened Health Advisory Committee last month.
So we will discuss the amendment. Is there any discussion?
I have a comment.
Ms. Waters?
Having served on this board in the past where we voted to install deputies and chief leaders, this is highly unusual. We don't typically as a board stipulate terms. In fact, we only do that for the superintendent. Terms for a position at this level should be negotiated by by the superintendent. And I don't believe that we should use an unprecedented process for this candidate that's different than those we've used in the past.
Any other further comments?
I have
Yeah.
a comment. The
Ms.
superintendent,
Robertson?
the superintendent has made her motion. And I don't think that it is up to you, Mr. Kabrowski, to amend what her recommendation is. This employee works for the superintendent. This is her motion. We are overreaching. Let's vote on the motion in front of us. We are not HR. They can negotiate their contract and salary. We don't need to be involved in that.
Any further discussion?
Yes, I
Temple?
believe.
Go ahead,
Dr. Temple?
No, go ahead, Dr. Temple.
Well, I just want to say, I'm listening to the voices that are out there. I read the letters. I heard the teacher's testimony. I saw the petitions. I just feel that we're on unprecedented territory right now. We need stability in our schools. I don't see this action, this amendment, doing anything to boost morale in our schools. We have a qualified person who can lead. We have demonstrated that this person can lead. And I think that we just need to do the right thing right now and just follow and support our acting superintendent. That's why we hired her.
Mr. Calhoun?
Yes. I will say, as a board, we were elected to look at the superintendent as far as hiring and firing. Negotiating is all we look at is the superintendent. Anything other than that, we allow the superintendent, acting superintendent, interim superintendent, whatever superintendent that you want to do all of that. It is not up to us to dictate chief level negotiations. It's not up to us. What we need to look at, excuse me, what we need to look at is whether we approve the resumes as well as the job performance of the people that are being brought before us, not the negotiations. Not the negotiations. Let the superintendent, acting superintendent, interim superintendent do whatever they need to do with HR. For us, we just need to be looking at, do we approve the person that is on paper with their resume, as well as the goals and things that they have done prior to going into the position that we want them to go into. That's what we have.
Ms. Waters?
I just have a question. And the question is, why is this motion being made different in such different fashion from previous motions about the same issue?
It's sabotage.
I'm sorry, Ms. Waters, can you please explain or be clearer as to your question?
Sure. I'm asking you, why are you trying to stipulate terms of a contract which is beyond that has happened before, where we simply stated, I'd like to recommend X candidate, salary, et cetera, leaving the rest up to the district? Why is candidate being treated differently?
It's my belief that the candidate A has been in the position for a year and a half and another year and a half. The contract, as I'm recommending to the superintendent, will be renewable. There are no changes whatsoever to the job duties as presented by candidate A. So pursue it.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Kelly?
Yeah, I'd like to address two inaccuracies that were stated earlier. One is that this is not the superintendent's motion. The superintendent's not part of this board and cannot make motions. There was a recommended action that came out of the superintendent's office. So I want to make that very clear. Second, the recommended action that did come out of the superintendent's office explicitly talks about salary, which makes the salary of this particular position in complete purview of this board. And that's why I second and support that.
Point of order. My motion that I made, not the superintendent made, was to go into was for the superintendent to go into negotiations with said candidate.
So did Mr. Calhoun make a motion?
I made the motion and it was seconded, I believe, by Ms. Waters. It was my motion.
I see.
Mr. Grabowski made a amendment to the motion.
So
That's correct. Ms. Watling?
nothing further.
So I have a question. So is this board going to start picking and choosing which contracts we put terms on and salary? Because it was just a couple of months ago that we approved the acting superintendent, and we weren't concerned about a contract, our job descriptions, our certifications. But now tonight we are concerned about contract terms and salary. So are we going, is this how we're going to govern?
We take each situation
No,
as
we have.
presented.
No.
Any further questions?
No.
Mr. Calhoun, do you have any further?
I'm sorry, I'm going to ask
Yes.
for a legal opinion.
Ms. Robertson, I recognize you to ask for legal opinion.
Okay, recognize me.
You're recognized.
Thank you. I'm going to ask for a legal opinion, and I'm also going to ask the chief HR to talk in general
Ms.
terms.
Robertson, let's
about-
just stick to asking for legal opinion.
I'm gonna use my two. I have two questions. A legal opinion. And I also need to find out from HR, is this standard practice for a board to intervene in contract negotiations?
So presumably your question of me is whether or not the proposed amendment in and of itself is legal?
No, I know the amendment is legal.
So I'm not quite sure I understand. What question are you asking?
You asked for a legal opinion.
I know that. I'm fully aware of that. And my question to you is the district. Is this standard for them for us as a board to get into contract negotiations?
That's probably a question better put to Mr. Brigman. I don't know actually whether my understanding is that it is not.
All right. So my question would be for Chairman Grabowski for looking at policy BBA under the executive section. What does it say that our responsibilities as a board would be? Again, that would be under policy BBA. Could you please read what our responsibilities as a board would be, being under executive, the executive section? Okay, I can read it. The board shall appoint a superintendent who is charged and shall be held responsible for the operation and management of the district. A superintendent. Why are we getting into negotiations on chief level appointments?
Once again, I will stand by my position and I'm giving the superintendent some recommendations and some guidelines.
A recommendation.
That's why I'm calling the meeting.
We are looking at the superintendent, not chief level appointments. We can approve the chief level appointments all we want. However, under BBA, Board Powers and Duties, we look at the executive level part, which would be the superintendent, not the chief level appointments. When it comes to chief level appointments, we look at whether the person that the superintendent is actually appointing, are they qualified? Do they have the goals and recommend everything that they do? Will that fit within our district? We make our recommendation off of that, and we say, yes, they can do that. Now you go and negotiate a contract off of that. From there, then we come back and evaluate the superintendent off of the appointments that they make. How can we evaluate the superintendent off of appointments that they make when we're making the negotiations? We're going to be evaluating ourselves at that point.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to be recognized.
Ms. Waters?
I'd like to call attention back to the fact that there was a question of the HR professional in the room about whether or not this is typical that a candidate, one, would have contract terms stipulated by the board, and two, would have fewer years in term than other chiefs at her level.
Mr. Brigman?
So in the past and when motions have been made, the board has usually stated a salary or not to exceed a certain salary. And they've also either worded a 3-year contract or multi-year contract. I've seen it both ways. I will say, if you can restate the piece about the renewal, though, I think that's an important piece. So it would have a 3-year renewal after the 1.5 years. That was part of the motion.
Yes.
Yeah, Mr. Brigman.
In other words, they would not have to come to the board for approval.
That's correct. That's the superintendent would renew the contract from this point forward.
All right.
Mr. Brigman, in follow-up, what was the process for the former 2 chief academic officers? Was it, you mentioned that this has happened both ways. What was the way with the 2 past chief academic officers?
So the last chief academic officer, from what I recall, and I don't have it in front of me, the board approved the superintendent at the time, Dr. Postaway, to negotiate a salary up to X. And I believe it was a multi-year contract. And prior to that, there was a deputy. There was not a chief academic officer.
So if we were,
Yes,
so I think that those things are irrespective. We kind of keep doing that deputy versus chief piece. Like the person in the position, have they been awarded a 3-year contract? And if we were to go look in the records, would the language have been like the language in this contract, or would she have been, was Carolyn Belcher given 3 years and then a multi-year opportunity for renewal? Or was she simply given the multi-year contract?
I think I can answer the question. So the contract itself, it's a standard contract that all chiefs receive. It has the same language in it as far as renewal. So after the period of time that the contract is, if it's a 3-year contract, then at the point of renewal, the superintendent would notify the chief that the intent to renew, either to add an additional year. If the superintendent doesn't notify the chief by a certain date, and a year is added automatically, or the superintendent usually would negotiate another multi-year.
Mr. Brigman, I'm sorry, but I don't think you answered the first question. Did she have 3 years in her initial contract?
The last chief academic officer did have 3 years.
Okay. And then but prior to that, the deputy, did she have 3 years in her contract?
It's been since 2017. I believe she did.
Okay.
Both of those individuals came to the district from off.
Okay. Do you, Mr. Barowie, and the other chiefs have 3-year contracts?
We were all issued 3-year contracts from what I recall.
Thank you.
Mr.
Watley?
Mr. Brigman, I have a question. Since we're going back into the past and looking at the past, from the time we went from deputy to just a chief level position, how many chiefs have we added to the district since that time?
So you're not talking about chief academic, you're talking about
How much larger, especially since we're considering budget and everything, how much larger has the district top become in the last several years?
Okay,
Since we're looking at all of this, because it sounds like it was deputy and then it became chief, correct?
So I'll go back a little ways here to Dr. Goodloe Johnson. When she arrived, that was, I believe, one of the first times we had 3 chiefs within that first year or so of her being here: a chief financial officer, chief academic officer, and a chief of staff. Under Dr. McGinley, I recall we did not have a chief of staff. We had a CFO, we had a chief academic officer. And at some point we had a chief information officer added as well. And then a chief operations officer. I'm sorry, this is a little history. Under Dr. Postaway, a deputy position was added. Part of it was funding, and we did not have a chief academic officer. The deputy served in that role. Does that make sense?
So things customarily change around. They're not always the same.
Right. Each superintendent certainly looks at the organizational structure and makes decisions based on what they think is best to manage the district. Many superintendents in the past, the principals have reported directly to them as well. So it depends on the structure that superintendent rolls out.
Mr. Grabowski, I'd like a point of privilege, please.
Ms. Waters.
Ms. Trudy, I'd like to make sure it's on the record that all other current chief level permanent positions have 3-year contracts. I want to make sure that doesn't get lost.
Duly noted.
Yeah.
Ms. Robertson.
Right, that was gonna, thank you, Ms. Waters, because I was going to ask that is noted for the record that all chiefs have 3-year contracts. But Mr. Johnson, and this is my final question. What does it look like as far as liability for this board to offer all other chiefs 3-year contract and this particular position a 1.5-year contract?
Well, so Ms. Robertson, as counsel for the board, I would be very reluctant to provide that kind of advice in a public session. This is a matter that I think will be more properly discussed with the board.
But it's the taxpayers' dollars.
And exactly, I completely understand that. Now, if you all want me to answer that question, please understand that this is normally a matter of attorney-client privilege.
Absolutely.
And I can certainly answer it. I can give you my opinion on it as to whether or not there would be any issue of liability
Mr.
that might
Johnson,
attach to it.
if you answer that, does it put the district in jeopardy?
Well, in theory, it could amount to a waiver of attorney-client privilege on this issue. Now, I would be very happy to discuss this issue with you in executive session.
This is an issue that should be discussed in executive session. But it's really not an issue, but it is.
Well, in my opinion, in open session, we have precedent here that we've been working with 3-year contracts. And I think we should follow that precedent. This is just unfair, I believe, to alter the practice that we have. I'm very concerned that coming up with something short of what we've done with other chiefs is unfair, and it sets a precedent that I don't think we want to go to. In a district this size, we need stability. And this decision to shorten the contract destabilizes our district. We are already struggling enough. And I think we've put ourselves in a very risky position if we accept this amendment.
And I'll leave it at this. This is an exceptional an exceptional situation. We have an individual candidate A, which has been operating in this position for over a year and a half, adding on another year and a half with a renewable contract that it allows the superintendent to renew it. There's been no change in the position's job description. So I don't see why we would be not giving the superintendent that type of instructions. And that's why I have issued this amendment or filed this amendment. So if there's no further discussion, I'd like to bring it up to the vote.
My question would be, what would give you any type of pause, be it the person's resume or the goals that will make this any different than anything that we had in the past?
Mr. Calhoun, I take every situation as it's presented. I am discussing the
But
situation.
I'm asking you, what is now presented right now?
I have one more. I have one more.
Waters.
That was Mrs. Roberson.
Oh, that's me.
Sorry.
I think that we all have voiced our opinions, but I think it's very important for us to hear from the acting superintendent. This is the person that she put forth, and I would like to know what she thinks about this contract.
I think that's outside of the issue being discussed.
That's my question. I don't think that you get to interpret my question. I asked the question of the superintendent, and Mr. Karbowski, please don't get it twisted. I am a trustee and was elected just like you. You're just serving as the chair right now to facilitate this meeting. You did not get to shut me down. I'm asking the acting superintendent to speak to the contract and that she put forth.
She wants to be treated like that. Contractual issues are supposed to be discussed.
What is her recommendation for the position that she put forth? You are taking her recommendation. This is her action, her recommendation.
Ms. Roberson, these issues were discussed in executive session. I feel like we're venturing outside of executive discussion. I think the board has enough information to vote.
So is Ms. Huggins not going to weigh in?
And thank you. We discussed her recommendation. We are now discussing your amendment. So I would like for her to speak to her recommended action.
You want to hear Anita? Yeah. The amendment. Let's try to move on.
What I'd like to do is bring the vote up for, bring the amendment up for vote.
Did Ms. Huggins speak? I might be confused. Is her mic on? Hello, someone who's in the room. Did Ms. Huggins speak, or are we moving past it?
No, she's waiting.
Discussion's been closed, Ms. Waters, and the motion's been brought up for vote.
So the acting superintendent who made the recommendation doesn't get to tell the public why she made the recommendation. Peculiar.
Yeah, it's in the name. Yeah, it's not right. Motion in the name.
Be here again in the morning, right? And there's still a meeting to go through. Why are we not allowing the superintendent to do her job, the acting superintendent to do her job? Against board policy for you
So, Mr. Chair, just you, I was helping the secretary with the phrasing to reflect the fact that we're amending the motion, not voting on the motion.
Right.
Yeah, yeah. Voting on the amendment, not voting on the motion itself.
We're voting on the amended language. Right. To the motion.
Okay, it says that I made the motion to amend. I did not motion to amend the motion made by Mr. Count. Yeah, I don't like the way that's written. Can we change that? At this moment, it says motion to amend the motion made by Mr. Calhoun. Can we say Mr. Gabrowski made made a motion to amend Mr. Calhoun's motion?
And what is the amendment?
It's the same thing.
It's not.
The same, whatever. I see what you're saying, Darren. Mr. Callen, I see what you're saying.
Well, actually, I think it would be a lot cleaner if we actually put what the amendment is. If it said motion to amend to include contract terms regarding salary and time or whatever, you know, however you want to do. But I think it needs to be clear what this motion is attempting to do.
What did I say? What did I say?
Okay, so it popped up again. Are we not changing the wording of the motion?
Mr. Calhoun, Ms. Trudy's working on the language.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. So the line was the game for the other side. It's all good.
And real quick, just a point of information for the parliamentary. Can I not just accept the motion I put forward initially? Could I
repeat that, Mr. McCallum?
Could I just not accept the amendment that Mr. Grabowski put forward? Yeah, that's what I thought.
What is the currently posted rate?
I have a question. Where are we getting this currently posted rate? Where is that?
That is what the candidate is currently making, the position's currently making.
So we're not even looking at a ban at this point?
No, Mr. Callahan.
So we're going from, who chose this rate?
Wow.
You make, as a state employee, you make a ban rate. As a state employee, myself being a state employee, we make ban rates.
Based on experience and.
Mr. Brigman.
Read the motion.
Superintendent. Yeah, well, y'all are figuring this out and then you speak. We've been here for a very long time.
There's no way. And she said, I can't do it. Exactly. This is no.
The kids fed my kids, sent to bed. You can let 5 people speak because it was too much time. I got the change though. I'm not gonna help it. Salary. Get the set of salaries. It goes against policy GCS.
In and out of here.
And BBA.
What it is. I don't know when to step down.
That's good. Yeah, I can see it. Yes, that's good. Oh, vote.
It's not up.
It's not us.
It's not us.
Fresh.
Refresh your page. Refresh screen.
Back out. Still not popping up on my screen.
Yeah, it's up now.
Mine's still not. Okay, got it. That's it.
Looking up state law and what the board can do.
And the motion does not pass.
We'll move on to the recommend motion to authorize the acting superintendent of schools to negotiate a negotiation and employment contract for the chief academic officer with a negotiable salary and an immediate start date.
And that was already moved by myself and then seconded by Ms. Waters, correct?
That's correct. Is there any further discussion?
Yes.
Ms. Waters?
Once again, just as in the last candidate A was interviewed by an external panel. Differently and even more rigorously was also interviewed by her fellow peers. All had glowing things to say about candidate A. And so at this time, we have not only the overwhelming response from the community, but a second interview panel that is unanimously saying that this candidate is far and away beyond qualified, even more so than the several other candidates who were interviewed, in addition to the person's level peers wanting to work with her, in addition to an endorsement by the acting superintendent, as I understand it, for the record.
Any further discussion?
Yes, I would like the acting superintendent to speak to candidate A.
I'd recommend the board allow me to negotiate a contract with the candidate. The external panel unanimously recommended her to me, and as a result, I took her in front of the chief level cabinet and spoke with them individually about her credentials, and they all support the recommendation as well. So I bring her forward tonight as a unanimous support from me and the chief level leaders in the district.
Thank you. I just want to put for the record that this was unanimous support from everyone from the chief academic the chief superintendent, from the acting superintendent to approve the chief academic officer.
Any further discussion? Mr. Calhoun, was that a question or just further discussion?
There was further discussion with a statement for the record.
Okay. Any further questions? Dr. Temple?
Yes, for the record, I'd like to say that I trust our principals, our teachers, our acting superintendent, and our chiefs in their recommendations.
Any further questions? And for the record, I do trust the process that was followed. I think this was the correct process that was followed. While I may disagree with some of the discussion, I do think the process was followed as required. With that being said, if there are no further questions or any debate, I would ask that we bring the motion to vote. Candidate A, that is correct. And the motion passes.
Moving on, I'd like to go on to item 8B, the student placement appeal. And the motion before the board is to uphold the constituent District 4 decision to expel the student for the remainder of the semester with the student to return to CCSD at Clark Academy.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Can we bring it to vote?
I seconded.
That's correct. That's correct, Ms. Trudy. It's good.
Was that motion made by Mr. Grabowski or Mr. Kelly?
It was made by me.
And the motion passes. Mr. Calhoun, would you like to read the second motion, or would you like me to make the second motion? On item, I'm sorry, as we move on to item 8C. I'll make the motion. The motion is to overturn the D4 decision and uphold the federal regulation 365 expulsion. Seconded by Mr. Kelly. Mr. Calhoun, Ms. Waters.
They're probably done for the night.
I think they're done.
Yeah. Courtney's probably done.
Did you hear me? I said yay, and I'm sorry, I am gonna log off now, but I did say yay to that.
Thank you. And as I understand, Ms. Waters, you're logging off for the meeting.
No. Wow.
Mr. Calhoun, are you still there? Thank you.
I just got back on. I'm on.
We recorded your vote. And the motion passes. Moving on to item 9, Acting Superintendent's Report. Ms. Huggins.
Yes, sir. I'll make this as brief as possible. And with the permission of the board, we'll defer the 10A on the Strategic Ed Committee, and then let the board move on. But I really quickly want to go through with you. Maggie, do you have those slides? What we're going to do next in regards to ESSER. Ms. Carlin, could you give a 30-second overview here on this first slide? We'll defer the video, the spotlight on CCSD to next time, but I'm going to ask Ms. Carlin to give a 30-second overview of the 3 phases of ESSER, and then we're going to talk quickly before we look at what we're going to do next and present to the board beginning in the new year. Ms. Carlin?
Yes, thank you, ma'am. So as most of you know, the first award that we received for ESSER 1 was $13.4 million. The spending deadline for that was September 30th, 2022, and we did expend all of that funds, all of that money that was awarded to us. The second award for ESSER 2 was $72.6 million. The spending deadline on that was September 30th, 2023, and we did spend every bit of that money. The third award that we were given was $163.3 million. The spending deadline on that is September 30th, 2024, and expenditures through October 31st are approximately $95.8 million.
Thank you, Ms. Carlin. Do any of the board members, before we move on, have any questions about the phases of ESSER? I just want to make sure you have that general understanding before we move on to the next slide, because this is a breakdown on slide 3, Maggie, thank you, of ESSER 3 and how it's broken down. And you'll see here what percentage of funds were used in what area. I want to draw your attention. I think Mr. Calhoun asked before, maybe Mrs. Roberson as well, the difference between overall learning loss and learning loss. If you'll recall, the feds required us, Mrs. Carlin, to contribute 25% of the overall ESSER spending to overall learning loss. And so we designated 25% of those monies, and we've broken that down for you on the next few slides to that overall loss, and then a percentage of the remaining funds to learning loss in general. That was how we broke it down. You'll see here very quickly that pie chart. Other activities, 12%, public health policy, 3%, air quality, 13%, after-school learning, 7%, mental health services, 8%. We've talked a lot about that. School closures, 3%, cleaning and sanitizing, 1%, improving response, hardly, not a full percentage, but still funds allocated, 19% to student needs. Again, ESSA adult ed, about $616,000. Another ESSA activities, a little over $1 million. And then that big chunk, again, to overall learning loss. You'll see broken down, Maggie, on the next few slides, big picture items that fall into each of those categories, with that 25% being largely constituted by some of those feeder pattern plans. Mr. Dallas was here earlier tonight. You heard from the ladies in District 20, and you've heard from District 4, Mr. Darby and his colleagues in District 4. You can look here very quickly for a broad overview. Again, I know there's a lot of information on this slide, but we wanted to give you an overview of how we allocated activities and positions in each area to support student learning. We'll give you just a second, and the public a second to look at that slide. Category 3, you'll see after school tutoring there, some CBO partnerships, Vision to Learn. Mr. Calhoun has asked specifically about those things in audit and finance. On to slide 5, you'll note here categories 4 and 6. 7, shored up our virtual academy, our Wi-Fi hubs. Category 9, mental health. You heard Lisa Allison talk a few weeks ago about the monies allocated there. We provided for you in the board brief an overview of how much funds have been spent there. Summer and after school learning in category 10. Ms. Simmons has spoken to some of those services before. You'll see some of those high doses tutoring coming out of category 10. And then Maggie, on the next slide, some of the initiatives to which you've heard us spoken, and we're preparing impact reports. OGAP, for example, how we prepare teachers in math, child care day services, some of Mr. Brigman's initiatives through HR, Men of Charleston Teach, Carolina CAP. Some of these pieces are utilized in the acceleration schools. Then you'll see over in category 13, some of Mr. Baroe and the operations team, improving air quality, public health policy, some of the other activities there. Category 15, you'll note there, teacher bonuses. We announced this week that we're delighted that the next phase of the bonus will be provided in March for our teachers. We've had a really great response on that. Then you'll see next slide 7, 8, and 9, again, very quickly in a general overview. We've broken down for you how these strategies align by pillar. And I know we've talked about those pillars ad nauseum, and you know them as well as we do at this point. Pillar 1, rigorous grade level instruction. We've used funds for early childhood expansion, targeted supports for our MLL, but not nearly enough. Some of our summer enrichment programs, those wraparound services, the virtual academy, Saga, which is our high doses tutoring. Next slide, pillar 2, high quality teachers and leaders. Mr. Brigman's been our point on that. Again, a lot of our teacher recruitment efforts, Carolina CAP, Teach Charleston, our leadership pipeline, the exciting work we have around that is funded out of ESSER 3 as well. And then on to slide 9, wraparound services, most of what Ms. Allison leads with mental health and wellness, restorative practices, etc. So the rest of the presentation is really to look forward. What are we going to do next? Not what's in our rear view mirror, but what is in our primary site is what do we do next? And what we've identified is critically important is that we do just what you see on the screen here, conduct impact reports on strategies that we think are worth considering, determine the strategies that have contributed to student success, and determine how we expand, continue, or discontinue in order to prioritize funding. So these reports will give us a glimpse at whether we should expand, continue, or discontinue. On to slide 11, here are the criterion that we've used to evaluate what we should look at as we examine in the district and across the district what our priorities should be. First of all, is the program or position a strategic priority or linked to a strategic priority? The rubric asks us and gives credit to reports that do that. Two, what is the funding source? We need to evaluate things that are funded through ESSER 2 or ESSER 3. Third, what questions do we have about programs in the district? Are there questions as to whether they're effective? So we might also use this impact report beyond ESSER 2 and ESSER 3. Fourth, are there concerns about programs? Some of the things you heard tonight, like the Clemson Reading Program, if we want to identify, did this really make an impact worth sustaining? We might say, let's do an impact report on that. And last, when outside agencies do things that we need to evaluate, that would be a fifth criterion for utilizing the impact report. Again, so the impact report is not solely for ESSER continuation or discontinuation, but it's a strategy that we've developed internally to assess the effectiveness of positions, programs, outside agencies when we have concerns about effectiveness. We're hoping to, and I want to thank Mrs. Roberts behind me for her leadership in this effort. We hope to utilize that for such. We'll go on to the next slide so that you'll see our timeline, which is ambitious at best, but we're on track to be prepared for the upcoming budget cycle. By this Friday, schools and departments will submit impact reports. In the first part of January, we'll have a level 1 program review by a committee of educators. January 15th, we'll provide some of those recommendations to schools, and if needed, we'll go through a second round of review based on what funding we think we have available to prioritize what moves forward to the board for consideration and approval prior to the February workshop that you'll do with the Mrs. Carlin and members of her team. The last slide here shows you, we can send this out in this week's board brief, although I know you've seen it several times as we've analyzed other program reports for you, what the impact report looks like. It asks the alignment to the pillars, what the cost is, who's led the work, what the recommendations are, descriptions of the initiatives, who it has impacted, what outcomes we expect, what measures we've used to determine success, and the overall impact of the work on student outcomes, which will drive all of the recommendations that we bring forward to you. Now, I know that was really quick and I talked quickly. Given the lateness of the hour, I did so intentionally to give you an overview, but want to answer any questions you might have about what we intend to do moving forward. Mr. Grabowski, I'll turn it back over to you to lead the question process.
Are there any questions for Ms. Huggins? Dr. Temple?
Thank you for this report. The one thing that I looked at was slide number 11, where you were looking at the impact report. The only concern I had was with step 2. I don't want to see that the source of funding eliminates a program that's effective. So I think that we need to really look at, making sure with steps 3 and 4 that we're looking at programs that are effective, then identify the funding source, But if it's an effective program that we can't get out of Title I, Title II, or whatever else we have, then I think that's going to need to move over to GOF, and we have to grapple with that fact that this is effective and we need to have this in place.
Thank you for that, Dr. Temple. I probably, in my haste to present these slides, misrepresented slide 11, which are the criteria for what we would utilize this report for. It wouldn't necessarily be limited to ESSER funded positions or grants, but we would use this impact report when, for a variety of reasons, including when we're losing funding or grants are sunsetting, so we can determine just that, what we need to take over to Title II, what we may need to be funded out of EIA, what we may need to go to GOF. So I think I probably misrepresented it, and you more eloquently stated that the report will be used for a variety of things, not limited to when grants are sunsetting or we're losing funding.
I don't think you misstated it. I just think that last time when we were looking at the budget, one of the questions I kept asking was, we talked about cuts we were making, and then it was like, what are we losing? And I want to be sure this time that if we're making cuts or eliminating, that we really do know what we're losing and why.
We will know that for sure through this process, Dr. Temple. I really appreciate that. Thank you.
Can I go?
I think it's my turn.
All right, go ahead. Go ahead, Ms. Robertson. I'm sorry.
I think it's Ms. Roberson's turn, Mr. Calhoun.
You're asking me. Okay, thanks for the report, Ms. Huggins.
Yes, ma'am.
My questions are relating to slide 12.
Yes, ma'am.
The timeline. Is this, I guess, let me back up. This program impact, a couple meetings ago, you referenced something that Mr. Kennedy was going to be working on. Is this it? The impact, a design team, is this it?
So Mr. Kennedy started this process, Mrs. Roberson. Thank you for that question and that reminder. Then Mr. Kennedy brought some ideas to the cabinet, and we took those recommendations as a cabinet and came up with this plan altogether. And so, yes, after the break in January, Mr. Kennedy has gotten recommendations from the CAO, from me, from some other chiefs, and he is going to convene the group that will look over the impact reports and make recommendations. So the answer to that question, Mrs. Roberson, is yes, post-January.
Okay, so here it is. I'm a little nervous about this timeline. It seems like it's kicking the can down the road. This is 2 months from Friday. And so I'm not sure who can answer my questions, whether it's you or Mr. Kennedy, whomever. But is any of this information already at hand and available? I say that because it seems like from this timeline, you would be presenting us the information at the budget workshop. So looking at this right here.
Yes, ma'am. So you're right, Mrs. Roberson. So these impact reports are in progress right now. Some of them have already been submitted. The educator group will make will take a first pass at the impact reports to determine blindly what positions and programs based on evidence are making the most significant impact. If we need to do another round of that, we will. Then we will make recommendations to the board based on those impact reports and the review of educators internally. So you're right. The intent is not to kick the can down the road. We started with the end in mind, and we backed the timeline up based on Mrs. Carlin's need for prompt information to draft recommendations for the first board workshop in February.
So I guess I should be talking to you, Ms. Carlin.
Sure.
Do you think, are you okay with this?
I wouldn't say okay. We're all feeling a little bit nervous and under pressure to make some decisions that are going to impact our students, for years to come. So,
But you're okay, Miss Carlin, you're okay. You were part of the discussion and the timeline creation.
yes,
Is that
yes, the
right?
timeline was vetted with, with my staff as well.
Yeah.
And so,
It just seems like just like you said, we're going to have to make such an important decision about programs as well as positions. And I know that there are positions that you had in the district before ESSER, and you moved some of those positions from GOF to ESSER positions.
You're right.
So there's a lot that we have to consider.
There's a lot.
And I don't want us, last year, that was very stressful for us to go through that budget process and getting information at the last minute. So that's why I'm concerned about this timeline. So just want to know where you are with this timeline. And if possible, Ms. Huggins, not to add any more pressure, but if we could get some of these impact reports to look at sooner as a board, even if it's not the final product. I think for me, let me speak for me. I like to make informed decisions. I like to read and ask questions. That's going to help me make the best decision. So I don't want to have that information when we are now at the first budget workshop.
Sure, I appreciate that, Mrs. Roberson. We're hopeful that only one level of review is going to be needed for these. So that would allow us to make some recommendations and perhaps provide those to you sooner than later. We will, as we get closer, if we have concerns, Ms. Carlin, the cabinet and I, about an inability to make a timely decision or a thoughtful decision that we believe might negatively impact our work with children, we certainly will come back to this board and be very transparent, and we'll make sure that you all have the information you need up front to make informed decisions.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for the questions.
Mr. Calhoun?
Yes, Ms. Roberson knew exactly where I was about to go. Exactly where I was about to go. That timeline needs to be pushed forward. And I know we're going to meet tomorrow, Ms. Carlin, to talk about the Audit and Finance Committee. And I know a lot of this information won't be on for our next committee meeting, but this information needs to be pushed forward as soon as possible so we can start pushing things forward. But the other thing I wanted to get to on slide 8 and 9, most of those projects were district level ESSER funded projects, correct?
Yes, sir. In regards to ESSER 2, that most of that, those requests were from HR for high quality teachers and leaders, and a lot of the mental health and wellness positions, although spearheaded out of the district, were direct supports to schools.
Right. So when we get to ESSER 3, are they moved to the schools, or are they still district level supported ESSER?
Great question, Mr. Calhoun. So Lisa, the point person, the fund manager, the principals are very grateful for this. Lisa Allison will develop as the fund manager. She's behind me. So if I'm wrong, Mrs. Allison, just holler. Mrs. Allison will develop the program impact reports for the positions or the programs that have originated out of her office using the data that she has been able to garner through her work with principals. So beyond this budget cycle, however, if it's the determination of the board to prolong or to continue offering said support, we will then determine whether those supports are more responsibly divvied out to schools, or if it's better systemically to continue to have Miss Allison managing that support for kids across the system. So I think I answered your question. Right now, most of ESSER2, most of what you see represented for ESSER2 is Mr. Brigman. Most of what you see represented for ESSER3 is managed by Mrs. Allison. They will complete the program reports, will determine what continues. The committee will determine what is continued, and then we'll determine in regards to sustainability, how those programs or positions will then be allocated out, whether they'll remain centrally or be given to schools.
Okay, I would just like within that board report that we get right there, could you give us a number to how much is being spent and how many services are being spent out of the district level? Because before we, everything is being told to us that is being spent out of the schools. The school has all the say, particularly when we talk about CBOs and everything, but then we are told that 1 or 2 programs are being coming out of the school, but then we have a list of out of the district, I apologize. But then we have a list of about 8 or 10 district level initiatives that are coming out, So when we get that report, I would just like to see how much is being spent by the district out of the ESSER funding. And then also, what is the process of money coming out of that ESSER fund? So if it's a school coming to say, we want this money out of ESSER, who has the final say or the final sign off of how much is being spent out of that ESSER fund? Or if it's the district, say if Mr. Brickman or Mr. Barori, something like that, saying this will fit under ESSER, who gets that final sign off of, okay, this money can come out of ESSER? I would just like to see all of that within that report when we get that program report.
We can certainly talk to Ms. Carlin about trying to break that down. In the case of Mrs. Allison for ESSER3, although she manages the ESSER3 funding for wraparound services centrally, the supports are at the school level. So we can, I think it'll be a little more evident when you get some of those program reports, but we certainly can do our best to do that. In regards to speeding up the timeline, Mr. Calhoun, we certainly will do our best, but the timeline as it stands is somewhat ambitious, and we want to do service to children in our schools. So that review process is going to take a team of educators quite a considerable amount of time. Hopefully we won't need 2 rounds of review. That will expedite our ability to provide you impact reports in advance for review. But I fully intend to bring to the board recommendations based on evidence of what has made a difference in students' lives to make that process easier for the board. So I think it would be challenging to make any formal presentation of that prior to the February board workshop, but we will do our very best.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you for the thoughtful questions.
Ms. Watley,
I don't have anything.
Ms. Bailey, Ms. McKinney, Mr. Kelly. I will just agree with my fellow members on the audit and finance. And I understand, this is the holiday season. I understand that, we're still waiting to get the impact. I can't imagine how many impact, reviews we're going to be having to look at. A lot. I mean, it's like, the red ink line is going to be coming out at some point, by audit and finances to, and I think that's where you're seeing the concern coming in, seeing these large sums, even when we go through the D20, presentation, it was quite a bit of money.
It was. So I'm hopeful that I can help alleviate some of your concerns by suggesting that a team of educators will make thoughtful decisions based on what we believe is in the budget to continue. If we believe that the requests are excessive or beyond our budget, we will go back in a second round. So we've built that into the timeline. So please, I know you're concerned, but we have faith and assurance that we can work collaboratively to bring forward to you a recommendation based on what we've seen work with children. So we're hopeful that you won't have to take a red pen, that we'll have already done our job. And that when we bring that forward to you, as a recovering English teacher, I love a red pen, but that when we bring that forward to you, that you can say, looks like you have evidence here. We trust your judgment as educators, and but again, I know you want to do your diligence. And so we're going to do our best to be transparent, to provide information to you along the way. I worry about speeding up the timeline and doing the process the justice that it deserves. Mr. Wilson. Yeah.
Ms. Roberson?
Yeah. I just want to be very transparent. As much as I like the D20 plan, there's a large amount of management fees that's very concerning to me. So I hope that the red pen would be in that area.
We certainly understand, Mrs. Roberson, that concern, and we will take note of that. Thank you for sharing it.
Hearing no further questions for the acting superintendent. Thank you very much for the detailed report. It is posted on board docs for those that would like to really spend some time reviewing it, because it's quite a lot of information, and I appreciate your 5-minute spiel on it. Thank
Did
you.
my best, sir. Thank you.
On to item 10, Strategic Education Committee. 2 of these items, B and C, have already been passed on to the consent agenda. So we'll only be dealing with item A, the board goal 1 and interim goal 1.2 update.
And Mr. Grabowski, given the lateness of the hour, if it's the will of the board, we'd be happy to defer that to the next meeting to give the Audit and Finance Committee ample time to present the robust items that it has listed here under item 11.
I appreciate that. Any objections from the board? No. Excellent. Then we will move on. Mr. Calhoun, Audit and Finance Committee.
Yes, and as I've stated prior, we will move through the Audit and Finance Committee reports very quickly. There are certain things that we have to go through in detail, particularly for this meeting. We have the FY23 audit results as well as the ESSER fund results we need to get through. Then we also have our action items, will be D and E. Everything else, I would just ask for the staff to please give a quick review. In the further meetings, we will move forward, and within the board reports as well as on board docs, we will put the timestamps on the Audit and Finance Committee meetings, so the public as well as board members can watch the meeting and then have further questions from what we did not get to at the Audit and Finance meeting. And I would just highly recommend for our board members to get to that. So with that, we're going to go ahead and move forward with 11A. Can we get Ms. Huggins to go ahead and start with the FY23 audit results?
Nope.
This is Jackie Carlin. Ms. Huggins stepped out, so I'll just take over. We have Emily Sobchak with Greenfinney Colley to present the FY23 audit results.
Good evening. Good evening. I, again, am Emily Sobchak. I'm with Greenfinney Colley, and I'm the audit partner that oversaw the financial statement audit for the school district for fiscal 23. And so I'm here tonight to present those results. Before we get into the actual financial results, it's important to remember that the district designs policies and procedures, including internal controls, to mitigate the risk of misstatement in the financial information that's being provided at year end for audit purposes, but also as you're receiving information throughout the year and making strategic decisions on behalf of the district based on that information. It's important that you can rely on that information and you can believe that it is complete and accurate because you have those internal controls in place to prevent misstatements. Our responsibility as your auditor is to audit the financial information provided and issue an opinion based on our audit. If we could go to the next slide, please. We have issued an unmodified opinion again this year. That opinion provides reasonable assurance that the financial statements are materially correct. So a couple of key terms there. We're providing reasonable assurance, which is a high level of assurance, but it's not absolute, as we're not reviewing every single transaction that occurred during the year. We're also using materiality and professional judgment in determining our audit procedures. So we'll look at your general fund first. Your general fund had a total increase in fund balance of 27.3 million, bringing total fund balance to 186.3 million as of June 30th. Included in that 186 million is non-spendable fund balance of 11.5 million. That primarily relates to prepaid insurance premiums. So those premiums were paid in fiscal 23, but will be expended in fiscal 24. You also have committed fund balance of 88 million. That includes 78 million that's committed for your operating reserves, as well as 10 million that's committed for ESSER stabilization funds. Those commitments, were made through formal action of the board. We then have assigned fund balance. That assignment was 42.3 million and included additional ESSER stabilization funding of about 28 million, as well as about 14 million that was used to balance your fiscal 24 budget. So after we take out those designated amounts, we're left with unassigned fund balance of 44.5 million. We like to relate that amount to your operating expenditures to gauge how healthy that fund balance is. And so you're looking at about 6% of your budgeted fiscal 24 expenditures in your unassigned fund balance. When we look at a benchmark for where we want that fund balance to be, we often refer to the Government Finance Officers Association. It's a national organization. They provide a benchmark of a minimum of 2 months of unrestricted funds, unrestricted operating expenditures in your fund balance. And so that's how the board came up with the policy of requiring the 12.5% in your committed fund balance, and then requiring a minimum of 4.2% in your unassigned fund balance to ensure that your unrestricted fund balance, so that is fund balance that is not restricted by third parties, does not drop below that 2 months. There are several reasons why it's important to maintain that healthy fund balance position. One is to help you get through your cash flows in the second half of the calendar year as you await your property tax revenues to start coming in. That fund balance also helps you with providing flexibility in your funding needs when program funding fluctuates year to year. And certainly, as we've been discussing this evening, the upcoming sunsetting of the ESSER program, having the fund balance available allows you to have flexibility in determining what programs you continue versus which ones have to be cut as the funding does run out. I will caution you, though, to remember that fund balance is a non-recurring funding source. So once that fund balance is used, it won't be available for future years. So I would be hesitant to use fund balance for recurring expenditures since it is a non-recurring funding source. So let's look at your general fund revenues. You had total revenues of 658.4 million. That was a 12% increase from the prior year. And that increase was largely driven by your property tax revenues, as you did have an increase in the millage rate as well as increases in assessed values. You came in at 6% or about 40.5 million ahead of budget. And the general fund also reported transfers in totaling 20 million. 12.2 of that related to EIA transfers, and the remaining 7.8 million represented indirect costs charged to special revenue and food service funds. Next, looking at your expenditures, those expenditures totaled 648.2 million. That was a 55 million or about a 9% increase from the prior year. And that increase was largely driven, of course, by your personnel costs, your salaries and benefits. Personnel costs represent about 70% of your budget. So any slight changes in those often have significant impacts on the budget as a whole. So then we'll look at your total for all of your governmental funds. This includes your general fund, special revenue, EIA, food service, debt service, and capital projects funds. We're looking at total revenues and net other financing sources for the district of 1.2 billion compared to expenditures of 1.1 billion for the year. When we look at your governmental funds, we focus on current assets and current liabilities. But in addition to the fund level reporting, we also include the government-wide financial statements that are reported on a full accrual basis. And that means that we also report long-term assets and long-term obligations on those statements. Your total capital assets as of June 30th were $1.7 billion. That was an increase of $8.4 million from the prior year, as your additions exceeded your depreciation expense and net disposals. Next, we'll look at your long-term debt. Total long-term debt was $446.3 million as of June 30th. That was a decrease of $48 million from the prior year. And that decrease was driven by your scheduled principal payments, as you had no issuances of long-term debt during fiscal 23. You did, however, have short-term bond anticipation notes outstanding of $185.2 million. Those notes are, like I said, short-term liabilities. And so in addition to reporting those at the government-wide level, they are also reported on your fund level financial statements in your debt service fund and your capital projects fund, depending on whether debt service millage or 1% sales taxes will be used to repay those notes. We also continue to report the pension and OPEB liabilities. You have a net pension liability of $688 million. Remember, that relates to your participation in the state retirement system. The net OPEB liability totaled $559 million. That relates to your participation in the state retiree healthcare plan. And while those liabilities are significant, they are not direct liabilities of the district. Rather, they represent your proportionate share of the total unfunded actuarial liabilities of those plans. And so while, again, those are big numbers, but what has a bigger direct impact on your cash flows and your operating budget is the required employer contribution rates that you're required to pay. As we've talked about in the past, those rates have been increasing for over 10 years now. For the state retirement system, we had a rate of 17.5% for fiscal 23. That was a 1% increase from the prior year. We have increased again by an additional % for fiscal 24. We now have a rate of 18.5%. And fortunately, we don't have any currently scheduled future increases. However, that rate of 18.5% is very significant when you look at your operating budget, especially when it represents only the retirement portion of your fringe benefits. For the retiree healthcare plan, we had a rate of 6.25% for fiscal 23, and that has increased slightly for fiscal 24 to 6.35%. So I would encourage you, when you're making personnel decisions, make sure that you are factoring in the impact of these significant increases and the impact that they will have not only for the current or the subsequent year, but for multiple years to come. So in addition to your financial statement audit, we are also required to perform a single audit. That is an additional compliance audit required by the federal government that focuses specifically on your federal programs. That audit is required for any entity that has federal expenditures greater than $750,000 in a single fiscal year. This year, we looked at two major programs, the USDA program or child nutrition, as well as your ESSER program. And I'm pleased to say that there were no findings identified related to those programs that we were required to report. We did have one financial statement finding. That finding related to the cutoff process. So during the fiscal year, you operate on something similar to a cash basis, but at year end, for financial closeout purposes, we're required to analyze cutoff and ensure that expenditures and revenues are reported in the proper period, regardless of when the actual payments or disbursements or cash receipts might be made. And so there were two factors that related to this finding. The first is related to a legal settlement. That settlement was not finalized until fiscal 24, but because it was finalized before we issued the audit report, we did need to accrue those expenses back to fiscal 23. The second part of that finding related to some grant revenues that were received in fiscal 23, but that were not fully expended. And so we needed to defer some of those revenues to fiscal 24 when those eligible expenditures will be incurred. And so finally, in addition to the financial statements, we also issue a management letter each year. And that's an area where we provide some required communications to you and to management. And we also include any recommendations that we have that we feel like are significant enough to be put in writing, but that don't necessarily qualify as a finding for the financial statement purposes. And so we do have one comment that we continue to include that is related to pupil activity funds. And the purpose for including that comment is to remind you that there is risk related to the disaggregated nature of those funds. When funds are coming in through your schools, through the classrooms, there is some inherent risk related to the accounting of those funds. So with that, I'm happy to take any questions that you might have.
Thank you so much. Do we have any questions? I'm going to start with Dr. Temple.
No questions.
Ms. Roberson.
No, well, just one question. The pupil activity funds, this has been recurring finding, management letter comment.
Yes, the district has strong procedures in place at the district level to mitigate the risk of misstatement related to the pupil activity funds. However, because the funds are, like I said, you have teachers collecting funds in classrooms, and then those coming through the bookkeeper, we think it's important that while the dollar value of those funds may not be significant to the district, there is still risk. And so we include that comment to remind you of the importance of continuing training, making sure that staff members are aware of the importance that they follow and adhere to the policies that you have in place.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Grabowski.
I think it really just goes back to the statement, that we shouldn't be using reserve funds for, the ESSER sustainability. I mean, we even have our auditors saying that, but I do applaud Ms. Carlin and her staff because the audit does show that, we know where the money's going. Ms. Huggins, Ms. Simmons, get the red pen. That's it.
Thank you. Ms. Wiley.
Ms. Watley's left for the night.
All right. Ms. Bailey.
I have a question. In this first statement, it says that this audit does not address the financial condition of the organization. What does?
Well, I can certainly give comments as to the financial condition of the organization, but the purpose of an audit is to determine whether or not your financial statements are properly and materially stated. And so the purpose is not to determine your financial condition. As I showed in the slide related to the fund balance, the general fund does have a healthy fund balance as of June 30th. You do, meet the recommendations provided by national organizations, and you're certainly in compliance with the state's requirement that you maintain at least 1 month of unrestricted funds on hand. So I would say that the the district's financial condition is strong, as also reflected by bond ratings.
But what does address the financial condition of the organization? What tools or resources do we have that does address that?
Well, I think performing analysis based on the financial statements provided, I think that's what would show you your financial condition.
I think the Moody reports giving us our rating, that tells us the condition that we are in. Yeah.
And also, if I may speak, the first financial update that we'll do in December, which actually reflects through June 30th, that's when we'll start showing where we are with revenues that we've projected versus expenditures that we projected and where we are actually, and start projecting through year end to let everyone know if we're going to foresee any issues or not. So.
Sorry, Ms. Carlin, you said that we're going to look at December through. In December, we'll see through June?
Yeah,
that
well,
can't be right.
So let me rephrase. So on the December 2023 financial update, which I will present in February, we will actually be projecting through year end, June 30th, where we think we're going to land with revenues and expenditures in 2024.
Got it. I thought you were saying that we were going to see the status as of June 23.
Yes,
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Makes way more sense.
Yeah, we'd be looking at projections at that point. Ms. McKinley?
No.
All right, Mr. Kelly?
Yeah, one question. You mentioned that there were no findings that had or nothing that was required to be reported. Does that mean that there were findings that are not required to be reported?
That's a great question. We always have recommendations and, more minor comments that we bring to the attention of management that are not significant for audit purposes. And so then, the district does a lot of things very, very well, but I don't think that any entity is perfect. And so there are always going to be minor ways for improvement.
Okay, so required for report would be something like fraud, abuse, waste, that kind of thing. And you're saying there was nothing like that?
Right, or significant audit adjustments, significant weaknesses in your internal control, or significant instances of non-compliance.
Understood. Thank you.
Any further questions? All right, moving forward, we're going to go to 11B. Is Austin with us tonight?
Yes, sir. He's coming up to the podium now.
Good day, Austin. It's good to see you.
Good evening.
All right. Could you go ahead and get the report?
I think we have some slides to pull up.
I'm glad you can make it down from Charlotte.
Yes, thank you. Glad to be here. All right, so I'll try to move through this pretty quickly. So my name is Austin Miller. I'm with Frazier and Dieter, director in our advisory department. Performed an internal audit over the ESSER program. We can move to the next slide. I think probably one of the key questions that you're asking is we just saw results from a single audit. How does that differ from the internal audit that we performed at Frazier and Dieter? So primarily, the single audit is focused on finance and accounting numbers, compliance with federal regulations, budgeting and reporting. And our scope on the internal audit side was a little bit more broad than that. We looked at procedures, we looked at vendor management, third-party management, efficiency, and I think most specifically some targeted inspections related to some of the board's and leadership's concerns. Some of those items including procurement exemptions, the use of the various schools accounts, selection of community-based organizations or CBOs, contractor usage, et cetera. So our scope was just a little bit more broad and potentially a little bit more procedural focused than the single audit. And the scope for this review covered ESSER 1, 2, and 3 for the 3 fiscal years, 21, 22, and 23. I could go through this quickly. So some of the scope of what we performed, the activities we performed, interviews with nearly 24 key stakeholders, many of which are sitting in the room, and a lot of testing of transactions, as well as reviews of the programs that were in place to address a lot of the ESSER requirements. Some of those listed here: learning loss recovery initiatives, health and safety protocols, et cetera. I believe the acting superintendent walked through some of those key initiatives in her ESSER overview. And then a lot of transaction-based testing, which we selected random samples, as well as using some judgment to identify potentially higher risk categories such as professional services, any expenditures that were related to CBOs or higher risk entities, large sum expenditures, so taking into account some materiality, anything that seemed to be a one-off transaction and not something that we would have considered lower risk. You can see the various transactions and vendors and such that we tested as part of this internal audit. So before we get to the findings, just want to give you a quick overview of how we do this rating process. So this is different than a financial statement audit or a single audit. We're not issuing an opinion. This is basically our evaluation of the risk, both current risk and risk of or future risk to the district. We've got 4 ratings here: satisfactory, satisfactory with recommendations, needs improvement, and unsatisfactory. All those related to the procedures and controls in place to mitigate risk. Again, both current risk and future risk to the district. So overall, our rating upon our review was satisfactory with recommendations. We've got the definition here: procedures do not reveal, in our judgment, deficiencies in the design or operation of internal control structure, significant lack of compliance with internal CCSD policies or process, item or element requiring a significant adjustment to mitigate future risk. While internal controls appear to be sufficient to minimize future risk, that category identifies opportunities to strengthen controls. So some of those opportunities and findings are listed here. I mentioned the various schools account, the 127 account. I know that was a concern, potentially being overused. And you can see we looked at 25 purchase card expenditures that were charged to that account. And 23 of those 25 were actually school-specific purchases. When we looked at the invoices, saw what was being paid, we could see easily track that to a specific school. Overall, probably immaterial dollars, less than 10,000 for all those 23 purchases, but still a procedural risk that we're not adequately tracking expenses to the correct schools. P card usage, this is related to the federal nature of ESSER funds. So anytime that there are federal funds paid for with P cards, district policy has guidance for Title I purchases, where a fund manager should be approving those purchases because of the federal nature of these funds. An ESSER fund manager should have been assigned and approving these P card transactions as well. CBO selection process. So we noted that there was a scorecard in place to rank and score these CBOs. It was detailed with 5 or 6 categories or scoring items to identify the highest ranking CBOs. However, we know that that wasn't necessarily used as closely as it potentially could have. There were no thresholds for approval saying, this number 70 is the cutoff. If any CBO scores over 70, those are the ones we'll be selecting. And the documentation related to that scoring was lacking overall, which led to some low scoring CBOs being selected for award by the district. And then additionally, we 4 of the selected or 11 sample CBOs, they could not provide any scoring documentation for. Procurement exemptions. I know this was a concern of the board. The finding here is the district lacks sufficient and or appropriate documentation related to the procurement exemptions. And this is related to the federal nature of the funds, of ESSER funds, because the district was the subgrantee of these funds. Although the exemptions used may have been appropriate for non-federal funds or state level funds, these types of exemptions are restricted by federal guidelines. And finally, sustainability. I think we just talked about that in length. This is just something we wanted to ensure was on the top of mind of the board and leadership of the sustainability. A lot of key FTEs and programs and just a lot of money in general still being funded by ESSER. So encouraging the decision process to occur due to the materiality of that money. I believe that is it. Questions? We probably want to go back to that slide while we go through questions.
Yeah, let's go back to observations and findings, and I'm going to actually start questioning with Ms. McKinney. Do you have any questions?
No, sir, I do not.
Thank you, Ms. Bailey.
No.
All right, thank you, Mr. Gabrowski.
I think you forgot Mr. Kelly.
I'm moving the other way. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Unfortunately, we're in the last 6 months of this, process. So a lot of these, fail stops and, that should have been done, could have been done and weren't done. I mean, it's really going to have to be something we have to take into consideration when we look at some of these impact studies, and I would like, I know this, unfortunately, this is just a sample. And when you're using just a sample, I mean, I don't even know how or what recommendation you can give us into how do we grade, how some of these failures not to follow some of these procedures would be factored in, to a review on the impact. I know you said some of these CBOs didn't even provide any documentation. So
right.
That'd be a red flag right off the bat. Into some of these groups, but yeah, it's I wish this had been done 2 years ago.
Sure.
I think it's just so far, we're already into it, and I don't think, Ms. Carlin, correct me if I'm wrong, it's really, when we look at this, there's nothing, I mean, we can put the fail safes in, but there's really not much more that's been going on.
Yes, sir. I mean, we've already met with our finance team to put together a corrective action plan for each one of those bullets. There's some things that we need to tighten up on and make sure we're following through.
Thank you.
Mr. Grabowski, if I could just applaud Mrs. Carlin and her team, of nearly $250 million, which is quite an expense, to oversee. I think Austin and team identified, again, we know it wasn't every line item sort of investigation, $9,760 worth of questionable sorts of things. So in essence, certainly there are things there that we need to tighten up, and we're working on it. Some things Ms. Carlin already had in place, I think, before this presentation was even shared. But I do want to thank Mrs. Carlin. Again, $250 million is I think that's $250 million. Is that right, Jackie? It's quite a bit to oversee. So thank you.
And just one last, question, because federal funds have been dished out, and yet, the one thing I see is compliance by, the vendors that received the money, but you weren't tasked with, seeing what type of procedures we have in place that are seeing that our wraparound services are actually spending the money they're supposed to be spending the money. We know they spent the money because they billed us.
Right.
But from what I'm seeing, there was no, review of any of the compliance as to what we're requiring our vendors to provide us, showing us that they actually did spend the money correctly.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I think that would probably fall under more of a vendor monitoring, vendor management, or third-party risk management, which is certainly an opportunity when we look at the CBOs. I know that it's kind of a program that's ending, but I think we can take that finding and potentially expand it to, all vendors used by the district. And that's kind of the intent here is we want to make sure these findings are applicable going forward, not just specific to ESSER.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Robertson.
So do we just walk away from the CBOs that did not meet the qualifications? What do we do?
So I'm not sure when we say did not meet the qualifications. So there was a scoring rubric that was created by the district that was provided to principals to make a decision about how they might select CPOs. It was not a scoring rubric that was used by procurement to make a procurement award. And I don't, it's a little bit a danger for my talking about numbers now, since I haven't been involved in numbers for a while. But I think the number of CBOs that were awarded programs through schools somewhere less than 30. I think it was 27 perhaps. And in my understanding, going forward for this current fiscal year, so the 27, I believe, was the fiscal year 23. We're looking at, I think, 11 going forward in 24. So the actual volume of CBOs is not that high compared to the $250 million that Ms. Huggins talked about. And then again, the rubric, while it was not exactly followed, it was not something that was used as a procurement document. It was a guidance document for schools to use. And that was on the heels of the Reimagine Schools process that principals rebelled against. And they needed something to be able to make sure when we, instead of using the money for the Reimagine proposal, which is about $30 million, that we provide direct support to schools, and they had to have a mechanism to be able to figure out how to select CBOs.
Thank you. I'm done, Mr. Callen.
All right, Ms. Dr. Temple.
Yeah, I just, in looking at this, thank you for the report, and I'm glad to hear that we're tightening up on the P cards, because I think everybody needs to understand how to use that. And I would love to see the CBO scoring. And that I'm concerned that we really do carefully look at the CBOs that our schools are using, because we want to be sure that they're effective in what they do, so that we use the precious funds we have for things that are impactful.
Thank you. And I just have one question for Mr. Kennedy. You just said that the schools rebelled on the rubric that you had. Could you clarify that for me?
So clarification, at the beginning of ESSER $363 million that was awarded to the district, there was a question about how would the community participate in that. There was a proposal that was presented to the school board to create a structure with a number of schools, I think primarily our acceleration schools, and that came from the Coastal Community Foundation, that proposal. It was called Reimagine Schools. And the proposal itself was not, it did not include the development of that proposal. The proposal did not include participation by principals, by the stakeholders in each of these schools, teachers, parents, et cetera. And so the rebellion that I referenced was not to the rubric. It was, the rubric was actually in response to the principals' expressed concern about the Reimagine School proposal not including them. So the school district, the school board, abandoned that proposal and directed staff to figure out how to use that money to support schools directly, to allow schools and principals in their school communities to develop their own individual proposals. And so the rubric was created as a part of that process.
Okay, so initially the principals were not involved with bringing on the CBOs. The CBOs came on. The principals did not want what was brought to them, and then they said, okay, we want to do what we want to do at that point. Is that what you're saying?
What I did say was that the principals were not involved in the development of the Reimagine Schools proposal.
All right, so when we get to the CBOs, they come on and say, this is what we want to use. But the rubric was already in place. So how were the CBOs?
No, sir. The rubric was not in place. The rubric was created by the staff to be able to provide some guidance to principals for their selection of CBOs. So the rubric did not exist at the time of the Reimagine School proposal.
Okay, so who put together the rubric for the CBOs?
Again, it was done central office. I think it was led, I think, by, I'll go ahead, Steve.
So to maybe give a little bit more definition about the rubric, there had to be some way to kind of think about these proposals. There had been over 70 proposals that had come in to the district, some of them unsolicited. But this rubric was created to have, as Mr. Kennedy said, some way of thinking about these individual proposals and looking at them in some standardized way, and giving some way of talking about them. It wasn't, as Mr. Kennedy said, designed to be a procurement tool, but more of a tool where you could objectively look at these and give them some type of ranking so that you could have some further discussion, which would then lead into whether a particular school wanted to decide to use one or not.
Okay, so when did that come into place?
Well, it was about April of 2022 that we developed a plan to create allocations for the individual schools to develop their individual ESSER plans. which could, not all schools did this, but which could involve a selection of a community-based organization that their leadership and their community thought would suit them well. And so it was after the development of this rubric and also development of a plan that we could do an allocation based on reading levels or children reading at grade level that we came up with these allocations for the individual schools. And again, part of that allocation could, if a school decided it, be a selection of a community-based organization. And again, that was somewhat independent of that rubric. As I said, the rubric was a tool to help you look at it and evaluate it. The rubric in of itself wasn't a decision-making tool for the identifying and awarding to a particular community-based organization.
All right. So when were most of the CBOs chosen?
I'm sorry, sir?
When were most of the CBOs chosen?
I don't think I understand the question. When were they chosen? Well, throughout that process, I want to say sometime between when the individual school plans were developed and reviewed with level leaders between the spring of last year, April 2022, all the way up until the start of the school year, the fall of 22. So between the end of school year 21-22 and the beginning of the 22-23 school years when they selected those.
Okay, so we have the schools who chose their CBOs that they want to work with. Then they start making its way through the procurement process. Who had the final say on what CBOs we should be using?
Well, I would still say it was the school. Those individual school plans were reviewed by level leaders and maybe some district staff leadership, but maybe it's not 100% correct, but I would answer your question is that the school got the final say so. Unless there was some overwhelming reason, unless there was some compelling reason why someone disagreed with their selection, I think in almost 100% of the time, if a school within their plan said, this is an organization that I have some experience with or has made a compelling presentation of something that could help our school, I don't think that those were ever denied. And I'm not sure if anyone's in the room that can confirm that, but I think if it was in a school plan, it was reviewed.
So what about district level?
Well, if your question is about district level community-based organizations, I don't have committed in memory exactly which ones that were chosen, but I'm not sure if I can answer the question on who exactly had the final say so if there was a community-based organization selected by a district.
Right. So on the past presentation we just had, we had district level CBOs about, and I can't think of how many it was, but on slide 8 and 9 of the last presentation we had all these district level CBOs that came in or organizations that came in that were using ESSER funding. Who had the final say on those? Because
yeah, I'm sorry, Mr. Calhoun. So I think the slides you are referencing included SAGA. We probably had professional development with UVA. So those types of organizations or entities were not CBOs. Those were not community-based organizations. These were like national firms that we had contracts with. And so those contracts were decided by the appropriate departments within the central office. So if it were the SAGA tutoring, then it would have been done through the Learning Services Department.
What about Men of Charleston Teach?
I'm sorry?
Men of Charleston Teach, that's a community-based organization.
No, yeah, that's a district-run initiative that's run out of HR department.
So I'm talking about those levels that are community-based that were within Charleston, not the national organizations that we can track those, and I'm sure we can track Men of Charleston Teach as well. But just those type of organizations, who has the final say on how much we are spending and how those get tracked through ESSER?
Well, it's like any other grant, a fund that the district has. There's, with the Title I grant as an example. So we have contracts, and they're vetted through a department here in the central office. So if we have a contract with an outside vendor that provides tutoring, then that's going to be vetted through the Learning Services department. If it's a contract that relates to human resources, then it goes through the HR department. Then if it becomes an item that's really strategic in nature, that's associated with our goals, then ultimately it comes through the cabinet.
Okay, so I guess that's where something that we have to look at when we start moving towards the budget. I want to know the process of who has the final sign off on spending money out of the ESSER budget line. If somebody wants to spend something out of GOF, it has to go through a certain process. If somebody wants to spend something out of Title II or any other budget line that we have, it has to go through. Somebody has to sign off on that has the final sign off on something. I want to know that part. So when we get to the end because we're talking about this audit right now, when we get to our final reporting and it comes back to us and says, well, how did this get here? I want to know that much. I want to know how do we get to that part?
I think I understand what you're asking, but what I would say, if my understanding is correctly, it's no, for the ESSER is no different than any of the other funds that a district has. So so we have certain dollar thresholds. If there's a dollar threshold that's below, I don't know, $10,000, then a department manager, I don't know the actual cutoff, and the department manager has responsibility to award a contract, manage that contract, and manage the performance of the contract, and manage the budget associated with it. If it's instead of $2,500, if it's $25 million or whatever, then there's a different level of oversight and approval that takes place. But that is consistent across all funding sources, whether it's a federal grant, the General Operating Fund, in any fund in the $1.2 billion budget.
Right. And I think that's where that's exactly where I'm getting at. There are people who are getting paid over $25, $30, $45, $50,000 with just coming out, just looking at the ESSER spreadsheet of how much people are getting paid or how much are getting paid out of, and we can see that. So that's what I want to know. What is the process of be it a CBO or even an individual vendor getting paid a certain amount of money? Who is that final sign off to say, all right, we're going to send this over to ESSER and say this is coming out of ESSER funding? Who has that final sign off? We're going to have to look at that as we look forward to this is this is how much money we want to try to sustain or to try to stabilize ESSER within our GOF, because we know it's sunsetting. We don't have this much grant funding. We need to put this aside of GOF. I need to know that much to say, all right, this is where we're going for. Or we need to save 40 million, 50 million, 60 million. We need to save this much within our GOF. So that's something I'm going to be looking at with Ms. Carlin and the CFO as we start going towards this new budget cycle. And I think all the board members need to see this as we try to find any type of funding that we have left within it. So I appreciate you, Mr. Kennedy. Do we have any other?
Can I make a recommendation? We're about to get locked into the garage. And I think some of these issues can be addressed, and because I agree with you, I think you're spot on. I think it's something we need to request staff and then bring it up at audit and finance. The second recommendation is I think we need to just move straight to the action items and get the action items, voted on. And then if there are any questions on any of the further information, we can move on.
Right. And that would be items D and E, and I would actually take that recommendation, and
I appreciate it.
But I do believe we need to Let me see the SR update. And then, yeah, so Ms. Carlin, do you believe we can move forward with the SR update and push that as a board update and then go forward with D and E?
Yes, sir. Mhm.
All right. Do we have any objections to doing that with any of the other board members?
The report's clear.
There's no objections.
All right, hearing none, I would say let's go ahead and move forward to 11D. Mr. Barori.
Hi, it's Jackie Carlin. So we have before you the $250,000 list. Excuse me, let me find it. Through November 21st, this list consists of 12 different projects, mostly construction projects, totaling approximately $67 million. $67 million.
Do we have any questions on the 250K list?
I move to approve the attached list.
I have a motion. Do we have a second?
I did.
All right, any questions? Dr. Temple,
No, I have no question.
Ms. Roberson,
No, I don't.
Mr. Grabowski?
Now they're all answered in audit and finance.
All right, Ms. Bailey,
Oh,
Ms. McKinley?
I'm ready to vote.
Call for the question.
All right, let's go ahead and call for the question. All right, we have 6 yea and 3 not present to vote. With that, it passes through. We're gonna go ahead and move forward to 11E, I believe it is, which would be more of a procedural vote for the early head start. Ms. Foxworth, I honestly tell you, if we do not have anything that needs to be moved for talked about further than what was presented at Audit and Finance, you don't have to do it, but by all means, it's on you.
I move to approve the September and October 2023 Head Start Early Start financial report and credit card expenditures for September 23 through October 23.
I second.
Have a motion and a second. Do we have any discussion? Hearing none, I'm gonna go ahead and call for the vote. All right, that vote passes through 7-0. For the rest of the audit and finance report, the only other thing for the constituent board pay, we called for ad hoc committee, and I will be meeting with the constituent board chairs and in January, and we'll be bringing something back in February, March, April, and hopefully to get something out from the board in May. Everything else, I believe we can get through a board report. Please look at the audit and finance meeting, and you can see all the other discussion on each of those. Do we have any questions on F, G, H, I, J, or K? Hearing none, I'll turn it back over to Mr. Grabowski.
I appreciate it, Mr. Calhoun.
And I do recommend people to, the public, anybody watching at this hour, to watch the audit and finance, because a lot of these are really discussed in detail during that meeting and it is very productive. Anyway, let's move on to item 12, which is the motion. So do we already approve the consent agenda?
Yep,
It's already done.
done.
So we're on to item 13, upcoming meetings. And as it stands now, it's January 3rd is the audit and finance meeting. January 8th is the committee of the whole, and January 22nd is the board meeting. With that being said,
I move we adjourn.
I second it. Anybody opposed? The ayes have it.